Mudkip, the Mudfish Pokemon. Pokedex entry number 258. The fin on Mudkip's head acts as a highly sensitive radar, using this fin to sense movements in the water and air. This Pokemon can determine well, it's taking its place without using its eyes. That's right, it's Mudkip, and we are not Muffin.
We
I'm
are
not
we are
Muffin.
not Muffin.
Are you Muffin?
I'm not Muffin.
Oh, no, hi. I'm Lucky, in case you didn't know this. Super cool, and I'm here with.
Crap. I'm not super cool.
She has some moments. Obviously not as great as I am. I did the intro.
True.
Um, so what are we doing? Why do we have Kelly Dudes team up? What
Well,
is this? Where are we?
that's a great question. I ask myself that question every morning. But no, we are here to do a nice PRs video, power rankings video for the wonderful coaches in the Mudkip division.
I have more Mudkip fun facts. I'm just gonna sprinkle in throughout the video.
I love that. I'm so prepared now for random Mudkip fun facts.
I have an entire Bobapedia of them.
That's amazing. I just have ramen. I didn't prepare. But that being said, as my voice dies apparently. Jeez, okay. Our first coach up on the board here is Mr. Cali dude. I'll read the thing off. We have Iron Valiant. We have
You should
King.
read the first team. We can't have me reading the first team
I got you.
instantly. We can't have that already.
We've got to save it. We have to build some suspense.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got Iron Valiant, King Gambit, Landorus I, one that Maki thinks is washed.
Yes, it is. I wasn't gonna bring it up until we talked about the analysis, but just use T. T is better in every way. Okay, we'll save that.
Yes, we have Glamora. We have Slowking. We have one of my favorite dogs. That's Arcanine. I love Arcanine. Cool.
You can't just glaze over Paul like that and then gas up Arcanine.
I did glaze over Paul because Paul made me very sad.
It's my boy.
We have Rabombi. We have Vaporeon. We have the better water type. We have Scyther. We have
She's amazing, but she's not Paul.
Real. We have Sinistra, and we have a little Murkrow friend.
This is gonna be full of anger at each other. I can already tell. Really good speed. Let's start with the actual analysis first before we go off the rails.
Real.
I really do like the team. I think Lando is better with webs.
Yeah, that's definitely fair because it needs that help, so you're not locked into Scarf and losing 30% of your damage.
Lando, 101 is not the speed.
Yeah, it was like acceptable in like older gens, not so much anymore.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I think their top end speed is a little like kind of deceptive. Because like Rabombi is like, you know, it's a mon. It's usually gonna either lead and set up webs or click Quiver Dance, but it's not really like it's not really a threat, I would say. So it's I don't know. Like the speed tier is there and it'll matter sometimes, but I kind of feel like its speed isn't that important for what it wants to do usually.
I couldn't use it properly when I used it in GWA a couple seasons ago.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying I think it's a really good mon. I'm not very good with the webs playstyle.
I like webs sometimes. But besides that, I don't know, I feel like the team isn't as fast as it looks on paper, if that makes any sense. Which, because of that, the webs are like really, really fantastic here. I think that was a very good pick. I'm just a little worried that like anyone with like a good 110 mon is going to outspeed everything not named Valiant. Because like you can't really like Scarf Scyther or, you know, do anything to make it that much faster because you kind of need boots.
Oh, Eviolite.
Yeah, or Eviolite. I don't know.
Just banned
it. Just banned it. Banned dual wing
quick
beat.
attack. Oh, we went two different.
We definitely did. What are his terrors? Has Cali declared his terrors yet? Calling people out live today. Um, no. Okay, well, we don't get to talk about the terrorists. It's fine.
Um, we can speculate.
We can speculate. Back to the page. What do you think?
Also,
I assume Arcanine's allowed to Terra, right?
so I grabbed the red dog, not the Mudkip dog. So I
Deal.
have both open. I'm totally not double timing. I'm a filthy Cheeto this season. You can all bully me for it. So I'm sorry.
Okay, I
Um,
can't bully you that much because I tried to be and I was told no.
I mean, yeah, but because of that, I'm not actually playing in Mudkip, so there is that.
Hmm.
If for all those at home, I did do the little like two hands under my head and tilted. So there you go. You know the exact motion we're talking
I
about.
do. I do indeed.
Yeah, $20 for Terra's. Scytho. I'm guessing Scytho Sinister. Or no, it's probably Vaporeon Scytho. I like.
Didn't we Terra ban Sinister, or am I crazy? Am I thinking of a different league?
We should have.
I might be thinking of it. I know there's some league where it recently got Terra banned. I don't remember which
It's
one.
this one.
It
It's
is?
this
Okay.
one. So yeah, so it's definitely gonna be Vaporeon and Scytho then, with
That's fair.
Tail and probably Mokro for a bonus point.
Hmm.
It could be Arcanine, but I feel like Vaporeon is better. Tail Poison Vaporeon has been really, really good on Shiva's team and CDC this season.
Hmm.
Um,
At the same
yeah,
time, though, sometimes you just want to click the funny Terra normal.
I like clicking E speed. You would suggest that to me of all peoples? Since when have I ever done that?
True.
Yeah, no, E speed's awesome. Arcanine's not the best clicker of it though, unfortunately.
It's not. I actually like kind of like a defensive Arcanine more than I like offensive Arcanine, I found.
Oh, I found an issue with this team that I don't like. Let's see if you can figure it out before I tell you.
Oh no. I feel like I'm looking too much to it.
I'll give you a hint. There's a certain part of a core that's missing.
Oh, there's no dragon, is there?
There's no dragon.
Interesting. Huh.
Because I was gonna say, how do we feel about the Fairy Dragon Steel core of King Gambit and Iron Valiant, who are both pretty frail? Not that Gambit's frail, but
On the
his
physical
HP is
side,
a
it's
resource. His HP is a resource though, because you need to be able to live a little bit to set up. Um, at least if you're going for the Supreme Overlord. But I do think this team does have defiant uh justification.
oh, I was gonna say the same thing. Like Glimmy and Rabombi, you have a lot of reason to like force defogs and stuff. And you do have
And
Sinister as well, so like arguably defog is the safer option since they can't really spin block it.
mhm, Sinistcha's probably like the second best spin blocker in the format.
Agreed.
Unless I'm missing another ghost.
I would say you're
Oh,
probably right.
Annihilate.
Oh well, I kind of assumed Annihilate was the number one.
Golden Go.
Oh, that's right, he does exist.
And Golden Go was a round one pick, so I might have a look. Looking at this team, I'm thinking it might have been Gold over Gambit originally, and we pivoted to Gambit, which I don't hate.
Yeah, I could see that actually.
Um, I don't love something of why I don't. Oh my God, Marky, you love Zamazenta. So this is a bad argument. Yeah, but it's your stereotype not resisting fairy is not ideal. Believe me, I
Yeah,
know. Because then you're stuck with Wheezing as your fairy resist.
especially because
Um,
their other fairy resist is like they have two more. They have Glamora, which like it's I don't know. It's kind of weird because it's not that frail, but it doesn't want to take that many hits either.
and this is why I brought up Terra Poison Vaporeon. Because I feel
That's
like this
true.
team needs it. Because
That's
if
very
you're
true.
tearing out of fire, you can just click a Moonblast into this team.
Right.
And there's no real way to stop it.
Hmm.
Because your fairy is weak to it. Landorus is decently bulky. I'm not going to discount Lander Eye's bulk. It's fine. But he still has 100, like a base 100 HP, and I want to say like 80. Like it's workable. And Slowking is awesome.
This looking is awesome.
I don't love. I love double water types. I've been
Agreed.
Primarina, Goldfish a lot. Vaporeon and Slowking do a lot of the same things though.
I was gonna say the same thing. Like I guess the kind of the case like one can be a wish passer and setup, but like they're still both like much more like special walls. They both have slow pivot. Like they definitely do very similar things, and they have kind of little niche things that each one can do. But
I
I
love both mods.
yeah, I don't think it's enough to differentiate them having both.
But it's also because I'm assuming Vaporeon's gonna be Terra here. That's too much of a good thing is not a bad thing, especially if Vaporeon's only gonna be a water type.
Mhm.
60% of the time, if that, the water immunity for Landorus and even Glimmy is good. I do like Vaporeon here,
Yeah, definitely.
and I do like Slowking here because that's your fighting answer.
Right.
Consistent fighting answer. I don't like Glamour, but I would not I cannot in good for um say Glamour is a bad Pokemon.
It kind of grew on me after VDL. Honestly, I kind of vibe with it.
I've said this once, I'll say it again. Glamour is cool when you think outside the box with it. If you're just doing the Sash lead Stealth Rock setup spike set, it's so boring.
Yeah,
It's so boring. But if you're doing like a cool spiky shield corrosion set or like a meteor beam set or rock polish set, it's really cool. Um, so there is room to work with it. You're recording, right?
yes, I am. I made sure. Don't worry.
So I'm actually giving actual advice and input, not just me sitting in the back of my chair being like, "Oh my
Real.
god, I love Mako. Did you know that my shower curtain has buds on it, and I change them out throughout the seasons for different buds?" Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's not even like a lie. That's real.
That's awesome.
Um,
Speaking of Glimmy, though, I don't love that. Is like he does have more than one hazard option. I just don't think either of them, or like has a removal option rather. I just don't love either of them. Like you don't really want to be running like deep, and like Glimmy's
um,
Mortal Spin is like fine, but really not ideal as your only option.
Sizzle can justify Defog even without Roost due to his Steel Bug typing,
Exactly.
and even then, it still runs boots. I like Scyther. I don't think Scyther's a scam or anything. I think it's a really cool cleaner.
Oh,
And
agreed.
that's what I think it is. It's a really cool cleaner. I just don't know if Glimmer can handle it all by himself. But at the same time, I think you're forcing defog, like you said earlier.
Hmm.
So you might be able to use your opponent's hazard control against them. I do
That's fair.
want to play devil's advocate because I do agree one of this team's weak points is opposing hazard stack. But I feel like that's something you are signed up for when you're playing Hazard Stack.
Right, and
Unless you get one of the Dawn fans or Drell.
yeah.
Because name another Pokemon in this generation that really wants to clear. Oh, Entropy.
Mhm.
And you can argue Quaquaval. I don't like Quaquaval, but there's so many other things Quaquaval would rather do on its turn than click Rapid Spin.
Yeah, agreed. And
I'm not saying it's a bad Pokemon. It's just if that's your spinner, let Bro be Scoffed or Bandit or Bulk Up. It's
mhm,
you're wasting it. And it's not like Tusk, where it has a really good defensive typing. Water Fighting is a much better offensive typing.
right.
I just took the spotlight. Go ahead and talk.
You're fine. I was just gonna say, like, I do agree with you, but at the same time, this is a team that like is actually fairly hazard weak. Like Stealth Rock does a lot of work into this team. Spikes do a lot of work into this team. Like I don't think it's a team that likes to play like the force your opponent to defog situation because it doesn't like switching into hazards either, unless you boots everything.
Um, Something I will say is Lando I was drafted before Tinglu. And I know you have Gambit, and you already had a dog type, and I already talked about a fairy weak Europe. I would appreciate this team more, I think, with Tinglu over Landis.
I think as much as I'm not a Lando enjoyer, I do actually like Lando a lot here because like your first three mons, like it's one of those things where your first three mons are probably coming every single week, but they're all like so good at what they do. I think that's okay because like you have your crazy special breaker with Lando, you have your crazy physical breaker with King Gambit, and then you have Valiant who can back up either or
Well,
whichever side needs it. Or I actually do really like that.
to play to your point, Lando can break on either, and so can Valiant. You're
Mhm.
playing the 50-50 on both Mullins every week,
Right.
and that's something I really do appreciate. The reason why I brought up Ting Lu is so you can have a good, consistent Phasor that isn't raw Umbreon or raw Arcanine.
That's true.
Because, and I know you're not saying, "Oh my god, this is a Hazard stack team," but there's a Glamour and Vabombi. If you didn't want me to talk about Hazards for like half of your analysis, and with a King Gambit, don't give me a Hazard stack. I can see in
Right.
my head how I would play this team, and that's what I would work towards it.
Hmm. Agreed.
Um, I do worry a little bit about immediate power. I know there's a Landorus on the team, but Sinisha's got a setup. Most Valiant sets are Combined or Swords Dance.
Hmm.
Um, and King Gambit, I'm not going to go into the whole King Gambit debate.
That's real.
Uh, and I really feel like this team's forcing Arcanine to be Fizz-Def, Will-O-Wisp, Morning Sun.
A little bit. Yeah. It doesn't really have like many good full walls outside of like Syndra, which granted, Sinistry is a
Which
very good one.
Sinisha's an amazing physical wall, but if you're not clicking Clum Mind with it, I feel like you're letting them on down.
Fair.
That being said, I do think it gets Leech Seed, Calm Mind. Not Leech Seed, Calm Mind, it's still on the top of my head. Leech Seed, Strain Sap, and just Matcha Gotcha spam, and even
Yeah.
not going for game and just being a. I think it might even get Haze. And being a annoyance, I do think there is
Agreed.
some merit to that.
Hmm.
I can probably keep talking about this team. I will merit this. I don't hate any of the teams that I've looked at. I think
Agreed.
everybody in Mudkip this season's a good player. So I don't expect me to be like, what the fuck is this, guys? To anything.
Yeah.
Um, that being said, we should probably move on.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Don't know how I'm going to do ratings yet. We're going to do ratings at the end, but for a first team, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, agreed. It was a solid little setup.
Speaking of Terrapagos, so we got the Polt, the big little guy himself, Bang Bang. We have Sumian Semia, the edgy little guy who's going to make you step on Legos. We have Trappy, my effervescent sunshine. Ogerpon Flame, draft setting, I do think the worst Ogerpon, and I will stand by that, not counting Teal. Cornerstone and Wellspring are just so good.
Yeah.
Um, Moldbreaker's good, but Sturdy and Waters will give you opportunities.
Right.
Monkey Dory is a cool offensive pivot. We'll end on that. Vashelp is here.
Yeah.
Rotom Wash, consistent since 2008. Halloween, pretty cool mon. Flygon, we have not seen a good dragon yet. And Molgrim.
That's a
I
Dragapult
lied.
right there. What do you
Dragonflip's
mean?
right
Yeah, I was
there.
about to say.
I'm so sorry, Prez. I still love you. I just saw the Flygon, and I can't. Flygon losing the fog and a lot of its sauce in Generation 9 has just really made me sad.
I like how we
But
went
Polt's
from
awesome.
no dragon to two dragons.
Don't look at my red draft. Those two on there. Um, yeah, this is all just an advertisement for the Radical Red draft in Mostop. So go check us out. I'm gonna let you start. Go.
I was just, I it's kind of funny because like I see a couple of similarities between like the first team and this one, between like the Samurai Hisui, the Bisharp setup. I just feel like they're, I don't know. I almost like they had a good thing going to like warrant some more kind of hazard plays, and they didn't go hard enough in it. Obviously, Samurot's amazing. Getting up free spikes is great with potential like Defiant Bisharp, but I would have liked to see a little bit more play like towards that playstyle if that's what you were going for. You
Um,
have a real spinner though, so that's good.
yeah, one of the best ones. I am gonna talk about that a little bit though. I love Terrapagos, but you really need a secondary hazard removal with Terrapagos to
Yes.
not force it into boots every week.
I think that's
Um,
probably why Hat is here, if I had to take a guess.
I hazard denial's good as well. Um, I'm just worried a little bit about shoehorning um Tarabi into an item.
Agreed.
Um,
Don't think
but
Glass is put in their terrors yet. I,
I do
I
like him a lot. I like Rotom Wash. I know I was kind of making fun of Ogerpon Hot Flame, but that's just because I like all the Ogerpons in favor of Gen 9 mod. I'm gonna bully the things I like. It's still an amazing breaker,
oh
but
yeah,
it is Rock Weak, and you only have one rear removal. That's kind of my
hmm
worry.
agreed.
Uh, that being said, you have a really good screen setter and a really offensive core.
Yeah, this really does feel like it's like Hatteran screens, and then just like threat after threat after threat,
I'm gonna say something a
or even like
little.
Pult screen.
I was talking about Mulgrim actually.
That too.
Uh,
I literally
um,
forgot Morgan was there. I'm not gonna lie.
well, I know talked about Magic Bounce, but hypothetically, what if Hat was a Ninetales A? How would you feel about that? Because you have a Psychic and Monkey Dory. You all losing Magic Bounce, but you're gaining Instant Veil.
That is fair, honestly.
I think I like Hatterim more in the team because it just has more. It has the utility this team needs.
Right.
I don't know if this team needs Veil, Freeze Dry, Encore, and Roar, but it is something we can talk about.
Yeah, for sure.
Um, Before I say it, I'm curious on you. What's your opinion on the speed on this team?
It's kind of it's kind of weird, honestly, because like obviously you have like one of the best like speed control mons, the Dragon Ball, but like it does kind of drop off a cliff pretty quickly. Because like
Well,
you have Ogerpon, which is a good speed tier. You have Monkey Dory, who's like fine, but it probably wants to be like Scarf. Needed like the speed help, and then like after that, like base 100 is fine, and then it kind of just drops off a cliff.
my issue with the speed on this team is that Ogapon can't run a scarf.
Yeah, exactly.
So he really goes Pult and then Monkey Dory as your speed control options. And I think Monkey was an amazing Skullful, and of course Dragon Pult's awesome. But I would have liked another 110 or 115 or 120 even, just to
Yeah,
kind of because it's one of those things if I'm not outspeeding Pult anyways, might as well be in.
right. Like realistically, any Mon 110 or higher can very comfortably run a good amount of bulk against this team, and there's not really much to contest it.
Especially if they have good hazards that can deal with Ogopon.
Right. Yeah, that's the
I
really
don't.
bad thing about Hearthflame is it's so like they're all hazard weak to an extent, but it's so hazard.
Yeah, that's why I always take Wellspring over it. And I know that if you have hazards up, Cornerstone doesn't have an ability, but 100% accurate rock stab is so crazy.
Yeah, it's so good.
If you have an opportunity to have hazards up, you get a free Trailblaze, which fixes the 110 speed problem, or a free Swords Dance.
Hmm. I don't know.
Study's
This,
a great ability. It's just not on Mons pre Ogapon Cornerstone that can use them properly. The best one before this
yeah,
was Dawn Fan. And we're not getting into the Dawn Fan argument today.
Endeavor Dawn fan's funny, but anyway,
Hey, there might be people in GWA. You can't spoil all of my secrets.
I ran that in my very first CDC game ever. Fun fact.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but
This is also an ad for CDC. That's all league. So come
yeah,
check us out.
you get these videos more consistently most of the time, unless we're sad like this season. But anyway,
Not season four. So we didn't
yeah,
talk about season four. Season four is my mental breakdown season. We can come back
I
for
feel
season five. I have so many plans. No, I can't spoil it. I almost did. Um,
I will say I do like I definitely see the vision of like the hyper offense screen stuff, but like this team really lacks bulk. Like obviously you can go like you can go like a bulky like Samurott saying you could get some like Hatteron Hatteran and Rotom Wash are good like defensive mons, but neither of them really have longevity at all. And I don't know. I feel like the team is a little too frail,
that's what I'm gonna say is this
especially with no
team would
wish.
love a wish password. Yep, right there. Because that can offset the need of boots for Terapi. That can let AV Samurai take more hits. With Flygon losing Roost, Rotom Wash is really your only recovery, and it's with Pain Split.
Otherwise, it's like Hatteran's Raining Kiss, which is sometimes valuable. I think it's Pain
It
Split,
isn't.
right? Question mark.
I'm not entirely sure.
I don't know. I don't. I've never used Hat, so I'm not really sure.
I've only used it haven't ever had it in a draft. So I had it in a draft once, I think, but I was pre-home, and that was a long, long time ago.
Yeah.
Also, I need to use Palafin. I need to use Palafin pre-home.
Palafin's a mon I kept saying I wanted to use, and the more I kind of thought about it, I was like, I don't know if I really actually want to.
I keep saying I want to use it, and then I never get it,
Hmm.
or Dragapult's still up.
That's fair.
So, like in CDC, I was what first pick and third pick in my two divisions I played
Yeah.
in, and I could have picked in either one, but
Instead, you
I
got
took
two
I
Dragapults.
got two Dragapults. Like it's just how it is.
I did just
Like
I did just realize the speed is like it's still bad, but it's slightly better because I just realized I put the baby Terapagos in here, so it should be base 95 speed, but that doesn't really help the problem.
I think the base one's the only one in the dock because this is the
Is
dock
it
Faith
okay?
updated, right?
I think so,
So yeah, no, that's just the base one.
but it should be base 95 speed, which again
The
doesn't really help the problem, but it
I mean,
has a lot
it
of like
helps out. Go ahead.
so the team has a lot of like middling speed, kind of funky.
Oh, so I'm getting a call. It's Mudkip fun fact time. Um, all right. So my question to you is this: where can you obtain a Mudkip in the Hidden Treasure of Area Zero DLC?
It's a great question. We're actually finished. I never actually unlocked all the starters. I just like stopped playing the DLC. So I
All
actually
right,
have no
I'll
idea.
give you a different generation. Where do you obtain a Mudkip in Heart Gold and Soul Silver?
Oh god. I don't think I know that one either. I'm failing the impromptu game show, I'm sorry.
You obtain a Mudkip from Stephen Stone in Silphco after defeating Red.
Oh, you do.
If you're curious for the other one, you get it from the Torchlit Labyrinth. I've never played the hidden area of
I
Area
never would
Zero
have guessed.
DLC.
I played with the
Um,
DLC. I did everything, and then I realized like how terrible the grind was to when all like the starters stuff spawning, and I was like, yeah, I'm good.
look, I'm
I'll
gonna
just
give you
transfer my friends.
one last Mudkip obtaining a game show question.
Oh no.
Mudkip is catchable in two games, and I'm giving you one of them. What is the other game that Mudkip is catchable in?
Really trying to think if I've ever caught a mudkip in the wild. Um, is
There's
it
technically two answers here.
technically? Um,
If you get one of them that I didn't think of originally, I'll give it to you, but it's kind of cheating.
that's fair. Not sure. Like, I have two guesses, but they're kind of just total guesses. Like, I don't really know for sure. I'm probably just like crazy, but but I'll just throw out some wild guesses that are like my
Hmm.
best assumptions based off of very little factor logic.
Okay.
My thoughts were either like if you could get them in BDSP in the underground, or
Okay.
um in oh, I don't remember what the area is called, but Black and White 2. I don't remember. I'm trying to think of the name of it, but there was an area where you could get a bunch of like different like rare Pokemon at the post game, I think.
White Forest is what you're thinking.
Yes. I'm pretty
It
sure Nut
is
is right.
found in the ground underground.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
After the National Pokédex. Congratulations.
Woo.
If you would have said Palpulk in Pokemon Platinum, I would have given it to you, but it's technically cheating because you get to put your own Pokemon in there.
That's fair. That's fair.
Um, That is the Mudkip obtaining section of the game show. I will be back with more Mudkip facts when the time is right.
I peek behind the curtain for a moment. I almost feel like now in post I need to like make a little like game show stage instead of our little like announcers booth.
And are you gonna move us to it
Yes.
when I okay? You should
If
make a little.
if I can find the time, I totally will.
Let me know if you do, and I'll edit a little Maki's Mudkip game show
I love that.
icon for you to put out for us.
Okay.
I have so many more Mudkip facts.
That's great.
Muffin's gonna hate us.
Muffin loves us. It's fine.
Yeah, he does.
I will say, obviously Glass hasn't put up his Terras yet. Again, just calling people out apparently.
Oh right,
But
we have to play the second game of the segment.
it's got to be Terra Bisharp, right? Like, why else would it be here?
I'd like to take the delusions pill. Hair normal, boom burst, Flygon.
We do love Terra Flygon as well. How many points for Flygon and Bisharp? Can you do both?
You cannot.
Okay.
With Glass's Terras, he's only able to do Monkey Dory, which is a pretty cool Terra.
That's cool.
Oh wait, no, you have 20 points, don't you?
Yeah.
Not 15? Oh, you can do Flygon and Bishop. Sorry, I forget.
Okay.
CDC is 15.
I feel like that kind of has to be the two, I'll be honest. Like, Bisharp can still function without it, especially with like Eviolite and stuff, but it just becomes so much better Terra. And like Flygon just kind of absolutely has to have it.
Yeah. If it's not Bishop and Flygon, I'll be surprised, but I do think the argument for Monkey Dory getting ground coverage could be cool.
That's fair. That's fair. You know, I
Becoming a Nidoking is kind of cool.
That's so real. God, I wish Nidoking. I miss him.
I was talking about Nidoking the other day. Would he be good in Gen 9? Or do you think Power Creep would finally catch up to him and knock him out of Yu-Gi-Oh?
So I think he would run into the Landorus eye problem, where he's just not fast enough for the generation. But I still think he'd be a solid pick.
I think he might fall to RU teal-wise, and I feel like he might be fine still in draft.
Yeah, agreed.
Um,
Like he would definitely need like support behind him, but you know, it's still a Nidoking. He could still do.
Is it too soon to quiz you on another moveset?
Sure, why not?
What is the one hazard that Nidoqueen gets?
Is it T-Spikes?
It is T-Spikes.
Okay.
They do not get rocks or spikes, but they might in Generation 10.
True.
So I'm a little mixed on Glass's team. I feel like he's gonna have to play hard and fast for the lack of a better
Agreed.
way to say it. Yeah.
And the other kind of weird thing is like, as offensive as the team wants to be, I don't feel like it has like immediate breakers. Like Galapagos wants to set up. It can throw off like, you know, just straight up like Star Storms, and it is strong, but it definitely wants to set up. Like you could do like Bandit Samurott maybe, but like Dragapult generally wants to be set up unless it's like Specs or something. Ogerpon is good, but it doesn't, you know, it's not going to do everything by itself. I do feel like the immediate power issue is kind of here.
I absolutely agree, but I have two things to say because of my own personal biases.
Fair.
Firstly, it will set the stars ablaze, and secondly, people with a plan is for people who aren't clicking Draco Meteor.
True.
So, I have so many cool Dragapult sets after having it in 3 leagues at the same time, Glass. If you want to DM me for them, I have so many cool ones. They were all delusional, but I'm in semifinals in a league with a Dragapult, so I'm doing something right.
Woo.
But yeah, if you're not clicking Draco Meteor like all the time, you're playing it wrong. So just start trapping Dracos.
True.
I don't know why I went full Valigo for that, but yeah.
I also don't know if I love the only ground type being Flygon, especially if it is going to be your Terra captain.
This team doesn't love Volt Tone now that we're bringing it up.
Yeah. Like it's weird because like this team wants to be like hard and fast offense, but I feel like it's outdone by other like hyper offense teams, which is kind of weird. I don't know, it's
What's weird is I almost feel like you have to sack a mon to get momentum because you either need Morgrim to set you up hazards. That'd be crazy. That's not a clef key. Set up screens and T waves, and then potting shot or die, or you need Flygon to set up rocks and U-turn out, or you need Samurott to ceaselessly edge for a little bit. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna try that again. You need Samurott to use its signature move to set up spikes on the field. Um, Oh, Bishop the Bishop can't pivot, and Monkey Dory can potting shot or U-turn with toxic chain. It just those pivots. I don't know about the opportunity cost, and I
yeah.
feel like that's what
There's
you're gonna
pivots,
say.
but there's nothing to really pivot into because nothing wants to take a hit that's not like Rotom, or like sometimes have.
Uh, you're slow pivoting into the Rotom Wash to click another Draco Meteor,
So,
and then after you drop your stats, your White Orb procs, and you're like, "Oh baby, it's time to drop a second Draco," and then you boom, boom, boom. And then you're like, Dragapult, I need you to crit this switch. And it's like, I got you, boss. Boom, boom, boom. It's a critical hit. And then you switch out. It's the flow chart. It's the flow chart to just clicking more Dracos. And then just keep asking your opponent to not bring their fairy type. It totally works.
true. Totally
So
works.
when you're fighting crap, just ask her to not bring her Scream Tail. And then she'll bring it anyways. And then you can get mad at her. That's what a high beam.
Oh, gee.
So you're like not bringing your fairy type, right?
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Who's your fairy type in GWA?
Uh
I don't have a Draco clicker on my league. I'm clicking like outrage.
real.
Sucks. I had two dragons and they're both physical.
What
Icky.
is my fairy? I'm like legitimately trying to remember. Wait, hang on. Wait.
Yeah, I'm looking it up too.
Open this in a new window
I
so I
got you. I
don't.
got you.
Okay.
Don't worry. Your fairy type is. You know, I'm not telling you. You know what your fairy type is.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's either Sylveon or Screamtail, but I could be wrong.
No, think more crap.
Or crap. What is? Why am I not remembering my own fairy type? I feel like I drafted that whole team like a
I
fever dream.
brought it up as a joke, and you built the team around it.
Ow.
You okay?
I just need my desk. Fine.
Yeah, I jokingly said at 2 a.m. that you
Oh,
should
oh,
draft
oh, oh.
A-Tails,
Oh,
and then
that's
you built a
right.
snow team again.
I did draft A-Tails. I definitely just clicked a button, but I literally feel like I drafted this team in like a few. I don't remember half of it.
That's valid. Let's move on. Glass, I'm curious to see how it's going to work out. I don't hate it.
Agreed. I feel like
I'm,
it could use some improvements, but it's not like bad.
you have, try the team out, and if it works, awesome. If not, you have 5 trades. It's not, this team isn't dire.
Exactly.
Pack it up, GG. Snowflake is here.
True, your little friend.
Uh, but sadly, I read the last team, so it's your turn.
Okay. We have what feels like the incorrect Urshifu for this team, but the one that I like better with Urshifu single. We have
We'll get into that later.
I don't have a funny joke for Iron Treads, but we have Iron Treads.
Are you not a treadhead?
I am not a Treadhead. That's not true. I have it in a CDC. I like Treads.
I'm always a treadhead.
We have the realest of electric birds. One that I actually have faith in that's not named Kilowattrel. We have Terra. Common actually has his Terras.
Slammed on Zapdos Light.
I've drafted it twice and I still don't believe in it.
It's fine.
It's definitively fine.
It's definitively fine.
Terra Azelf is very cool though. I'm very happy with that.
Yeah, I got okay. Common. Shiva let me down. He didn't do bug normal psychic. Did you do bug normal psychic?
We can find out. We can in fact find out.
It's gonna be fairy dog psychic.
It probably is, but let's see. Comment. It is psychic fairy ghost.
Ghost dog, same thing. Not you're not exploding. You're not U-turning.
Cool. We we have Bexcalibur. He's here. We have a little the ice dragon that I feel is kind of washed in draft.
Did anybody draft his wife?
No. I feel like I saw it on the board still, but I could be wrong.
Obama still got drafted.
That's hilarious. We have Azumarill. I also don't have a joke for Azumarill.
Bunny.
Funny. We have the boring brain setter.
What are you talking about? No one else is drafting, right? It's fine.
Yeah. Oh gee. We have a Mungus.
Huh? We have what?
We have a Mungus.
Oh, sus.
We have Terrabir Scuda, who I also almost drafted. Funny
Shut
enough.
up. Now the real rain team has it.
Yeah, but I have a cooler brain sweeper. It's fine.
No, you can't say that. You didn't get you didn't take the toxic coke pill.
I wanted to, okay? It's not, I was about to say it's not my fault I can't count. That's definitely my fault. But and then
It's fine. I do love Mr. 95, the Pokemon.
real. Then we have Maki's little friend. Maki's favorite little friend.
I'm just saying this much. 3 of your team members require that fighting type immunity. I want to see a Snowflake come at least once.
That's actually so real.
This is a rain team without Ulk, so I like it.
I
This is also a rain team without Ulk or Basque Legion, which is super bold.
Yeah. I kind of don't know how to feel about this team though. It kind of feels like they took like the quintessential like rain sweeper and then kind of just said these mons are still on the board and they're kind of good. I'll just take them. Like I
I mean,
don't.
this team wasn't a rain team until this morning.
Yeah. I'm just like I'm not really sure the synergy with like Bexcalibur or Shifu on this team at all.
So I had single strike on a rain team before, and it was still really good.
Mhm.
And something that my rain team had, that this team does almost a little bit better, is it wasn't forced to rain.
Right. To be fair, that is like I've said it a million times. That I think that is the best kind of weather team in draft. Is the weather team where you can run rain or you can not run rain and the team still functions just well.
Because you can bring Shifu, Tread, Zapdos, Fax, Azelf, Amoonguss, Azu. Is
Mhm.
that 6?
I
I
think
think it's
I think
6.
that was 7.
That's somewhat of that. Um, I'll probably bring Azu there. And you can rock. And you can even bring Pelipper as a defensive pivot. I don't know what
Mhm.
you would when you have Zapdos, but
Right.
it's the option's there.
Yeah, it's like it's not bad per se. I don't know. I kind of feel like Bexcalibur feels a little bit out of place here. Like especially Bexcalibur. He feels just kind of here to me.
How much is Bax in this league? 17?
Something like that.
Okay, so firstly, you drafted Bax Calibur and Kyurem still up for the
Real.
same point value, so you can't drop Dracos. Let's talk about this. Let's go back to it. Go back to the flow chart. Every turn not spent clicking Draco Meteor is a wasted turn. And then you have Freeze Dry.
Yeah,
You do get Earthquake on Bax though, so that is
that's
the one
true.
that he has going for him. And he's a bone status absorber, which is actually really nice for Shifu and Azu. So there is merit.
Yeah, I can see it.
Uh,
I don't know. I just maybe I'm crazy, but I don't know. It feels a little awkward here to me.
Hear me out. What if that was a walking wake?
I mean that'd be quite nice actually. people
Well,
people forget Wake
August
can
still
work
up
in the
too.
rate.
Yeah, like it's a cool Sunmon, and it's also a count. No one has a Sun team this season. I'm
Yeah.
gonna spoil. I'm gonna peel back the veil, but it's also a cool tool you can use to counter weather.
Mm-hmm.
I think this one is Tyranitar. Uh, so we might get a Sun team. That's Sun Sand.
Mm-hmm.
Um, uh, what was I talking about?
Honestly, I don't remember either. We are so just delusional today.
Um, Excalibur.
Yeah.
He's fine. I just don't know if you need Backside Single. That's more my thing. And I would have liked Kyurem over Bax.
Yeah.
So you have a really, really good special breaker because you have physical handled with Bear Scooter and Single. And even Treads to a lesser extent.
Yeah.
Your only really good special attacker is Zappy.
That's something I was gonna as Elf as well. But that's something I was gonna bring up as well. Is like you're because like with this team especially like Zapdos is kind of forced to be more defensive. I think You already have so many like really good offensive hits. And like obviously you have like Amoonguss that's defensive, you have Pelipper that can be defensive. Like even kind of treads to an extent. But I kind of feel like Zapdos is a little bit forced into that like bulkier tanky role. And if that's the case, your only special breaker is Azelf. That's literally it.
And to play kind of not that was I like at the same point of I like as a utility mon so much more than a breaker.
See, I actually really like Azelf as a breaker. I used it in back when SCA was APL, and it was very very nice as a breaker. But as your only breaker, that's kind of where the issue lies. I think the only special breaker that is.
It's a good breaker. You got them all day long.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The good thing is that Azelf is versatile. I think it's a very cool Terra Captain. I like it a lot, but I really feel like Kiram would have just made this team better over Excalibur, honestly. Then you
and
also
that's
have
my
another
thing.
special breaker.
I really just would have liked this team with Kieran.
Yeah,
And I don't hate this team. As I said, I'm glad to see a rain team with some different mons on it, especially a semi-rain team. I just think Kieran would have been a little bit better.
agreed. Your hazard game is a little lacking. Like obviously Treads is amazing, and but if Azelf is going to be like your Terra Captain, I feel like you don't want to waste your Terra Captain setting up rocks. So your hazard game is a little lacking, but you're also not like super hazard weak. I'm struggling to talk about this team. It feels like it doesn't feel bad. It just feels very weird to me.
Well, let's talk about Waddle. And when I mean Waddle, I mean Mudkip. That's right. It is part 2 of Where Can You Find Mudkip? Spin-off game edition.
Oh no.
Um, all right. Which DX pair in Pokemon Masters EX has Mudkip? I'm looking for the trainer.
I'm gonna level with you. I've never played this game. Um,
Neither have I, but it was the easiest question on the list.
X pair has Mudkip.
It's the trainer. Which trainer has
Uh,
Mudkip?
it would have to be like it would have to be like Brendan or something, right? Like just some like Hoenn person. Is that his name?
Yeah, it's his name. Is that who you're guessing?
Yeah. It
It
wouldn't
is
be.
Mabel.
Oh, wait, who?
According to May, so that's what I call her.
Oh, wait, why does it May have Torchic? What?
I don't know. Brendan has Trico.
That's fine, but why would May not have Torchic? That's like her mon.
I don't know. This is Sing Pair Scout May and Mudkip. I don't know. I didn't make the game. I just made the game show question. Would you have rather asked me in Pokemon Ranger for the Nintendo DS, where do you find Mudkip? Would that have been better? Would you have gotten that one?
No, I played the heck of that game and I still couldn't tell
Yeah,
you.
I did too. I didn't know they had map names. It's Lyra Forest, by the way.
Okay.
If you're curious, I don't know what that is. But in Guardian Science, you get it in Latano Trail, and in I don't think you can get it in Guardians of Elmia because it's not on my list.
Why do all of those locations feel like places you shouldn't find a Mud? Why is Mudkip in the middle of a forest?
I don't know, but I forget that the first Ranger game is technically a Generation 3 game.
It is.
I think it's technically the only I know it's the only Generation 3 game on the DS.
Mhm.
Unless you count Pokemon Blue Mystery Dungeon. I should have saved
True.
these questions. We should do a game show
We
in,
totally
in
should.
CDC because I'm having so much fun with this.
That would honestly be really.
Um. Okay, last question. We can move on.
Okay.
What is the only Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game that Mudkip could only be the starter in?
Well, wait, I'm sorry. Say it one more time. I said like the phrasing confused me.
So, what is the one Mystery Dungeon game where Mudkip can only be obtainable if you choose him
Ah,
as your starter?
okay. Gotcha.
In every other game, you can get him in like post game or later, but there's only one
Oh,
that he has to be a starter. My co-host has been summoned, so why we Wait for that. I guess I'll read another Mudkip Pokedex entry by
So
Chewy
I'm here.
Thomas.
I had to quickly mute my mic because my mom walked in.
Never mind. You don't get the Pokedex entry. You'll have to wait.
We'll save it. But trying to remember the name of it. It's the shoot. I remember what the name of it was. I'm thinking of. It's the 3DS one that no one likes very much. That like Super Mystery Dungeon? Is that the name?
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Okay.
Why do you know that?
I played it, unfortunately.
So I wrote character for that one because you not only got the game console, the name of it, and threw shade at it. Like,
I really like the Mystery Dungeon games, so I got it hoping it would be good, and it wasn't.
was that the? I don't know if I played that one. It wasn't Super, right? No, it
I,
was Super. Was that the one with Megas?
I, I don't remember.
Because I think didn't mind that one. I don't know if I finished it. Who knows? We can move on. We'll might give them the facts later. Oh, this next one's gonna be heinous when I decide for next time. Oh, I'm mean. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Any closing thoughts on the rain team? Because it's a rain team. I do like a lot of the mons. I like that it's semi rain. It's just I don't have a lot to say. I think you said it kind of best. Amoonguss Zapdos is a cool defensive core,
That's true.
especially in rain.
Yeah, it's like I don't know. I both like and dislike this team. Like I feel like it's just a little clunky, a little bit awkward, but it's not bad. But I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I'm moving on. We
Like an
have
umbrella. Oh, this is my
Dashes.
turn.
Yeah,
Dashing into action with a round one. Hoopa Unbound mon that I don't believe is any good at all. So prove me wrong. You and I go both of it, and I think both of you guys are awesome players, and maybe I'm just terrible. Crab did good with it in UP and not UPA.
yeah.
Yeah, it is UPA, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe I'm just mean to it. You got the big shark himself. You got Big Chomp gonna set up spikes, Stealth Rock, and click Dragon Tail. You've Crep's favorite Pokemon.
Fraud.
And then you have
Gren's a
Crep's
fraud.
second favorite Pokemon right after it.
Hi, Jirachi. You're still better than Gren.
You've got Pekaron. You've got little snacky incarnate. 8 malignant chains. You have one of the worst Pokemon ever created. Um, it's rough out here. Uh, you've got a cool Weber. You have the second best Ogerpon. You've got Conk, the best Defago, and the only man who should have kept it. And then a friend.
Little friend. Little War Turtle friend.
Getting the text message, I want to draft Wartortle now, but I know I need Conk, and I swear if it gets sniped, was the funniest text to get.
I love that. I was not aware of this. That's amazing.
Um, I felt that though.
Feel.
When your Shitmon gets sniped, it feels like a personal attack.
It so does.
Like if your Dragapult got sniped, oh, why'd you play for Dragapult? I got foot sniped from me in a league before.
Oh my goodness.
I'm like, oh who?
Why though?
I got a plushie behind me. Like, why?
Oh,
Like, if you take a Suin Zora from me in a league I'm in, that's just hateful. You're just a hateful person.
that's so real though.
It's like my secondary mascot. So, yeah.
I do like this team quite a lot though.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
It feels like a really solid like balance. I like.
Yeah, I Hoopo being able to tail gets rid of its biggest weakness, which
Mhm.
is its typing, and
Like
the
U-turn.
Vikavolt gets rid of its second biggest weakness, which is its 80 speed. So I do think Terra Hoopo is what this team is gonna build around, and it does appreciate the really consistent hands-on support it has.
It does. And I would also like to point out that there is a very strong case for like a trickery mode with this team, with an AMT with Conkeldurr and stuff, which Hoopa also thrives under.
Yeah, the worst thing you want to do is be stuck in a conk behind Trick Room.
Yeah.
Have fun switching into that.
Yeah, exactly.
Have fun switching into that and then living the follow-up hit.
Yes.
And if you don't kill it, it can still Mach Punch you.
Yep.
Conk is great. I really like Conk.
Maybe like I think I might be a little bit biased to this team because it has like one of my personal favorite things in draft, which is like
Ogapunk Cornerstone? Me too.
true, but it basically has like 3 separate forms of speed control. it has a very viable trick room mode. It has like it has a strong case to put up webs, but it also just has like things like Garchomp that can be scale shot. It can be Trailblaze, Ogerpon. You have Gren who's naturally fast. Like I really like that kind of like you have to figure out which form of speed control you have to prep for every week.
Two things. Firstly, I absolutely 100% agree with you. I think that literally shows its team is well made and a good player made. I'm not even trying to glaze up dashing here. Just I absolutely agree with you. Those are cornerstones of a good team
Mhm,
because it literally struggles in team builder when you're building. What am I prepping for? And if you don't prep for trick room or you don't prep for webs or you think it's gonna be tank sharp and you just get scale shot turned one, those are all serious issues.
mhm,
And I mean, and the concept of battle bond is really, really there when you have such consistent puzzle setting.
mhm.
Um, Hazard removal is a little questionable. I love
Agreed.
Conk, and big war turtles right there.
Hey, he's got a wish passer for the War Turtle.
Yeah, you're right. Um, what was I gonna say? I think that was it. I know this team's solid. So like it's really good. Like oh yeah, that was it was gonna be about battle bond. I think I Protean's good, but I feel this is a really good battle bond team.
I feel like this might be a hot take, but I feel like Battle Bond Greninja is the only way to play Greninja this gen, just because of power creep. Like its base attacking stats are not good enough, even have stab on everything to really efficiently. But I don't think that hurts the team too much here because I think it's like you just said, it's very well built to like support Battle Bond.
Yeah, I could still justify a specs Protean Greninja here. I think, especially if you're doing like a a setup chomp,
Yeah.
and you want the immediate power, or if you have a Scarf, Hoopa, I could see you doing Scarf and specs.
Hmm.
I don't see any overwhelming weakness. Uh, and them having the wish was nice.
I think the one thing is that, like the team is a little bit fairy weak because like Pecharunt isn't gonna take like that many Moonblasts very well. Like you have Jirachi, but if that's your only like viable special fairy switch in, that's a little bit awkward. But it's not. I don't think it's the end of the world. It's just
But
like it's kind of a
two,
minor thing.
I agree with you, but fairy types are weird.
Yes.
Where there's not a lot of good offensive ones.
Yeah.
Um, of course, there's Val and like Enamorous. Not this Enamorous, the other one. Um, and like there is setup potential and the Sylveon if the offensive sets. But I feel like has a pretty good matchup in most of those.
Agreed.
And a lot of the good offensive fairies, that's not named.
What's that?
Oh,
Oh, oh,
you just
oh.
broke everything.
What? I didn't like anything. What the heck? Hello? What is happening? I literally didn't click it. Wait, what?
It's not me. I'm not even on the dock. I looked.
Oh, every time it changes the page, it's just okay. We're good. It's stop.
Okay.
What? I don't know what just.
Oh, what I was gonna say is it even to the same extent with Iron Valiant, Ogerpon Cornerstone can kind of 1v1 any fairy.
That's fair. I can see it.
And that's a hot take, I know. But I this team is a little fairy weak, especially with some of its big heavy hitters. What are Hoopa's terrors? Is it poison? Show me poison.
Find out. By let's, I mean, or I break the.
Sorry, I'm used to you checking it. I had to go
You're
pull it
fine.
up.
I just don't want to break everything again. I don't even know. I don't think I did anything, but case.
It is Dark Fairy Poison and Electric Water Steel. So we are fixing those fairy issues with Terra, which I don't love, but I do respect.
Yeah, agreed. And like Koopa with Terra Poison is a very, very good.
Yeah, I especially with AV, that completely solves your Moonblast. Um,
And granted, like that fairy, like kind of mild fairy weakness won't be a problem. Really. So it's not that big of a deal. It's just like a criticism because I it's hard to
this,
find a lot of criticism. I like this team.
this team is super solid. We all gonna have to take a commercial break. Pause the recording. So we'll return after this short break. And that was a word from our sponsors. I am completely in the same state of mind as you left me.
Absolutely nothing has changed. Definitely not like a day later. Fine.
So we were talking about this in chat today. I'm gonna this is a day later. But Keldo's fucking so cool.
What is sorry?
Con Keldor.
Punk is
I was
very
talking
cool.
I was talking to Dashing about it, and I think it's one of the coolest bulky offense mods.
Agreed. He's
Because it's
very very cool.
it's a status absorber. It's got drain punch. It's got priority. It's got defog. It's got such good stats and everything that's not speed, but it doesn't care. And tying back into what you were talking about with before the commercial break, this team has a trick room mode, and Conk and Trick Room is so cool.
Yeah, that like I am legitimately scared to try and like face that down because you already can't switch into Conk very easily anyway, and then
Well,
you'll never outspeed it in Trick Room, so it just becomes this like
if it's a
it's a
Shield
problem.
Force set, even something that resists fighting, let's say Moltres, for example, is not living a Shield Force Stone Edge or
Yeah,
Rock Slide.
exactly.
And an Amorous, hear me out. I know I was kind of shitting on an Amorous last time, but could you imagine the choice specs in Am and Trick Room?
Yeah, yeah. That is also a problem. Yeah.
I go ahead.
I don't even know what I was gonna say. I'm losing my mind today.
I'm like the number one cornerstone believer.
Hmm.
That's my little lady right there. I got
Fair.
that thing to like third kill leader in a league last season, and I didn't make playoffs in that league. I did dog shit. I got like seventh out of 16 or seventh out of 12. I didn't make playoffs for context,
Oh,
and she was still third place kill leader. That mon is free.
Bill.
Just set up a sword dance. It's easy.
I,
Just set up a sword dance and kill a weakened team.
I will say, like, it's as much as Cornerstone is great, it is a little bit unfortunate that it is Cornerstone on this team because this, like, yes, there are two water types, but this team doesn't really have a real water resist. Like, Gren doesn't want to take hits ever from anything, and
Here's
like War
my
Turtle's War Turtle.
This is my argument to that. You've got Chomp right there. Tank Chomp doesn't die. Especially with Wish Pass from Jirachi, and that's if it's a special water type. Petra, not gonna care. Ball of Liquidation from like Choice Band Terra Water Barrascuda, which
Hmm.
and let's say that you have a high power water move. Chomp's gonna live one, and there's a good chance you die in retaliation
Right, that's
if
fair.
you're a frail water type. If it's like Basque Legion and Rain, what a different issue. If it's Basque Legion and Rain, we actually don't care because Ogerpon lives one and kills with the power of a Horn Lich
True.
retaliation. Oh, God forbid a Trailblaze.
Hmm.
That's why Cornerstone is awesome. I love Cornerstone. I love
Cornerstone
Cornerstone
is very
so
cool.
much.
That's fair.
Hall Flame can eat her little heart out.
That's so true, though.
So the reason why I have this deep underlying hatred for Hall Flame is because I lost a game in CMM 2 seasons ago, back when I played in Mega Swampert, due to my Hall Flame taking Rex chip. And ever since then, I've said this mod is terrible.
That's so real.
And I just love Ogopan. It's just so awesome.
Ogre is it's fun. When it first came out, I wasn't the biggest fan, but it has definitely grown on me. I like Ogre a lot.
I'm glad I bullied you into using one in UPA.
Yeah. A shame she didn't do anything.
Just, you had the best one too.
Yeah. I think she got one kill the whole season. Granted it was on
That's
Ho-Oh, but
is that a how? Yeah. Um, I could just keep talking about how great Cornerstone is all night.
fair. Probably should
Because I
move on
mean,
before this gets too no.
you got Leech Seed. Okay, let me say this last one. You got the Leech Seed Spiky Shield set, and with Study in the picture. That's a really cool stall mod.
Is indeed. Alright, I just got a phone call and it excuse me.
Oh, that's fine. You can keep getting calls. I can just keep talking about how awesome Cornerstone is. It's just play rough, stomping tantrum. I think it gets Encore and Taunt. Spiky Shield, Spikes, Leech Seed, Horn Leech, Power Up if you're kind of cuckoo crazy. Trailblaze, the best rock type move in the video game. Only issue is getting hold an item, but it doesn't matter because you get a 0.1, 0.2 attack based to all of your stats, and she's adorable.
That is true. She is adorable. Sorry, I was dealing with said phone call.
I know that's why I was just ranting about Cornerstone.
That's fair.
No, if you're really feeling editing, just add a little Cornerstone mask over my face for that little rant. Uh, there you go. Um, yeah, I don't know Dashing. I like it. I like Cornerstone. I
I
like
think
Garchomp.
this team's
I like
very cool.
Conk.
I like it a lot.
If this was Nat Dex, this team would be even better because Vikavolt would have Roost.
Not wrong. Right. Next team. Before we spend too much time. Doggy, your guy. Someone else.
I actually think it's your turn to read the team off.
I don't even remember, but I'll read it.
Okay.
we well, I should probably say whose team it is. General Tar Heel here. We have, you know, Maki's emotional support dog, Zamazenta. Hi.
That's Cosmopolitan, the mascot of the Cosmopolitan Draft League. That's my
Indeed.
league, by the way, if you were curious.
I think it's the
Oh my
second
god.
time we've plugged that. we have the good pink blob. We have Clefable. Hello. We have the Mon. I'm still convinced is mid. We have Darkrai. We have Midrai. He's
Gotta
here.
try it at some point. I believe Muffin when saying it's bad. But Tog's using it well in SNL, and it can't be that bad. It can't. It can't be that
I'm
bad.
sure it's not as bad as like everyone likes to say it is. I think it's just one of those situations where like it looks good on paper and it has good coverage, but none of its coverage moves are like that strong. It just doesn't feel like it does enough.
Excuse me, it has no ability, and it's $18 typically.
Exactly.
I think that's really what it is. I feel like it's not the dog price bad; it's the dog price expensive.
He's expensive, and he doesn't have as much of an impact as a lot of the other in that like cost range. I think is what it is. But
What's funny is my favorite Darkrai set that I've actually lost to more than typical Darkrai is Physical Darkrai. Physical Darkrai is terrifying.
that's fair. I've seen it run a couple of times.
Like a
I'm
Swords
also a
Dance
big
Sucker
fan of
Punch
the
Darkrai with Drain Punch is crazy.
true. I am also a big fan of the Blunder Palsy Hypnosis one just because it's funny.
Yeah, I mean, fuck.
But anyways, we also have what has probably become like my favorite spinner. I like Blastoise. Blastoise is so cool. I've been enjoying the heck out of it.
Losing to Blastoise. I keep losing to Blastoise and I keep losing to Moltres. So I would lose to Geno's team.
That's so real.
I don't know what it is about Blastoise and Moltres. I can't break them.
Understandable. We have Sandy Shocks, the silly little magnet friend. We have I don't have a funny joke for Breloom, but Breloom's here.
The original Poison Human.
True.
And I don't know, you know this crap. I'm planning on making a game show. You should keep that Breloom's the original Poison Human in the back of your head.
I will keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah.
We have Amon I keep wanting to draft and then being convinced not to with Gyarados.
I mean, if I end up doing Gen 4, you should definitely draft Gyarados in Gen 4. Gen 4 Gyarados is sauce incarnate.
But I have to draft Kingdra if we do Gen 4.
I see. I don't like this whole if thing. It's more when.
I'm still not convinced. But anyway, we have sauceless Moltres. Moltres is fine.
I'm not gonna bring this up during the recording,
Uh-huh.
but remind me next time we'll bullshit about something about Gen 4, because I have something fun to tell you about it.
Gotcha. Yeah,
I know you're saying sauceless Moltres. I keep losing to this damn chicken.
It's good. It's just a little boring.
Just flame body them on, but
Real.
fuck, it's not good.
You're not. It absolutely is good. It's just less funny than the other one. We have Muck. I like Muck. Muck's cool.
I like Mugalola.
I actually like regular Muck, but I've also used it like with Terra, which is probably why I like it.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah. Then we have Mousehold, which
I
exists.
think past, present, future General Talheel did put his Terra types.
Let's find out, because I definitely did not check to
I have it
update.
open. His Terror types are Gyarados with Flying, Ground, and Dragon, and
Ooh.
Mousehold with Normal, Ghost, and Fighting. Personally, I wouldn't have picked Dragon, and I might have gone with something like Electric or even Fire. But I love Terror Flying, and I feel like I'm just gonna click Terror Flying almost every week.
Yeah, especially because Gyarados doesn't have a flying stab that is like a real move.
It's like Landorus. Well, if you
Yeah,
give Landorus Terror Flying, it's crazy.
exactly. Like
No, Lando I. Lando I still trash. Lando T.
they're real. But I actually do kind of like Dragon on Gyarados. It covers it swaps like the electric weakness. You're no longer weak to electric. You're no longer like it lets you deal with grass types as well. So does Terra Flying, obviously, but I kind of like it for like a defensive Gyarados,
I
just
like
like an
it too, but
intimidate one.
it's cool as it also keeps the fire resist, and I
Yeah.
think that's the one thing it has over grass. But
Hmm.
grass would have kept the ground weak resistance, would have had an electric
Yeah.
resistance.
You do become weak to ice at that point, though.
That you're already neutral to it though, and you're also weak to ice if you're a dragon.
Oh yeah, what am I talking about?
So I
I'm
think
not awake tonight.
the only positive of a dragon to grass is the fire resistance over weakness.
Hmm.
But it's just you have tail flying. I can't justify clicking anything other than tail flying
Terra
with
Dragon
Gyarados.
Outrage is funny.
Tail dragon. I would just think it Draco.
I don't think it does. I know it gets Outrage. I don't think it gets Draco
Let's look at. I don't know. Open up a sidebar. Let's look up.
though.
Gyarados is NUBL this shit. I hate Gen 8. 9.
That's so real.
It gets Dragon Pulse.
Okay,
It got Temple Fill this DLC.
it did, which is very very cool.
Uh, it's got some cool moves.
Yeah, I think Terra Gyarados is kind of nutty. That sounds really fun.
Oh, okay. Pause. Hold up. It can Scare Shot.
Oh,
Yeah, that's really cool.
that is scale shot with Moxie is that's
Yeah.
kind of crazy. All right, the threat found, threat identified.
I mean, it's Gyarados. I mean, I know it's not Gen 4 anymore, but it's still Gyarados. It's
Yeah, it's still
still
good.
threatens. It's still gonna threaten to win the game on the spot. It's like Salamence, but but cheaper and worse.
That's so real.
That's not even a dog on Gyarados. I love Salamence.
Hmm.
Salamence was my favorite Terramon before people realized that it was not a Terra. I had it in like 3 pre-home Terra leagues with just Terra Stab. And that thing was so fucking good.
I bet that does sound. I've only used Salamence once, and it was in GWA. I liked it a lot. I want to use it again sometime.
I love Salamence. If you ever play a Nat Deck league, play Salamence because then it gets Wishback. And then, oh,
True.
but Maki, it gets Roost. Wish Salamence is awesome. It's like Heal Bell Dragon to me.
Hmm. There.
I love Breloom.
Rhythm is very cool. I feel like
I
it's not quite as it's definitely not what it used to be, but it
no
is still
Breloom.
solid.
I have Breloom in Victini and CAC, and it feels bad. Like I love Breloom with all my heart. Um, it used to be an alternative to Gliscor. Is how I've
Right.
always thought about it. It's of course Gliscor is better. It's fucking Gliscor. Like, but has Leech Seed. It has Spore. It has Disruption, just like Gliscor. It's just, and they both have quad weaknesses. It just Breloom feels so much worse, and I can't figure out why.
I kind of feel like the only Breloom that's like still like I just feel like it's not bulky enough to do the poison heal thing very well anymore. I kind of think you have to run like the loaded dice set or like the choice span set or something.
But at that point, why are you using Breloom? It's just
Exactly.
Ignition Mach Punch?
Pretty much. It's just
Good.
off-brand Scizor.
Yeah, it's off-brand Sizzle. It's Breloom literally always felt like the discount bin Sizzle and Gliscor.
Hmm.
But with Leech Seed. And fucking Leech Seed is one of the best moves in the game. And
True.
Spore. I'm not even talking about Spore. I just I love my little mushroom friend. I just really wish he was better still.
That's I do think I've also realized the reason for Terra Dragon. The team does not have a dragon.
That's fair. Gyarados is a pseudo dragon, so that does validate it.
Mhm.
Validate it. Um, want to talk about Gen 9 Clef?
I'll be honest, I've used Clef and it really did not impress me this gen.
I used it. The only draft I've used Clef in was a Ninetales draft,
Mhm.
and I had Clef
Len.
Zamazenta. The difference was my dragon was Zygarde.
Fair.
Um, who God, come back to me, Zygarde. I miss you so much.
Same. He'll
Love
be back
Zygarde.
soon. Legends
Love
EA.
Zygarde. I love Zygarde so much.
Mhm.
That's also why I like Terrapagos because it's like my side piece, if that makes any sense. It's it's I love it's like, my my partner was out on a military expedition, but I'm still lonely. So I go pick up a guy at a bar and I found Terrapagos, but I'm still waiting for Zygarde to get back because he's like supporting my kids. If that makes any sense.
I was not prepared for that analogy, but yes, I understand.
It's easy beat, sis. You know how much I love Dragonite.
No, I totally understand.
But it's got the stupid Coil Rest Thousand Air Waves set
Mhm.
that can just win a game.
Yeah.
Um, that being said, Clef still has Wish. It did lose Soft Boiled and Toxic, and I finally feel like its Gen 1 stats are catching up to it.
Yeah, they absolutely are, for sure. Like it's still fine. It's definitely not what its bulk used to feel like insurmountable.
Unkillable. Yeah.
Now it just kind of feels like it'll take a hit.
But if it's yeah, because the bulk with hockey, excuse me, is a 95, 73, 90,
Yeah.
which isn't ideal, especially let's compare that to something like Heatran.
Mhm.
Heatran is 90, 106, 106, which
Right.
of course, oh, Clefairy has Wish and Moonlight, and Heatran doesn't. Absolutely. But I'm just saying Heatran's also 15 years old at this point, and
Mhm.
is also his age starting to show. But he's still Heatran, and I feel like Heatran is less replaceable than Clefable is, which is a crazy thing to say, depending.
I do agree, and like granted there aren't it feels weird to say, but like there aren't that many like good bulky fairies this gen, it feels like. Like all the ones that are here are good. It just feels like kind of few and far between.
It's because
And
I always say get your fairy, you get your steel first, then get your fairy.
yeah.
Because why you mean there's not very many good fairies? Getting a good steel makes or breaks a draft.
Mhm.
Because obviously we're looking at Cosmo in this draft, so this draft is good, but Cosmo isn't without weaknesses either. He
Mhm.
is fairy neutral.
Right.
So you're stuck with something like Moltres or like Mug for your fairy resist. Believe me, I'm there with you. I ended with Quillfish and Talonflame in my drafts. Um, but like to your point, those Clef, those Primarina, and like those
It's like Primy
and
Hat,
two
Screamtail,
Scream Tail was my other
and
one,
like
yeah.
Sylveon, and then kind of Florix. The Florix is like it's a special wall and nothing else really.
Still
But
sleeping on a Flog. So I'm gonna force you to use Flogs at some point. I
I,
need you to understand that Flogs is good.
it is good. Don't go. I don't dislike Florix. I just like the other ones better because I feel like they're more versatile. I guess.
I don't know. I'd even give I put some respect on Weezing G's name.
Oh, true. Weezing G. That's fair. That's fair. So I kind of think of Weezing G in like a different category as those other ones. To be fair,
Weezing G
in
is
my head,
such a unique mon.
it is.
Weezing G has three amazing abilities, and it's crazy that the one you can't justify using the most is the terrain ability. Because
Yeah.
typically that's why you draft a terrain mon like a Didi.
Hmm.
But you're like, oh no, Weezing it has neutralizing gas or levitate, and is just one of the best physical walls in the budget.
Right.
Fairy's in a weird spot this gen.
It really is. Like
I
the,
still
the
think it's
good
like
fairies are still like super good, but then the bad ones just really don't feel.
I still think Fairy's the best type in the game,
Oh, agreed.
but that's carried by stuff like Primarina, Iron Valiant, Clefable, Ignorant, Screamtail, and you're not really talking about stuff like Azumarill, Mimikyu, even Weezing. Weezing is good, but no one's ever talking about it.
Mhm.
It's more of a fuck. I got watered by a Weezing Gallo because I didn't think about it.
Right.
Or even Grimmsnarl. Like I'm a Grimmsnarl hater, but if you underestimate Grim, you're still gonna get his 125 attack. Even uninvested, that's still gonna hurt decently.
Honestly. I don't know.
And we could even bring up Alcremie if you want to talk about budget.
True.
And Dash Bun to some extent.
That's I like Dog because it has that niche where like it's arguably not good, but it has enough of a niche to, like be around.
I've had the misfortune of using Dash Bun as my primary fairy and Wish Pass for like 2 drafts, and it gets it done.
Hmm. But
But going back to it, you have Clef.
yeah.
You have one of the best fairy types, especially with Zama. Zama needs a good partner, but Zama really, really likes a dragon.
Hmm.
Believe me, I should know. Um,
Yeah. And although I do actually think Gyarados like Gyarados Soma is actually kind of cool together.
I
They
like it. I
actually
like it. I like it a lot.
yeah, they
But
cover each other really well.
the issue is I was gonna bring up Latias, for example, is keeping the dragon with the flying immunity is so nice with Zama.
Hmm. That's fair. I honestly even Gyarados just in its base form, they're like non-Terra. It's still I feel like it covers all of the same things. Like Gyarados covers, I think, every single one of Zamazenta's weaknesses.
Uh,
Fire
it's
ground
limited to ground and
fighting.
fire. Yeah, fighting. You're right. So it does.
So at least like still has a good partner here, which I do like.
I mean, it's Gyarados. It's really hard to go wrong with Gyarados.
Yeah.
It's so hard to go
And
wrong with
actually Moltres
Gyarados.
does the same, I just realized.
I mean, Moltres, that's why I use Talonflame so much. I just prefer Talon to Moltres
That's fair, that's fair. I
because
like the bulk on
Talon can't
Moltres better,
defog. Yeah, the
but
bulk on Moltres is really, really nice. It's just the fog
yeah.
and the potential for speed.
Hmm.
That being said, I lose to Moltres at least once a season, so there's that.
That's so real. Yeah, I do feel like the team like I feel like they pretty clearly built around Zama, and I think they did a good job of it.
You have to
Yeah.
when you draft Zama. If you draft Zama and throw him into a draft that doesn't support him, he's gonna do little to nothing.
Hmm.
He needs a wish supporter. He needs good ground switch-ins. He needs good fighting switch-ins. The fire weakness is bad, but it's not as crazy as the other two, I feel like.
Hmm.
And you need a status absorber, and that's what Brainloom is here for.
Right.
It's not Gliscor, but it's still
Yeah.
budget Gliscor, and that's what I think this is.
Hmm. I do think the team is pretty well thought out. There are definitely some holes, like outside of Sandy Shocks, what isn't the bulkiest thing. Team does not like electric types at all.
Doesn't, but at the same time, you have Clefable, and I know that might be just be me giving Clefable too much credit, but Clefable really fixes up every defensive issue you could ever have.
To an extent, but I don't know. I feel like strong breakers just overwhelm Clef too easily this gen, unless it's already like set up a little bit.
It does. And Strongbackers do overwhelm it, but what do you? There's nothing on this team that's gonna let it set up really, because you always have the constant threat of Zama and Darkrai,
That's fair.
and OHKOing Zamazenta is nigh impossible if it's a special Zama with the Dauntless Shield up, and Darkrai can be Scarf, can be Suckle Punch. And if it's Booster Speed, Shocks, or Technician Brainloom, you have Revenge Killers.
Right.
I think that's why I'm giving Clefable so much credit here. It's because I don't think Clefable is going to have to live a +2 attack and make that make or break.
That's fair, I suppose. Excuse me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a little too down on Clef because I really did not like it when I used it. I'm sure it's better than I'm giving it credit for. It just I don't know. It feels like there's kind of a lot riding on Clef here, and I don't know if it's up to the task. I guess is the best way of
I
putting it.
can agree to that. I do wish there was a bulkier ground type. I love Sandy Shocks, but he's not known for his bulk. He's known for his kind of utility of event killing.
I do like the speed tiers
Uh,
a lot here, though. I will
oh,
absolutely
but
say that.
I mean, it's really hard to go wrong with saying with Dograi.
Yeah.
especially with boostal shocks, like 101. Oh, but Monkey, you were giving Landos eye shit for uh 101. If you can't beat boostal speed,
True.
unless they feel like Sandy Shocks is the better Skullful.
That's fair. I could see it. Excuse me. Losing my voice.
I don't know. Last thing I think we should talk about on this team is Mousehold. I feel like we haven't spoken about it once.
I I, I don't I am not a Mousehold believer. Like it's very cool,
This
and every once in a while it kind of just wins games, but like it's so I feel like it's so easy to prep for.
okay. My opinion on Mousehold is my opinion on Golgonackle,
Hmm.
and their presence forces an item,
Right.
and that's a Rocky Helmet or Clover Cloak respectively. That is one less leftovers, one less heavy duty boots, one less resist berry, one less choice item. Even not bringing Mousehold or bringing Golgonackle forces prep.
See,
Especially because you have, we'll use the Gog for example. Drafting Clefable against Gog, you have the best Gog check. The team that has Garchomp has the best Mousehole check.
that's fair, and I do like agree with that, but I don't think this is necessarily like I don't know. I don't feel like forcing a Rocky Helmet is really good with this team because you have Gyarados that doesn't want to like take Rocky Helmet chip. You have Zama that really doesn't want to take Rocky Helmet chip. Blastoise can't flip turn as efficiently. Breloom doesn't like it. So I get the point. I don't think that's necessarily a good thing with this team, especially. And
That's valid.
and also to be fair, that also like Mousehold is kind of also forced into protective pads unless you want it to just die.
Yeah, it's fair. I think I like this team more than you do.
I I don't dislike it. I just don't. I don't know. I don't love it, but I don't dislike it.
I think this is a higher skill team, if that makes sense.
That's fair.
And I feel like that's what Clefable's really shining. I feel like if you're not thinking with Clefable, she doesn't have the bulk anymore.
Hmm.
But if you play Clefable well, I feel like she can still be her Gen 6, Gen 7 version, even without Soft Boiled.
That's fair. I think the only other weird thing about Clay People, it is the biggest crit magnet ever, which is unfortunate. And obviously that's a luck thing. Like that's not like you know. I just feel like anytime trying to
I was
set
gonna
up with
say, I think
Clef,
every
like
Cosmic Powermon is a crit magnet.
yeah, I don't like I said, it's kind of like a not really a point. I don't know. It just Clef just feels so awkward to me. This like I guess it's the
I can
bottom
agree.
line.
I can agree Clef is definitely not as good as she was last year.
Hmm.
But I still think last gen might have been her best generation ever, so we might just be
That's
feeling
fair.
Clef return to how she was.
That's fair. I do like the team though. Like I said before, I really like the Zamazenta Gyarados Moltres kind of like set up all covering each other.
I
Darkrai
think
definitely
I
fits
like
here.
Zamazenta Gyarados more the more we talk about it. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Yeah, it's actually really cool.
Do you want a Mudkip fun fact before we end this team?
Sure,
When I mean by Mudkip fun fact, I mean, do you want another Mudkip trivia question?
might as well.
Uh, hmm. I'm gonna give you some questions about Mudkip's move pool. In Generation 9, what is the last move it learns?
Fast moving in Gen 9. You said
In Gen 9.
if you had asked me Gen 3, if actually I still wouldn't. Um, I've not
It
leveled
is
up.
not the same move in Generation 3 as it is in
I didn't
Generation
think
9.
it would.
Fun fact.
I might as well take a shot in the dark because I literally have no idea.
Go ahead.
There's no way it's Mirror Coat. I learned Mirror Coat earlier. Trying to think of like what moves my Kip gets. I use Swampert all the time. I should really know better. It's it's not Mirror. I'm just gonna say Mirror Coat because I really can't think of anything else. I don't think it actually is, but that's just my best guess.
This is actually one that my level up. It is Hydro Pump, But fun
Oh,
fact, in Generation 3, it's a devil.
yeah, because it didn't get
It
Hydro Pump in Gen 3.
it does. It gets it before a devil.
Did it? Maybe it was just Swampert that didn't get it. I distinctly remember in Gen 3 leveling my Swampert to 100 and being very sad that it never Hydro Pump. Maybe it was one of those things where like it had to be
Um,
Mudkip to learn it or something.
Brainloom doesn't learn Spore, but Shroomish does in Generation 3.
Yeah, Gen 3 was weird.
I have one other move pool question because I think it's kind of interesting. We're gonna keep Generation 9 for this one. What traditional TM move does Mudkip learn by level up? There's two, and I'm looking for both of them.
Traditional TM, you said?
Yes.
Traditional
HM, my bad.
HM. Okay, that's what I thought you meant, but I was like, I'm very confused.
What traditional HM moves does Swampert or Mudkip learn by level up?
I feel like one has to be Waterfall. Does Waterfall even exist this gen? No idea if Waterfall even exists. There's no way they gave it Rock Smash. I don't think
I
Rock
can't
Smash.
answer that question.
I know. I'm just like I'm thinking. I'm trying to think if Rock Smash even exists this gen. I think it does, but I have no idea. In fact, I think it does. 'Cause I swear I saw someone like have it on a. Unless that was an at Dex, I don't know. I think Surf is more likely than I think. I'm gonna go with Surf,
Okay.
and I'm going to go with Rock Smash was really funny, but I don't think it's that. I don't think it's Dive. I don't think Swampert even gets Dive. Actually, maybe it does. Maybe I'm just insane. If it's just Surf and Waterfall, I'm gonna be very upset. Um, I'm just gonna say Surf and Waterfall. I don't even know if
Final
Waterfall still
answer?
exists, but I'm going with it.
Final answer?
Yeah,
Okay. It is Surf. Waterfall does exist in Generation 9.
but it's not that.
It is Rock Smash.
Oh my god.
It learns Rock Smash at level 6.
Why?
I don't know. When you instantly went to Rock Smash, I was like, what the fuck? Why do you know that? And then you started moving away from it. I was like, yes, yes, yes. And then you brought it back up, and I was like, no shot.
I don't know why I just went right to Rock Smash, but apparently I don't know. I should have trusted my gut, I guess.
And that is the Mudkip move pool fun facts. Don't worry, I still have more. Let's move on.
And that will transition us to our next team with J-Bob.
Yo, hold up. Okay, we gotta take another sidebar. I want to use DL speed so bad. I want to use DL speed so bad. I need it in my life. I need to know, is it real? Is it cooked? Is it actually the coolest fucking thing in the generation? And
You know,
that's all I'm gonna talk about DL speed for, is I need to know if it's real.
I had no interest in it until Endless started talking it up just really, and now I'm kind of interested.
That's not even what got me on it. It's the only mixed attack on Generation 9.
That's so real.
It's the only mixed attacker. It has hazard supporting. It has the speed. It has recovery, but let's not get overzealous here. Um, it's such a cool mod.
It
DL
is pretty
speed's
cool.
awesome. I've also really come around recently on Roaring Moon.
Warren Moon's
This mod
awesome.
might be the coolest fucking thing added in base game DL Gen 9,
It,
not including Ogopon.
I've said it once and I'll say it again. If you don't just think of it as like a Dragon Dance bot and nothing else, it's actually really.
Yeah, no, seriously, 'cause that's what I thought it was. It was Dragon Dance Pop, but it's not.
It's actually like
Um,
I love Roaring Moon. He's so cool.
I don't love Enamours. We've talked about Enamours enough. This is the better one, but I still feel like she has so many issues. She has the genie issue.
See, I didn't like Enamorous until like midway through CDC season 2 when she just started winning games, and I was like, oh,
She
I
did.
see.
I'm not convinced yet.
That's fair.
Um, Another one I'm not convinced on yet is Gen 9 and Empoleon.
I love Oleon.
I mean, getting Roost was huge, but losing Defog sucks.
Yeah, but getting competitive was also huge.
Yeah, I'm sure Empoleon's better than I'm giving it credit for.
It's like me and Clef.
Yeah, probably almost the absolutely. Water Steel's a great typing. We get a great Claude Fox.
Yeah, Cloud's great.
I'm Poltegeist is a Pokemon you can draft. Uh, Indeedee, Dio Speed, something I want to do personally myself. So J Bob, I have high hopes. Let's see you do it. We got webs here. I don't really know why webs are here, but they're sure here.
I'm pretty sure they're here for a Nam mostly.
A Nam, I was gonna say to convince a defog
And
for Empoleon.
yeah, and to be fair, the team is pretty darn slow. Like it looks fast at first. We see like Speed, Roaring Moon, Galvantula, but it drops
That's valid.
really quickly.
Uh, and then you have Decadui Hisui. I like Decadui Hisui, but I
I
don't know if
love it.
Decadui Hisui is great. I just kind of like him.
He's actually really good, but it's kind of like what you're saying with Clef earlier. If you're smart with him, he's super good. If you're not, he's just gonna die.
Yeah, especially with 60 speed and a quad when it gets
Yeah.
to flying. Colossal is an interesting Pokemon, and it's this team's primary hazard removal. Um,
I mean,
I
just Decidueye has defog. That's
man,
totally
every
totally
time
good
the
removal.
Decidueye is out and you're not clicking triple arrows, you're
Exactly.
losing value. And then we have Porygon 2, and I love Porygon 2. I've always had.
Oregon 2 is
Um,
very
it's surprisingly not a Terra Captain.
glad you found it because I was trying to look for the Terra Captains and I
The
couldn't
Terra
find them.
Captains are Poltergeist with a Ghost Fighting Fairy, Galvantula with Electric Grass Ghost, and Colossal Fire Water Fairy. I feel like all three of those are solid Terra Captains, but I feel like there's no reason, even with Poltergeist sweeping potential, you should have picked anything other than Porygon 2.
That's fair.
Because that's the best fairy type in the format.
You're not wrong. We found it. We found the real best fairy. The best offensive fairy, anyway.
I mean, think about it. Tell me one thing you lose from clicking Trinity.
You click it into a ghost type.
You're right. But now you're a fairy type. And you're Porygon. Porygon 2. And you
True.
have a download boost. Oh, Ghost Type gets Shadow Ball.
Yeah. Now, Porygon 2 is very cool. I do like the bulk on this team. I feel like this is one of the first teams we've looked at least tonight. I'm blinking slightly on the first two teams like that, but like this team actually has like really respectable bulk and like defensive play, which is
I
something I personally look for a lot.
agree. I am a bit worried about ice types in this team.
That's a hole in Poleon.
It is. It is. That is a whole Empoleon.
But no,
Okay,
you
what
are
else
right.
wants
There's
to
a
switch into
lot
the
of
ice type? Yeah.
yeah.
Like Colossal and Napoleon are the only Pokemon that really want to come into an ice type. And if it's something like Mamoswine, neither of them do.
Mamoswine
Or
does just kind of 6-0 this team.
Mamo does clear this entire team. And it doesn't even have to be Mamoswine, it can be like Frostlass Tail Ground. The combination of Earthquake and Ice Shard, maybe not Ice Shard, let me give the team more credit. And like Triple Axle or Iso Crash really does this team in.
Yeah, that's fair. A
Eepy. Point and Eep.
little bit.
Um, well, I don't hate this team. I know it was kind of mean to be like, oh, Mama's 6-0 is this team. I mean, ground ice coverage is some of the best shit in the game. That's not hard to say, as Mamoswine's good into this team.
Yeah. But I do like the team though. I like that. I don't love the speed. The speed is pretty, like I said, it starts off really promising and then kind of drops off a cliff. But you do have webs to at least help out with that a little bit, which I don't hate. Plus webs plus like Poltergeist. And also webs to make sure like a Scarfer count out speed Deoxys. Like I see the vision. I get it. encourage defogs with Empoleon. You don't have a. I was about to say you don't have a ghost. That's a poltergeist right there. Never
You don't have a defensive ghost. You have a very, very aggressive ghost. It's kind of like having Mimikyu as your spin blocker.
Mm-hmm.
But I think Mimikyu's better.
Agreed.
Um,
Disguise kind of makes up for a lot of that.
yeah. Not that Weakomo Shadow Smash is bad by any means. That can win games on the spot, especially when you have Psychic Terrain to back it up.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, but now here we're talking about another Mon that's reliant on Psychic Terrain. And now we have lackluster hazard control and having to bring a shitmon for most consistent sweeping strategies. That's a third of your team dedicated to shitmons.
See, I don't necessarily see that as a bad thing, but that's I'm insane. So
I like shitmons. I feel like a good team has to have shitmons, but I also don't like having to have two, especially in such. Okay, I'm gonna Ndidi, Palapa, Torkoal, Ninetales. Yeah, the enablers. Having one of those makes sense. But you typically have them with a Corviknight, a Donphan, an Iron Treads as your hazard control, not a Colossal. Something a little bit with a bit more oomph, a bit more je ne sais quoi, pizzazz than a rock removal weak to rocks.
that's fair. Yeah, it is basically forced into boots unless you tear it early, which isn't ideal. And like we
Okay,
were saying, like Decidueye can be your hazard removal, but especially when you have like Clodsire and stuff that wants to be spreading hazards for your team, like you don't necessarily want to be clicking defog unless you absolutely have to.
yeah. Uh, and saying that Colossal doesn't need boots unless it tails early is the same argument saying that Avalugg doesn't need boots
Yeah, exactly.
but like, man, even if you tear a fairy, do you really want to take percentage to Raven Spin?
Right. Definitely not ideal. Oh.
This team isn't Hazard weak, but it doesn't love Spike's chip.
Yeah, Spike Ship does a lot to this team actually.
Especially if you're just breaking the sash on Poltergeist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I definitely do. I would have liked to see better hazard control. I do like that they have multiple options for it at the very least,
Oh
but
god, if it was just Colossal or just Decadui, we'd be in a completely different situation here.
yeah, like the hazard removal is fine. I just wish it could have been better. I guess is the way I'm thinking. It's kind of just fine. Your hazard potential on the other side of things is very nice with like Clodsire, Galvantula, and Polion. You have things to like prevent defogs from being like freely clicked with Empoleon
Decadui should
and
get
Enamorus.
spikes.
Yeah, yeah, that's fair.
Especially the Hisuian. It's a rogue. What rogue doesn't have Caltrops?
So true. That'd be cool. That'd be a nice niche.
I mean, it'd still be well studded than Chestnut, but that's been the point.
That's fair.
We all can't be fucking Chestnut.
Yeah, that's off my god. I like that dude.
I hated Chestnut as a kid. I was stupid. Chestnut's awesome.
It's fun. Honestly, I wasn't a big fan of like any of the starters from that gen. That's not true. I liked Delphi, but Chestnut really grew on big time.
Same. Chestnut's really, really cool.
Hmm.
But I think Decadui is better on this team than Chestnut because it doesn't have to fuck.
Yeah, that's fair. And it is a little bit more like offensively oriented, which is I think that is good because you don't have a lot of like initial power with this team. Like Deoxys Speed
But
like has it has like Psycho Boost and stuff, but it doesn't have the highest special attack. Roaring Moon obviously can hit hard right off the bat. Same with Enamorus.
I was gonna say Namorous, I feel like this team's a medium power.
Yeah, but beyond that, like you don't really have a lot of immediate power unless you're like an offensive Empoleon or something.
Hey, Specs and Polar Frogs.
Oh, it does. It absolutely is. It's not what Empoleon wants to do every single.
Oh, agreed. Especially is it the model with okay that and Clodsire, which are both special walls.
Mhm.
Are you really and Polygon? I think about. I was gonna talk about this team's lack of wish passel, but I feel like you have enough recovery. It doesn't really
Yeah, all three of their like main like defensive
matter.
ones have recovery. Even like
I'd
even
I'd argue four.
technically five.
What's the what's the fifth?
You have Spadef Roaring Moon, you have like a Fizdef Decidueye, and Empoleon
You're
Clodsire
right.
Porygon.
Decadui does have roost.
Indeed.
I just wanted to go back to saying how Rowing Moon's actually not sauceless.
I love Roaring Moon. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely don't dislike the team. I think it's I mean we've said it before. Like none of these teams are bad, but
I really like the season of Mudkip.
agreed. I think my favorite thing about the team is the indeed Deoxys. That's going to be very very interesting to see how that goes.
That I mean, even that with a boost of speed, Roaring Moon under
Mm-hmm.
Psychic Train.
Exactly.
I'm really happy that Roaring Moon is the dragon they picked,
I agree.
and because I think it's very comparable to Dragonite in a lot of ways, and I feel like this is one of the scenarios that Roaring Moon is better than Dragonite.
I totally agree. Yeah.
Which mon is better on every other day? That's an argument. They're very comparable, which is weird because they're very different mons.
Mhm.
But I feel like when you're sitting down and debating which Dragon Dance people you want, you think, do I want bulk or do I want a bit more power?
And then you say I can have both and take Gouging Fire.
But Judging Fire doesn't have the immediate speed or the immediate
I know.
instant.
I was just making this.
Oh,
You are
you
correct.
will. But what I was gonna say was, is those three really are the Dragon Dance brothers? Which one of their specific toolkits do you want?
Hmm.
And typically, I would agree. In most scenarios, it is Gouging Fire. Because you have the fire immunity, you have Blending Bulwark, you have healing, you have the photosynthesis opportunity, you have Earthquake. There's so many good things about Gouging Fire. But I feel like I like Rolling Moon more on this team.
No, and this team definitely for sure. I'm very glad this ring got it out.
And I absolutely would not want Dragon on this team.
Yeah, Dragonite into the Psychic terrain. Not good.
Yeah. But we don't need to talk about Dragon Dance anymore. I'm actually not gonna do a Mudkip fun fact. I think we had a Dragon Dance fun fact on this map.
Oh,
Match. And we're gonna move on.
okay. On to Hunter. I feel like this one actually has Terras because it did it quick enough. Oh, I'm reading, aren't I?
Yeah, it's your song.
I'm on top of it, I swear. We have a Mr. Palafin, Mr. What's the I'm forgetting the name. Mr. One for All himself. That's what I was trying to say. I got there.
Mr. Who?
One for All.
Who?
It's a My Hero
You gotta pick one of the not shoujo, that's the go one, shonen anime I've actually seen. So can you come back with a JoJo reference or just a Kaisen reference? Thank you.
I have seen neither.
You should watch both. I was forced at gunpoint to watch JJK. It's very good, and I watched JoJo back in high school.
See, I have tried to watch JoJo and I cannot get past the art. I don't like it.
There's prepubescent Maki pictures of Jotaro, so just have that image in your head.
That's so real.
Um, um,
Anyways,
it's just great. Definitely watch it.
that's fair.
And no, definitely watch it so you can read it and then get to the real good stuff. Because Part 7 and Part 8 are the best parts, and it sucks that they're manga only. But you can watch a stand beat to death a zombie with a shovel. Please read Part 8, it's the best fucking part.
Alrighty then.
Sorry,
No,
I
no,
had to
you're
do
fine.
my JoJolian propaganda.
That's totally fair. But we have Mr. Longneck himself, Raging Bolt. I don't have a joke for Rillaboom. I just like Rillaboom. He's cool.
Here comes the boom! That's my
There
joke.
you go. I've also just tried not to yell. We have
That's fair. It's like,
we have
hey,
Rillaboom's fellow monkey. We have Annihilate. We have
it's real monkey business on this team.
indeed. We have we have Tyranitar without extra drill for once, which is kind of fun to see.
Yo, it's the guy on my keys.
True. We have the other Weezing that we haven't discussed, okay, but that is definitely a Weezing.
Oh gosh, about how great Weezing is when we get there.
We have Delphox, which is my Pokemon Unite main. That's the only joke I had for that one. We have
I mean,
non-Terra
like,
Avalugg, which I'm very much
did, any,
questioning, but we'll
did
come back to
anybody
that.
draft mine? Let's find out.
We have
You know what? Pause. No one drafted Dragonite. Fix that shit.
that's so real.
He didn't draft the best dragon ever. Bo's the original one, and you didn't even put some respect on his e-speeding name. Sorry.
No, you're totally fine. We have Terra Metagross, which is very cool. I'm glad we allowed it because I just want to see it do things.
I got cheesed by that in UBDL. I want to
Fair.
talk about Terra Metagross.
Speaking of getting cheesed by, we have Terra Houndstone.
Are you sure this is not your team?
It does look like a very me
Are you sure
team.
this is not your team? The Terra types are, in fact, Steel, Water, Fairy for Metagross, and I bet you never guessed the Terra types for Houndstone. I bet you never
Please
guessed them.
don't tell me it's Ghost Water Fairy.
It's Ghost Fighting Fairy
Ah, okay, that's fair.
for Body Press.
That's fair. That's fair.
I don't. Okay, I'm gonna be very brutally honest with this team. I think this team is good. I just feel like there wasn't a lot of thought put into it.
It's
It feels
so
very
slow.
it feels very much like Good Things Go. And
Yeah.
not in Good Things Go in like a hyper offense way. In a Palafin's good, Raging Bolt's good, Rillaboom's good, Annihilate's good, Tyranitar's the most impactful Pokemon of all time. Like, which Pokemon do I like on that team? But that's what I mean of it feels very I love when I was light on Yu, I was just using Banded Tito as my lead because I had an Excadrill. I wasn't Sandwich, I was Motorbike. I was just especially defensive Excadrill.
Mhm.
Um, but you can fake people out with it, and Bandit Tito hits like a fucking building. But if you lead Tito, and you, even without an Excadrill, you can bait Sandwich. You can bait the fact that you're going for sand, and then just sending off the most powerful knockoff in the game.
Mhm.
And you don't have the mind games here, and nothing here benefits from Tyranitar Sand.
It's only Houndstone. It's literally only Houndstone.
Oh my god, that thing has an ability that boosts. Oh, heh. Sorry, that's not just
It's not
fluffy.
just Fluffy, yeah. I guess like technically Metagross kind of does in the sense that like, it doesn't take the chip and its opponent does. But if you tear
I
it,
mean,
that's not even the case anymore.
Rhythm doesn't care because of grassy terrain and stuff.
Yeah,
Tyranitar's still amazing.
that is kind of
It's
also
just
the weird thing with this team. Sorry, not to cut you off. I just wanted to mention it real quick. That like you have Tyranitar and Rillaboom, so you're not even taking advantage of like the sand chip.
yeah. All the grassy terrain chip here. That was my thing here. I do like Raging Bolt Rillaboom a lot. That's not something I'm disagreeing with.
Like Bolt
And I
Pelipper and Rillaboom's very cool.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still love Tyranitar, and I don't even hate T-Tar on this team. It's just I love Tyranitar, and this next sentence is gonna hurt me to say. Why is it not a Hippowdon? There's no ground type on this team.
That's actually so true.
And I love Tyranitar, but if you got rid of him, it would help with your fairy weakness a little bit. Now that you have a huge one, but a lot of your big heavy hitters are either fairy weak or fairy neutral.
Yeah. Like, granted, you do have a very good switch in with Metagross and like kind of Wheezing, but
What do you mean, kind of wheezing? I'm not. What's in this
Wheezing does
wheezing
not. No,
slander
I'm just saying
tonight?
Wheezing does not want to take many Moon Blasts because its special defense is not good.
You gotta take one and force a switch and force a Will-O-Wisp.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Or a Pain Split, God forbid.
And I guess you do have Delphox as well. So it's not
That's a wave passer for the wheezing.
indeed. I don't like.
I'm surprised you humored that as much as you did. I was expecting you to laugh at that.
I like Delphox. I'll allow it. But I just to go back to it, the speed is horrible. 104
Maybe.
being your fastest is
We have Dragon Dance Tito. I don't see what the issue is. We're playing ADV now.
The good thing is you do have like three,
Oh my god.
four very, very good priority mons, which helps that a little bit.
You do have two amazing ADV mons in Tyranitar and Metagross, I just
You really
realized.
do. But correct me if I'm wrong. Their only removal is a non-Terra Avalok.
Yes,
Yeah, like that's
Wheezing does not get defog, only G Wheezing does. Wheezing
yeah,
instead just gets insane amounts of fucking sauce for drafting.
that's so true.
So yeah, can you tell what poison types I like?
Not at all. You
I just
seem to
can't
like
help
all of the round ones.
because no one else drafts them. I'm left with them. I'm left with the misfit little round balls of smog. And I'm like, well, shit, man. I have a Zamazenta. You ready to take 800 close combats? Like, yes, of course. And then they end up being the one Pokemon that saves my entire ass. And
That's so real though.
thanks, circular poison types. You're really all my savior.
So real. But yeah, you have a team that doesn't like hazards, and your only removal is an Avalug. Like, that's not
Non Terra
good.
Avalon.
Yeah, that's really not good, friend.
Okay, excuse me. Going more into this, is you have one of the best Defiant mons in the game, and you're not even really baiting the fog.
Yeah, like you have two rock
Tyranitar,
setters, one of which that doesn't
Tyranitar is your
want to.
only real rock settle,
Yeah.
and unless you have Excadrill, you want to be AV or Choice Band. I feel like,
Mm-hmm.
or Dragon Dance, but Dragon Dance T is really a joke in Gen 9, and that
Yeah.
really hurts to say.
And
But
Metagross really doesn't want to bring rocks. It has better things it could be, especially its Terra Captain.
that's the issue. So does Tyranitar. Like I think Tyranitar is more okay running them, but you also have 100 physical attackers on this team.
That's so real.
Like you have Bolt as your special attacker.
It's literally
Is
Bolt
it
Delphox.
Bolt doesn't have immediate power.
It definitely does. It's like 137 special attack with
It
electric stab.
feels it feels so much weaker than that. I feel like
I,
you
I
need
think it's because everyone runs it bulky, but like you can very well just run it specs and click 137 base power or like base special
that's
attack
fair.
modest Trico
Everybody
meteor.
runs this thing bold.
Yeah. So with that being said, I don't love the like defensive profile of this team either. 'Cause,
What
like
do you mean Weezing Avalanche?
yeah, like you basically have three like insane physical walls and not a single special wall to be seen.
No, okay. Technically, those Tyranitar.
Yeah, but Tyranitar doesn't have longevity is the problem.
It does with Wish, but you have a Wish Passel. I'm not saying it's a good special longevity, but AVT Tall with Wish support does not die.
Hmm. The problem is you're kind of like forcing yourself to run that every week.
Which you're letting two of your biggest damage dealers not
Yeah,
be. Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree. I'm not saying I love it. I'm saying like I'm working here. I
that's fair.
typically I'm not the one playing good cop. Typically, I'm the one playing bad cop, but you're just going so hard into this team. I gotta play good cop.
Yeah, I think I'm like not upset by it, but like I'm going so hard in it because it almost looks like a team that I would like a lot, but there are just a lot of little things that are just like, what, why though? I don't know, I also just I really don't see the synergy here, like beyond like Palafin, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, and then like the singular combination of like Tyranitar, Houndstone. I don't really see the vision.
Well, my issue is, and this team relies on chip heal, and you have chip damage.
Yeah.
I think that's my biggest complaint. And I love Rillaboom and I love Tyranitar.
Mhm.
It feels like you're leaving at a set negative.
Yeah, agreed.
I also just don't love the no ground type.
Yeah, the no ground type is definitely not fun.
Well, because okay, I'm gonna attack my boy Weezing here for a second. It's a really good physical bug switch in, but that is a miserable volt switch in. And I brought up your only real special wall in air quotes is Tyranitar, which is weak to U-turn. You can and Flipton. You can really easily get caught in the Voltex in this team. Just think about
Yeah.
Rillaboom. That's a Volt switch in. Weak to U-turn. That's my issue with this team.
I guess like only good things you have Annihilate that kind of discourages that because you don't want to just give fist boosts, but like even then, I feel like you get chipped down too easily trying to like work that vortex.
Well, especially if they have spikes. God forbid they have Hammer Out with Flipton,
Yeah.
into Landorus, into Zapdos. I don't think any team has Hammer Out Zapdos Landorus. If it does, God forbid, that's terrifying. I need the dread of that. Um, but that is an insane vortex they caught in because then you have spikes, you have static, and you have stealth rock. Flipton, Uton, Volt Switch, spikes, stealth rock, discharge. It's you can't do much about that with this team.
Yeah. I don't know. Like it's not a bad team. I don't think it has
Hmm.
like the same synergy as some of the other teams. It feels a little disjointed and like kind of like you were saying earlier. It just kind of feels like they said like, ooh, like good thing, I want this. Ooh, good thing, I want this. And they didn't really think about how they play together.
And you can't just pick good thing, but the issue is that Powerful and Raging Bolt take strategy, and it's not like I'm gonna use a mod that I love, for example. It's like Dragonite, that you can really just throw a Silk Scarf on, or throw a Choice Band on. It doesn't matter how many brain cells you have, you're going to get guaranteed value. You can slam your head into the keyboard and get a triple kill.
So real.
That's an attack on me. No one drafts a Dragonite than this league. That's just as much to dig on Maki. Um, Palafin takes setup. Raging Bolt takes setup. Annihilate takes setup. A well-played Tyranitar takes setup. The only plug-and-play mod on this team is really Rillaboom.
Yeah, you're really not wrong.
And I'm not saying that Hunter can't do that. I'm saying it's harder when you have a team with less synergy and no plug-and-play mods.
Agreed.
Let's talk about Mudkip.
Fair enough.
You know what types Mudkip is resistant to?
Wait, resistant to like
Yeah.
why is my brain turning off? I'm tired. Resistant to? Do you mean like the things it resists? That
Yeah, what is Mudkip switching in on?
okay? I don't know why that was so hard for me to like understand. Ah, well, obviously it's switching in on fire moves and water moves. Right.
Uh-huh.
My brain is catching up. Give me a moment. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not awake tonight. Why is my brain like just forgetting what water resists?
That was the main question here, yeah.
Yeah, it's like for some reason in my brain, I'm just like, what does
This
water
was this
resist
was
again?
this was the easy question
It
before I could
it was. You're right.
before I went to the more bullshit question.
Why am I forgetting what else water resists? What is wrong with me? Does it resist anything?
You really want me to tell you?
I'm gonna feel real silly. I can literally only think of water and fire right now.
Wait, was this ice?
Oh, ice! Duh!
And it also is a steel.
It does resist it. Yeah, I'm really tired.
Only 9.
Yeah, I've also just not been sleeping.
Same though. Okay, your next question is what two games got a Mudkip mystery gift slash distribution?
Oh no, I never pay attention to. Gosh,
Okay, you know what? I'm only gonna ask for the American one. I didn't see the other ones in Japan. So if
I'm
you can
pretty
give
sure I still don't know it, but I will try.
okay, if you can give me the American one, I'll be happy.
It's just a total shot in the dark because I don't ever pay attention to these. So I'm just gonna pick a random game, guess it.
Okay.
That's the closest I'll get. I am gonna go with completely arbitrarily for no reason whatsoever. I'm just gonna choose Gen 7. I'm just gonna choose Sun and Moon.
It was black and white.
I almost said black and white as well. That's funny.
Last Mudkip trivia before we move on. What is Mudkip's base stat total?
Oh God, um I should know this 'cause I'm pretty sure all starters have the same base stat total. Or like
All
similar?
starters but one.
Okay. If I ever looked at the actual base stat total, I don't think I have. I want to say it's like 350 or 380 or I have no idea.
Is that your final answer? 380.
Yeah.
It's 310.
Okay.
Um, every starter has the exact. I think I don't know if that's the exact same stat total, but it's very similar, except for Swampert. Swampert has the highest base stat total of any 40 of our starter Pokemon.
Let's go Swampert's great. Swampert's the best.
Uh, it is like 10 more. Funnily enough. But yeah, we can move on.
Woo. My brain is not working for trivia tonight, and I think it makes it even funnier.
Oh, don't worry, we have so many more.
We do.
Oh yeah, if you're curious, going back to it, yeah, Mudkip has sorry, Swampert has 535 BST,
If you'd asked me Swamperts, I probably could have actually told.
and Charizard has 534, so it is one more BST.
That's so funny.
I knew it had the most. I thought it was 10. No, it's one
That
than the
one.
rest of them, and that's why it's stuck with Dave for 1 point in special defense.
So
Um, in the indomitable will at the apex of the world, the god-shattering star, as the only Three Houses song titles I know. Foldman, the Foldman winds of um, Shez is better than Dimitri. Don't at me. Uh, this is a Shez-pilled household. We have Specturier. Peter, the horse is here. I can't do Lois, I'm sorry. But the Haunts is here. We have the worst of the Gen 9 starters.
so real.
I did say how much I love JoJo. But he lost the Josuke hero. So you just get to be kind of worst Rapid Strike. You have Gliscor with no sauce up next. Um, then you got a pretty good amount of Terra and a pretty terrible Mon without it. A Mon that should be banned due to uncompetitiveness. Uh, the biggest failure in wall compression in the video game. You got Ozzering. He's a circle. You have my goat, Baby Zapdos. The third best electric flying type, Amolga's better. Sorry, not sorry. Amolga's friend. Uh, Tentacool is just kind of great. I don't gotta attack that.
I
That's a
love
spinner
Tentacle.
right there. Yeah, like it's a solid mon.
I've drafted him like 4 times now.
That's Volcarona with no cheese. And what the fuck is a Obama's no doing here?
I'm glad you had the same thought process I did.
So Undoubtable was drafting this team and leaving me a lot of picks and talking me through it, and I had to be an unbiased a third party, obviously. I'm not really sure what this team's doing at all.
I,
I
I
understand we have screens because we have Volcarona and we have Spectral and we have Ting Lu because Ting Lu is good and we have Gothitelle to catch things that are weak that Spectral Regidrago is weak to. It's just I don't love it.
yeah, I feel like it kind of wants it feels like it wants to be like hyper offense with like Ting for your hazards, and you have like a Abomasnow or Tinkaton for like your you have Gothitelle to like get rid of the threat for your chosen sweeper, and then you have like Spectrier, Quack, Volcarona, Ready Drago. I get it. I just don't know if I love it.
And that's my thing. Is I know that there was a shitload of snipes in Mega Swampert, but it almost feels like you're using the B list of every
This was
single
Mudkip, but yes.
option. Yes, my bad. You have like the B list of every single Pokemon possible. Quaquaval is like was Rapid Strike, but it has Rapid Spin. Tinglu is was Gliscor, but it has Whirlwind. Regidrago is like was Kyurem, but it has Dragon Energy. Tinkaton is just miserable, but has Thunder Wave. Kilowattrel is worse Zapdos, but has 125 base speed. Abomasnow is worse Ninetales, but is cheap. We're playing with the bargain bin mods, I feel like.
I can. Oh, see, I'm actually kind of a Tinkaton believer after using it. I actually like Tinkaton a lot. You kind of have to play it a very like specific way, I feel, but it
You
can
do.
just be like eternally annoying.
Oh, absolutely. It's an annoyance. I call it a failure in roll compression because it can't compress rolls. It's forced to be a support mod every week. It's forced to be a stealth rock encore Thunderwave machine. And if that's what you're using it for, why aren't you using Klefki?
I did bring Swords Dance Gigaton Hammer a couple
Valid.
times. I don't know, I almost feel like first of all the speed is real weird again. Like we have 130, 125, and then two 100s, and it kind of goes down from there. But with that being said, you have Regidrago, who's either going to be Scarfed or Dragon Dance. You
It's gonna be
have
Skull every week.
Yeah. You have Quack, who's able to boost its speed with Rapid Spin or Aqua Step. You have Volcarona, which is probably going to be Quiver Dancing. So, like, you have ways to fix that. You just don't have a lot of initial speed, which is a little bit funky.
You also like Hazard stack with no hazard like deterrence.
You have
You
competitive
have
Kilowattrel.
and competitive Gothita?
Does it get competitive?
I think so. I think it's his ability. But Kilowattrel never wants to not have Volt Absorb, and if you're running anything other than Shadow Tag Gothita, what the fuck are you doing?
That's kind of the only reason to draft Gothitelle, isn't it?
That Shadow Tag should be banned. But it's not, so here we go. I don't think this team's bad. I just think it's kind of I don't love it. I don't like it.
I, I
I
I see the
could
vision.
not use this team well, and I tend to rate teams higher that I can see the pieces of and like more. I don't know if I have the skill set to use this team. So maybe Indomitable is a different player than I am. Maybe he's better than I am. It probably both, for being honest with you. But I don't think I could draft this team and do well.
I kind of have the opposite. I actually like. I think if you got rid of like Ursa Wing, what
I
Ursa
want to use
Wing?
also.
I don't.
I like to tell you, Bill. Can we use Osubing? He's like the best spec counter in the game. He is though, straight up though.
I think Ursa Luna is a little bit better in the role, but that's just me. But anyway, I think if you got rid of like Ursaring
Yeah, but also like
Kilowattrel,
also Luna costs money.
yeah, but he's cool. And also
I
he
agree.
also it was sniped from me, and I'm sad about it. But anyway,
He's the
um,
battleground type.
I'm still gonna disagree, even though I know you're right. I like my funny bear. I lost my train of thought now. Right. Uh, I feel like Ursa Ring and Kilowattrel feel a little odd here. I don't feel like they're doing anything to like further the game plan, which, like I said, it seems like Tinglu Hazard Stack plus screens and hyper offense. That's just kind of what it feels like to me. Which, if that's the case, those two don't really like further that game plan.
I will give that though. That is something I do respect with this team a lot, and I think this team has a lot of mods I don't like personally. I do have to respect the Hazard stack and the spec, and Tinglu and spec do cover each other very well.
Mm-hmm.
I can respect Gothitelle clearing checks for them. I can't say this team's bad.
Right.
Um, at all. I don't think this team is a bad team. I just don't like a lot of the mons, and I feel like, like I said, you're missing a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I am dying of water death. So talk about you're forced to talk about Regidrago until I get back. Go
Oh, talk about who? Sorry.
Regidrago.
Oh, cool. I've never used that one. I will talk random. I don't even know what else I'll figure something. Oh, jeez. What do I even say about Regidrago? It's with Terra. I don't think it's broken with Terra, but it is insane. It forces a lot of 50-50s, which like I don't love. I kind of don't like mons that force 50-50s. I think it kind of makes the game less fun. But it is definitely a very, very strong pick. I personally prefer the Dragon Dance set over the Scarf Dragon Energy because like if your opponent sees it coming and that's your whole game plan, like one fairy or one good will kind of stop that. Corviknight kind of just walls that thing. Like I guess it kind of. It has to be very Spadef core, but I don't know. I think it's neat. I think it's a very strong Terra Captain. I think it elevates the team here. It kind of helps with the game plan that's going forward, that hyper offense strategy. Kind of funny design. I like that his arms are a dragon head. I'm running out of things to say.
You can stop talking about it now, don't worry.
Okay. I definitely just started going off on tangents.
Sorry, that was a joke from the Vizion podcast
Oh,
of
I
me
know.
picking if me giving you guys a month to talk about where I go get water or use the bathroom.
Yep. Oh boy. I feel like the more I look at this team, the more I like it. I think
That's
it. I think if
I'm kind of with you on that one,
yeah,
if I'm completely honest with you.
like to me the things I don't love Ursaring here. I don't love Kilowatt. I never loved Kilowattrel. Full disclosure, I'm biased, but
You gotta why? No, we're gonna talk about this here and right now. What do you got against my little
I,
god
I
friend?
I don't even know if I have like a tangible answer. I just don't. It doesn't feel good to use me. I feel
Gen
like if
9
I was going to use it, I would just take a Jolteon.
Hurricane.
Don't talk to me about Hurricane.
Air Slash.
Alluring
Um
voice.
Valid, Shadow Ball. Wish. Like they both are good. Um Gen 9 really hit it out of the park with the shit monologic types for me.
You're not wrong.
Like Kilowattra and Belly both fuck ungodly hard.
I like Belly Bowl.
Brainland is my little guy.
So real.
Uh
But
I just yeah.
I also don't love Gen 9 Volcarona. It's fine. Like it is arguably good in this kind of like team comp.
It
I just
needs Terra.
yeah, I don't love it. I get why it's here though. It's fine. But like if it were me, I would trade out those three. I don't really know what I would trade them for, but those are kind of the things I'm just like, I don't know about that.
You can't go to Kilowattra. Not even because I like it. You can't have a 130 to 100 speed gap.
I mean that is true.
Um, like like Kilowattra, hate Kilowattra. You can't have that speed gap.
It would actually be like you know what I feel like this team is missing? It's missing slow pivot. I feel like that's really what this team would like. Like
I forget Tentacruel's that fast.
yeah, and like obviously you don't always want to run max speed, but it's still not that slow. I feel like a good slow pivot or two would really, like kind of pull the team together, because then you have something to actually get in your hyper offense threats.
It's valid. Uh, are you saying that if that Tentacruel was a Glow King, this team would be better? Wow. That was really, really bitchy. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take that comment back.
You're fine. I got a DM that like surprised me, so I was looking at that real quick. We're good.
Ooh. But no, you're right. The team is missing good slow pivot.
I think that's like my main criticism. I like it. I don't love it. I think it is kind of missing a couple things. I don't even know if I can put into word like what I actually I can. I don't love that Tinkaton is the only fairy and only steal. But
You did it. You said my thing.
yeah.
I wasn't even gonna bring it up because I've beat that horse to death so many times. Spectrum pun not standing. But yeah, the type synergy is a little questionable. But you do have a lot of good offensive synergies.
Yeah.
Defensive synergies as well as teams start to fall apart. But when you have stuff like Veil and Wizard Stack, you're not trying to last a while, I don't think.
Yeah,
Which, to this team's credit, is there.
agreed. Agreed.
Want a Pokedex entry?
Sure.
Um, its power can crush boulders. It resets by covering itself from the mud at the bottom of the river. Which generation is this Pokedex entry from?
Oh no. No, I don't read. Uh but is this just another shot in the dark time? I think it might be.
I picked a game that should have come out when you were in. Oh, the game, not the generation. That came out when you should have been at the peak of Pokedex. Pokedex Pokemon Fever.
Why does that not help?
Like I feel
I
like
think I'm too stupid for this game. I'm also okay. Anyway, um, peak of Pokemon feet has to be like 3 or 4, right? Or unless I'm just totally like have no idea what you're talking about, which is possible. I am dumb. I'm gonna go Gen 4 for absolutely no reason.
you're ready to Gen 4.
Woo!
Which Gen 4 game is it?
Platinum.
It's the whole Gold and Soul Silver Pokemon Entry.
Okay, I only said platinum because it's my that there was no logic.
Oh, that's real. The platinum one is to alert it, the fin on top of its head senses the flow of water. It is a strength to lift heavy boulders. Talks about the fin a lot. Um,
Fair.
oh god, that's a horseshit question. I'm saving that for next time. Oh my god. You're never getting that. Alright, we can move on.
Maki's already planning my downfall. Uh,
Yeah. Oh, I've got a second one. That's miserable.
yeah. We haven't even like talked about the Mons yet. This is automatically my favorite teams. They're Iron Crown. Well, that's all I have to say. We can talk about the Mons
Ringlets here.
now. We literally Endless was secretly just catering to the mods.
They also have Komala. Like, this
True.
is your team to read off. You get to read
Oh,
the
it is me.
panel.
The pander. Well, we have my favorite of the Steel Psychics, which is like my favorite type combo. I don't even know how that happened. It just happened. We have my boy, my reliable friend, my Iron Crown. He's here. Love him. We have something I love less. We have Sneasler with yeah, no, it's just Sneasler. We have Ogerpon Wellspring, which I still really like, even though apparently I can't use it to save my life.
Ogopod Wellspring. Put the Wellspring mask on the Chibi now. This thing fucks.
It does.
We got instant switching opportunities. We got awesome unresisted stab combinations. We got water absorb. We've got the color blue, which is not as good as the color red, but it does mix with red to make the absolute bestest color of opal.
I do agree with
And
that.
we can't hold an item. We love Ogopon.
We do love Ogerpon. We have a Klefki. We have another team with the the little steel fairy friend.
At least it's the good one.
Yeah. Well, I still like Tickaton better, but I'm also crazy. So we have we have
Spikes.
we have Crocodile.
That the Mon Shield is been the same exact Mon since Gen 5.
it really has, but I feel like it hasn't dropped off. I feel like it's still good. But anyway,
Uh, because it
well,
hasn't lost anything really.
yeah. We have arguably the worst of the Lake Trio. Right? Hello, hi.
Not even arguably. It just is the worst.
That's
Because it doesn't like Yuxi's defensive and Azelf is offensive. It's the weird mix.
yeah. Yeah, we have as Maki calls it brainlet. We have Bellybolt, little friend
Yo,
shaped guy.
that's my little that's a frog. Did I send you the Frongum video like 2 days ago?
I don't did.
I'm gonna send it to you live. So keep talking.
Okay. We have Kamal. We have another little friend. We have Kamal. Actually,
Holy
I love
shit! I
Kamal.
love I love koala bears. No,
I
I
agree.
was gonna say talk about it. That's the best zoo animal.
That's so real.
What's your favorite zoo animal?
Yeah, I want to say owl, but like that's like only in my zoo have I ever actually seen one. I've always liked the elephants. I like watching the elephants. They're not my favorite animal, but they're just fun at the zoo. Yeah,
I I I absolutely fucking love koalas, and the only reason why koalas aren't first placed is because God put raccoons on this earth.
That's so fair.
Speaking of raccoons, um, you can't make this up. So I just self-reported that raccoons are my favorite animal. At Starbucks, they have raccoon cake pops right now.
Oh my goodness.
And I don't know who is out there in the universe pandering to me specifically, content that caters specifically to myself, but please continue.
That's so real.
I sent you Frank.
Okay, let me finish reading the team that I show.
Okay.
We have I don't have a joke for man. That is definitely
Consistency.
consistent. We have the second best protein of the gym. And now I know it's Libero, but it's Protean. We have Cinderace.
I'd argue still the best.
I like Meow way more.
I'll say this much. We had two generations of Protein Greninja. It took one of Cinderace to get Game Freak to say this shit's fucked up.
That's so real. I still prefer Meow, but that's a conversation for. We have a
I like Meow. I'm
we have
not saying I
Glimmet.
don't.
Glimmet's here.
Glimmet is here.
It is
What's up? What's up,
definite.
Glimmet?
Sorry, 1 second. Go ahead and talk. I need to respond something.
Uh, on the monkey friend tier list out of 10, this gets like a 7. You've got Komala, you've got Ogerpon, you've got Bellybolt, you've got Cinderace. This team's great. Yeah, and Manabuzz. Like, if you were just trying to make me talk about content that caters specifically to myself, you knocked it out of the park. You even have like Iron Crown that I like because my bestie really likes, and I'm obligated to like it. Uh, Sneasel without terrain is hater as fuck, but you also drafted it after the team who drafted Rillaboom, which I respect the absolute hell out of. Or they drafted Rillaboom so you couldn't have Sneasel. Either way, one of you gets like the hater award, and I'm so here for
That's so okay. I'm paying attention again. Clearing my throat apparently. Drink some water. There we go. Okay, but I am so with Maki. I like I on a pure I like this mon. This mon are my friend level. This team, and I do think it's good otherwise as well.
Yeah, no, the friend out of 10. This team is fun.
This team is friend, except Sneasel. That's funny. I liked Sneasler when it came out in Legends, and ever since it came to like the actual games, I've just it's kind of like the Lando thing where I just got sick of dealing with it and sick of seeing it, so I like it a lot less.
Uh, don't you compare the king of OU to the twig? Don't you
Oh shit.
compare the unnuffable mon that Game Freak tried to kill and bros it like fifth most used? Like to the mon walled by Gliscor.
Oh boy. I I I I'm trying to think of like memes aside how I like this team. And it's kind of interesting. It's a very different team. Got a lot of pivot, which I like, into things like into things like Mandibuzz, Bellabolt, and like kind of even Komala for like those defensive pieces. Klefki as well. This team just has so much pivot. The more I look at it, the more pivot I see. It's like Volt Switch, U-turn, U-turn. Klefki has Parting Shot, right? Am I crazy? Or does it not?
I feel like it does, right? It feels like it
I
should.
think it does, but I might just be crazy.
Okay.
Frick does not get pivot.
It does not get them.
Okay, so I am just crazy. But I believe Mesprit gets pivot, Bellybolt gets Volt Switch. We have 3 more U-turn mons.
Uh, yeah, especially because you have stuff like Kamala gets it too. Put some respect on Kamala's name.
Oh yeah, that's why I said
But
that's why I said 3 more after Bellybolt.
oh, excellent. Yeah, you have Mandibuzz with slow pivot too.
Yes, and Kamala with slow pivot
Hmm.
and Bellybolt actually.
My biggest issue with this team is it's very physically offensive.
Yeah, it really is there.
That's my beef crown.
Yeah, it sounds like your only like actual special breaker because like, Mesprit desperately needs to.
And Belly Bolt's an annoyance.
Yeah, Valuable is a
A good
friend.
annoyance. A good annoyance and a friend.
It's weird because like you were talking about how the other team was kind of like your hyper offense with screens and like setup. I kind of feel like this is doing a very similar thing because like you have like your couple of defensive pieces like Belly Bolt, Mandibuzz that can both slow pivot and like kind of Mesprit. Then you have your Clef Key for your hazards and then you just have threats. Like you have your Crook, your Sneasel, your Crown, your Cinderace. I don't know which one I like better though. I feel like I like the offensive presence on this team more, minus the like one real special attacker. But it kind of feel like it
Uh,
does the hazard game worse.
it definitely does. I mean,
Yeah,
you're comparing the housing game to a Tinglu, so
that's fair.
um, what I'll complain with this team is the physical offense. It definitely will overwhelm a team with physical offense, but a
Hmm.
Will-O-Wisp spammer will be an issue.
One single
Uh,
Houndstone. Like,
I don't hate the team. It's not anything
oh no,
bad with it
agreed.
at all. I I just don't know if like I'm pretty sure Rillaboom was stolen from this team because the team really feels like it would love Rillaboom.
Hmm.
So my question to you is that one is why no Thwacky?
So real.
Just shoot Glimmet and put Thwacky. How do you feel about the team?
It definitely would be. The only weird thing is like that's kind of anti-synergistic with Crook specifically, but
I think Crew gets a horsepower though.
it does. It just it always feels bad to have to run high horsepower over Earthquake. I say that I had to do that in my game today in SCA, but yeah,
Yeah,
I do agree having that like that level of support for Sneasler would be good. Granted, there are ways to activate your Unburden without it. You can always do you could do Mental Herb, you could do your fake out normal gem, like Power Herb Dig if you need to. Like there are options, but Sneasler is definitely a lot better when it has the terrain.
yeah. It doesn't have to be Thwacky. It's just you could almost lose it. Lose nothing from ever drafting Thwacky. You almost lose nothing.
Hmm.
Thwacky's one of the best low tier mons in the game.
Hear me out. Prankster, Misty Terrain, Klefki.
Amazing. No, it's not amazing because then you can't dial Clock Rock.
Yeah, but then you can just click like SD and Gunk Shot.
Valid.
Sorry, 1 second. I'm getting DM. Continue.
I like Bunny. I don't. I have a hard time talking about this team because there's a lot of mons I like individually. I just don't know if they're gonna synergize well.
Yeah.
Because Sneasel's fast as fuck, but it's also a fake 120 speed because it requires setup. So you're really capping an ace.
Yeah, that's very true.
Uh, I just I'm just worried about the team getting disrupted by a really good defensive wall like Lie Score.
Yeah, this team. I mean, outside of Ogerpon, this team would struggle with a Gliscor.
Ogapon also can't switch into like an SD Lie Score.
Yeah, yeah. Although, to be fair, if it's like an offensive Gliscor, he doesn't fall some of the other quite as well.
Agreed.
There we go. Okay, so I'm trying to like not ignore people. We're actually like talking about something important. Okay, anyway,
Ooh.
I almost said there's no grass type as we're talking. Not true. Um, we have another team with no.
Yeah, the Dragons were not drafted. I think it's
Apparently,
because I'm not here to steal them all and give them love.
So true. I drafted a very cool dragon. I like my dragon. We're not to my
Every
team
turn not spent clicking Dracomia is a waste of a turn.
yet. Oh boy. Does Mandibus still have defog, or am I crazy?
Yeah, that mod's real as hell.
Okay, so there is two options for hazard removal, which is good.
That mod has every move it would ever want. It is defog,
It really
knockoff,
does. Yeah,
toxic,
just randomly
foul
kept.
play, roost, and U-turn.
Yeah, Mandibus is great. I like Mandibus a lot. This team, like, I feel like we have another team that really does not appreciate fairy moves. Like, you have Iron Crown, you have Klefki, but like everything else really does not like a Moonblast.
Yeah, agreed.
That seems to be the
Who let
common theme with Mudkip this
Who
season.
let Iron Crown tear
I don't know, but if I wasn't so fixated on Kingdra, I would have also been gunning for it. I would have been sniped
it?
because he got it round one, but still,
The Kingdra hyperfixation went crazy.
you're not. It's so cool. It's so
Was
cool.
is Toxic Cook safe?
I wish
Is Toxic Cook okay?
I couldn't fit him.
Is he gonna be doing Gen 5 things?
I
You
need
owe you owe me a Toxic Cook at some point.
I need to draft raid a second time just so I can get Toxic Rook next time.
You owe me a Toxic Cook.
I'm sorry, I can't count.
Sucks.
Phil. I completely forgot what I was talking about.
You were talking about Glimmet, I'm pretty sure.
Was I? Was I talking about Glimmet? Are you sure?
Well, let's see what I wanted you to.
He, he, it's here. That is definitely a Glimmet.
Also, Belly Bolt has the correct stereotypes. It's a fairy water, and Crown also has the correct fairy types of stereotypes of fighting fire, steel.
Gotcha.
Uh, this team is weird. It doesn't have like speed control,
Yeah, it's only speed control is like specifically Sneasler.
and you have no enabler.
You kind of have to do like fake out or something if you want it to be speed control. But it isn't
Yeah,
bad. It's just not ideal.
agreed.
I guess you do have like Prankster Thunderwave with Klefki, which does help.
You've got Belly Bolt being a static mod.
That's true. That's very true. I always forget that it gets static for some reason because I always think of it's like electromorphosis or whatever it's called.
No,
It's funny.
it could just be a bastard with Rocky Helmet static.
Yeah, yeah, it can. I don't know. I like the vision. I wish it had more special attackers, but I do like the once again the kind of like hyper offense with screens
got,
and like your couple of slow pivots.
got one. Yo, Iron Crown, I need you to break this fucking special wall. Yeah, I got you. A physical
Gosh.
wall, my bad. You need to break this Gliscor, otherwise I fucking lose the game. Shit, just one Gliscor? That's all you had to say. The Gliscor won 6-0. Because Steel, Fire, and Fighting all lose to Gliscor.
It's Terra Steel Tachyon Cutter. Terra Steel Steel Beam
No.
will do a lot.
Doesn't flying resist steel?
No, it does not.
Oh, okay, never mind. Yeah,
Apparently,
I thought
neither
you
one of
said
us
damage.
can do types tonight.
Oh, thank God. Sorry, I thought Gliscor was just actually the best Pokemon fucking ever created. It is, but like I thought even more.
Just Terra Steel Steel Beam it. Problem solved.
Gliscor, no! God forbid I put text on that, Ton.
Real. Yeah, I don't know. I don't dislike it. I just wish it had more special attackers that like isn't a Mesprit.
I'm just waiting to actually get to talk about Gliscor at this point.
Does anyone even have Gliscor? Someone has to have.
I will find out when we get there.
We'll find
Someone
out.
better. I'll be pissed if they don't. I've talked about my little guy so much.
That's so real. Any closing thoughts on Mr. Endless's team here?
What silly set should I recommend?
I can recommend lots of silly higher ground sets. Maki has seen all of them.
This is true. I mean, Cinderace has SmackDown. Never forget.
True, very true. Let's get to Electro Ball. It'll never use it,
Yep,
but it gets it.
that's that Moltres
Oh, there's the
coverage.
Gliscor.
Oh my god! Fuck the rest of the team. What is that? Is that worse Cinderace? Get that shit out of you. Is that Krebs' favorite? Is that Krebs' favorite fish? Get that shit out of here. Let's talk about Gliscor sets. So did you know that in Generation 4, Gliscor didn't have Toxic Heal yet, and it was still one of the top 6 Pokemon in the metagame?
Indeed.
Did you know that in Generation 5 it lost Roost and gained Toxic Heal and was still one of the best Pokemon in the metagame?
Gliscor is just great.
Yeah, it's actually like one of the. It's funny because you think about Gliscor with Toxic Heal being a Stallmon. It's actually one of the best Stall Breakers, which is absolutely really, really fucking funny. Um, doesn't die. I just I like him.
He is
I like
great.
Gliscor.
He is a very cool guy.
Do I have to talk about anything else? Are you demanding I talk about the
Well,
rest of the team?
there is a whole team here, so we might as well.
I mean, no, I can't even say how this team's awesome. It's got Heatran. It's got Heatran. It's got Trixie. It's got Hitmontop. It's got Avalugg with the worst typing. It's got Globo with the quick draw. Tynoon, bang bang bang, quick draw, reach for the sky. It's got Torn Eye, I guess. It's got Altaria. That mon's awesome. Look like a fog in 2024.
Altaria is awesome.
And then you got a Salunal Blood Moon that you refused to draft.
I wanted the other bear.
Refused.
I also already
Refused.
have Meow or Saloon.
So this is a team I draft.
Honestly, kind of same.
This is a team I draft. This team's awesome. I mean, I probably wouldn't go for Mola. I'd probably get like Primarina because that's me. But like, and I like and I would just roll up with this, and you guys would be like, "Wow, Mikey, you're so creative. You drafted another Gliscor, Primarina, Sylveon. Not even. I got no. Fuck, we gotta pay Poyan up in here because you get the Sylveon. Oh, this shit's good.
So real.
This is awesome. Like this is you have the Mon that's gonna force Ice Beam every week. The best Ice Beam switcher in the game.
Yeah,
You've
I
got
kind of say I'm not looking forward to facing the Meow Aloma Mola combo again after last season.
you're too hyper focused on the Alola Meowscarada.
'Cause,
You've got Gliscor Heatran right
yeah,
there. Screw the latter half of the draft. Just play Mono Boots with Toxic Orb and like a Choice Specs also little Blood Moon and bring the first 5 Mons of Blood Moon, and I feel like you could win every game.
yeah. I was actually gonna say something kind of similar. I like excluding Blood Moon, obviously. I feel like the lower you get, like the further down the list you go, the weirder and kind of like the arguably worse it gets. Like everything up until like Sylveon is great. And then you have Hitmontop, which is like fine. It's your spinner. It's a decent defensive mon with
And
Intimidate.
Intimidate.
Yeah,
And really good special defense.
exactly. So it's fine. You have Avalok, which I love. I assume it's Terra. It has to be Terra. There's no way both.
Uh, yeah, it's Taya.
I said there's literally no way both Avaloks were drafted and neither was Terra. So
I don't agree with the Altaria Terras. There's
fair.
no fairy. It's flying water steel.
Gotcha.
Tornadus is flying ground fire, and Avalugg is ice ground ghost.
Gotcha.
So no tail fairy at all across the board, which is kind of weird.
True. I no Terra fighting is always weird on Avalok for me as well. I'm very Terra fighting body press pilled, but I don't mind the Terra. Ground's a little bit weird, but it's not bad.
Anything to get earthquake. But you never bringing it. You just bring the first 5 at Ursaluna and bring boots, Toxical, boots, and choice specs,
You're honestly not wrong.
and honestly, just win the game.
Yeah.
Click, you click choice specs Blood Moon, do a cajillion damage. You switch into Gliscor, you get your Healy up, you U-turn, no, God forbid you Spike or Toxic, go into Mola, send him into the spin cycle, then send in Heatran, you click Magma Storm, you chip something, you kill it, you send it back in a Mola, you click Wish, then you get Heatran in, and then you switch back in, letting Luna click the silly button again, and then Yoopsie Doopsie, Scoopsie Whoopsie, and then you've just completely 6-0'd all of Mudkip. Can you do me a favor though, Who? This is a heartfelt plea. If you win the division, or when you win the division, can you pick the emoji to be Gliscor so I can use it in other servers? So
That's so real.
thank you.
Yeah, I don't know. I still feel like the lower end of the team is a little funky, but I think overall it is a very good
The
team.
low end of the team doesn't matter. You're never breaking Mola, Gliscor, Heatran, Sylveon when your offensive core backing it up is Ursaluna, Blood Moon, and Meowscarada.
Yeah, that's fair. Although both of your spinners are in that funky category. We'll have to bring at least one of them.
I know they are. I know they are, but mono boots exist. And I know them. It's like, oh, Mark, you always say you need hazard control. You do. You do need hazard control. But, like,
Yeah, but if you're mono boots, you can't be banded Meowscarada.
you don't need to. You can justify not bringing one of them as boots. It, you have two wishes. You have two wishes and a toxic heal Gliscor. You don't care about the chip. The chip doesn't matter.
Oh, gee. And like even then, like as much crap as we're talking in the lower end, like you still have like Terratorn, what can still do things. It can still be very annoying with Prankster. It
Global
still
can
hits
win the
hard.
game.
Yeah, Glowbro sometimes wins games. You have Avalugg, which like good luck. Endless specifically, good luck breaking that thing. Yes, I'm calling you out. Like this is a good team. As much as like the lower end is kind of weird. Like Altaria, Glowbro don't really need to be here. Same with Torn. But I
I
don't
know.
think they're bad
Why are
here.
you hating on my fucking friends?
I like. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on them. I like them. I think they're great. I just
That's a little cloud friend and a cowboy. Sometimes you don't gotta be a happy cowboy. Sometimes being an alive cowboy is just good enough for me.
it's so real. I will say the speed on this team is pretty not good.
But you gotta picture a little raccoon saying that.
Oh, we've so lost the sauce at this point. Oh, I love it though. Yeah, this team is like is slow because you're definitely not running mask speed. It's a very slow team, but I kind of don't think it cares that much. If that makes sense,
Uh-huh.
it almost feels like this might sound a little bit weird looking at some of the ones, but it almost feels like pseudo stall in a way, where you have like the Aloe, Gliscor, Sylveon,
What do you
Heatran
mean it
core.
almost feels like pseudo stall? This is just semi-stall.
Yeah, because yeah, yeah. I don't know. This team is ah,
Kind of awesome.
it is, and I hate it in the best way.
Maybe you should just take the Gliscor pill.
What do you mean? I love Gliscor.
You know, actually, I take it back. You're not allowed Glasgow. You took them from me
I was
one
about to
time,
say.
and I've never let you live this down.
No, no, you have not.
You can go draft your Ting and get toxic.
You know the funny thing? I actually kind of like Ting Lu.
I know we've talked about this.
Yeah.
I don't see why. I don't see why you could take the best fucking thing ever and then white bread and be like, you know, this white bread's actually not that bad. Once you get to the bottom of it, it's not the worst. You know, I know I'm losing on a toxic U-turn, sweeping potential for whirlwind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you like leftovers. You know what's cool in leftovers? Two of them. And if you're real, you could get three. Normalize leftover glycals and get your toxic turned on normally.
Shame nothing on this team gets could have
I mean, me and Will were talking about. Oh no, no, Indomitable Will, a different Will. We're talking about getting Breloom back 52% of its HP at start of turn.
That's so
Which
peak.
is Toxic Heal, Leftovers, Leech Seed, Grassy Terrain, and then Baton Pass Aqua Ring.
That's so peak. Heck.
Yeah, Boca just click Protect and get back 50%. What do you do?
Like a flying move.
Uh, it's not important. I'm getting back 52% of HP at the start of turn, and you're taking Toxic Leech Seed Chip. So basically, I'm winning.
True. Uh, I can't tell if we're just like that delusional or if this team's just like that good. Not much to talk. Yeah, that
I
sums that
mean,
up.
I don't have anything bad to say about it. The speed isn't great. The speed isn't
Yeah, the
great, and
speed
your
is like the
spinners
big
look
thing.
good. That's the two bad things I can say about it. But there's so
Yeah.
much good.
Yeah. Who scares me?
Yeah, who's terrifying? So just win.
Just win so I can get her emote.
Yeah, remember the glide score when you're picking your emote.
And on that note, I'm gonna click the next.
What's the chef cooking?
Certainly something that they have one of my favorite Terra captains ever. They have two.
And there?
They have two Galarian birds. I like this team. Hey, we found the missing Excadrill.
Holy shit!
I don't even know who's supposed to be reading more.
Who do you want to read?
I don't know. I'm like delirious.
So we got Skibble from the Penguins of Madagascar. Um, ready to roll out with his fucking lads. Um, you know, did you ever watch that show as a kid, The Penguins of Madagascar?
A little bit here and there.
Yeah, that show went insane. It was not good. The show was great. We got Glow King. I like Glow King. It's the putting on the slowpoke cat. Let's get enlightened. I like Glow King a lot, especially with snow. Did you know Bundle gets Veil? Oh my god, yes.
Does
Uh, I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you think that Escadrille was meant to be an Iron Treads?
you know probably yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, those all three of them. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. This is the second emotion we've talked about tonight, isn't it?
I it is. Wait, yes, it is. Did we do something wrong?
Uh,
Uh
uh, uh.
was one of these supposed to be like Galarian Moltres?
No, because Chef Ramsay doesn't have a Moltres.
This come from?
I don't
Why
know.
does he? Why is Moltres just
That's
here?
also not the team he has at all. I think he made trades.
Ah, okay. So we'll fix it in real time. Fine.
Uh, that's not what it's supposed to be. He's supposed to have supposed to be talking about a Don Bozo right now, a Don Dozo. Uh um and like a Rotom-Mow, which is here, and a Trevenant. So kill
Okay, so
kill
wait.
Bennett,
Kill Bennett.
kill
Okay.
Ultras. Put a Don Dozo and Trevenant.
Ah, okay. Revenant. There we go. Oh, it looked terrible on the recording side because I'm pretty sure it's just done on something. Oh, no, actually, it's zoomed on the right team. But you know, it's still gonna look terrible, but it'll look less terrible. So there we go. We fixed it. We did it.
We got the wishless Don Dozo. We got Entei and E-Speedle. We got Hydreigon with missing more and more sauce every generation.
Mm-hmm.
We got Zapdos. Yay! We got Alolan Spinny Boy. We got Modem. We have Crep's favorite purple bird.
We
And then
do
a
indeed.
tree.
I'm legally obligated to like this team because I have two.
Uh, I I liked all of my I'm running out of gush because I think I used in the last team. You gotta take lead this time. I gotta resettle.
That's fair. That's fair. I I I do just want to point out what is with Mudkip and just the worst speed tiers. What is this, guys? Like 136, 100, 100. Oh dear. But I Glowking it into bundles slash Sand slash Alola is scary. I like that. There's a potential for like Veil plays because bundle can use it. And then you have both Zapdos and Gardecuno. You know, bait some nice defogs. You don't really have a hazard game with the game because that would be amazing with it. Those birds are great. I love those birds. Birds are some of my favorites. This team is funky. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. There's a lot that I like and there's a lot that I don't like.
I'm so mixed on this team.
Yeah.
Are we snow?
We're we're
Are,
we're kind of snow.
are we hyper offense? But why are we so slow? Why is Excadrill the only hazard setter?
Wait, does Hydreigon still get rocks? Question mark.
Oh hell yeah! Thank God. The choice spectral can set rocks.
You could put up T spikes with Slowking.
Such a fake ass set.
Oh boy. This team is very funky. Like I want to like it, and then I look at the speed tiers and the lack of any real bulk that isn't Slowking Dondozo.
Which, to be fair, is decent.
It is, but like Dondozo can't heal outside of rest. So you either force like you can very easily like put it in a position where it's forced rest, and then you can just play around it pretty easily.
I'm
And
gonna say it. You should have got Chimecho instead of Trevenant. It kept Peel Bell.
that's so true. But it definitely looks like it kind of wants to be hyper offense. I feel like we've seen three of these teams that want to be like this like
I was
screens
gonna
hyper offense
say,
thing.
you've told this is the third time you've brought
Yeah.
up screens hyper offense.
I mean, what else do you call this? It's like kind of almost bulky offense, but not really. I don't know what to make of this. It's funky. Like it's not bad. It's just weird.
I don't want to rate any more bulky hyper offense teams. Give me something new. Can we talk about Gliscor again? I want to talk about Gliscor. He's so funny and so cute and stupid and silly. Like,
I like you just insulted him halfway through.
those were all terms of endearment.
I figured.
You know, it's like when you watch your crush do something absolutely stupid and drop like their phone. You're like, oh my god, they're so stupid. They're so funny and cute and stupid.
That's so
And then, like
real.
they walk by you and you get scared and you leave. Um, I am on something tonight on these analogies.
I can tell. I'm just like too
Um,
delirious to think, and you're just like I don't even know what's happening. This is a night.
Who you gotta give me the Glasgow emoji. I'm begging you.
Oh, jeez. This is what happens when we do PRs, like sleep deprived at 10:30 at night, everybody. I'm sorry.
How many hydro pumps get missed?
All of them. It's it's okay. I'm sure I'm gonna miss just as many, so it's fine.
All of
Oh, you heard me.
them?
Look, I have no faith in anything that's not 100% accuracy. After missing 6 hurricanes out of 6 hurricanes in one game, I have no faith anymore.
What do you mean all of
You heard me.
them?
Oh, jeez.
You gotta get that bundle bundle policy. Okay, why is wide lens bundle the realest thing ever?
It actually just might be. Oh, jeez.
Why is the two birds here?
I
Why
l-
are the two birds of the defog here?
I love them. They're great.
Where is Mamos flying on the snow team? Is this a snow team? I don't know.
To be fair, I've said it once. I'll say it again. I do like the teams that are like they have a weather option. They're not like pure weather. I think they're better. I don't know where I was going with that.
There's no fairy type.
There actually is. Wait, what? Please tell me Entei is Terra Fairy or something at least.
No, it's grass. It's firegrass normal. Sandslash is ice electric water. And Gotokuno is psychic fighting dog.
Well, really isn't a single fairy type anywhere to be found.
There's not a Draco switch in.
Uh, Assault Vest Excadrill
I love that set.
with no Wish Passer.
Uh, not Gliscor. Dragon Ball. You know what to do. Glass. I need you to win and give me the Dragon Ball emoji. But have it like have little choice specs on it, and like be like dropping the Draco. Beep, beep, beep. And then like you can click because you get your scope lens, so you can get the crit and then do it again, and then you get your as one scope lens white orb to reload.
So
Nobody shouldn't drop your stats if you use Draco Meteor. There, I said it. Y'all just hated me because I dared to dream.
so broken. So this team is just like picking which Scarfer between Hydreigon and Zapdos every week.
Unless you're cooked and gotta do bundle, but yeah.
Yeah, like once again, speed control nowhere to be found.
What do you mean? It goes from like 136 to 100.
I feel like this team really wanted webs. I feel like this team would be like very much benefit from webs.
Yeah, you're right. I need a bulky hyper offense team instead. Oh, I have four? Ooh la la.
Trade the Trevenant for an Ariados, and I'm not even kidding.
But, no, I want you to trade the Trevenant for Chimecho.
That too, but then you don't get webs.
But then you get Heal Bell for the Dondozo.
True. Oh, our commentary has gone so downhill. I love it.
You're right. You're right. Oh.
It's great.
In Generation 9, what Pokemon does Mudkip need to breed with to get Sludge as an egg move?
I didn't even know it got Sludge as an egg move. Is it something
And
stupid like Tentacool?
only the baby can give it, not the big one.
Is it? I'm still going with Tentacool because I have no other guess.
Nichellas.
Oh, it's Shell.
Okay, I'm gonna follow it up. Yet another question. How does Mudkip get Meal Coat in Generation 9?
Oh no. Uh, good question. You get it by genning it, obviously. Real answer is I have no idea, but
You breed with arachnid.
why a raccoon? Actually, I guess that does make sense. Actually,
Oh, shit. Oh,
uh,
how many loops does it take to tame in Pokemon Ranger?
oh no, 10. It's definitely not that many. 10.
Or it takes 4.
Oh,
Holy shit, alright, we can move on, but I'm gonna read the Pokepog pad entry.
okay, go ahead.
Mudkip is a very energetic boy and is always busy playing, but he can be very shrewd too.
that's, that's so peak. What the hell? Oh my god. I'm clicking next. Oh, I can't breathe.
Oh hell yeah!
This team has actual
Don't
speed, kind of.
yo, that's my baby girl Primarina.
It is.
I saved Pyro's Terras. Pyro asked me, "How do you think about my team?" And I said, "Why the fuck is Primarina not Terra Poison?"
That's so real.
I do like this team. Like I said in DMs, Pyro, this team's actually kind of decent.
It actually is.
You got
It
you,
actually is sick.
you got like Eric, Cassandra. Um, I don't have a name for Weavile. I don't have. What did I name Aaron Moth? I don't think I brought it in GWA Week One, did I? No, I didn't. So it didn't get a silly name. Uh, you've got Mubos, uh, the Spiker from ADV, Mr. 101, Sheldon, and then Leech Seed. Yay! What do you think about Pyro's team?
I actually like it. It feels kind of it's a little funky with like both Skarm and like defensive guys, but I don't dislike it.
I mean, they're both not weak to the same thing.
Yeah, that definitely does help for sure. No, I think the more I look at it, the more I like it. Actually. It feels hey look, it's not screens bulky hyper offense. It
Thank God.
it feels like a solid like kind of balance setup to me.
Yeah, no, I wish it had a Wishmon, because
Doesn't
Primarina
give away.
can't heal. No, it only gets draining moves as healing in Generation 9.
I mean, you have Lychee, that's something. Yeah, I really think a good Wishmon. Like
Yeah,
it's already
because
good. I just think it would
Kuzma
like
likes it, Primi likes it, Storm appreciates it, Apple can take a note of it.
Tusk really likes it.
Yeah, that's probably my one gripe here is the lack of Wishmon.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Other than that, I don't have a lot to say about this team. Like when you messaged me earlier, Pyro, the reason why my text was short is because I don't have like complaints. Like me just saying, yeah, it's a good team. That's probably not what you. It is what you want to hear, but that's not the feedback that's good. Because that's just me saying good job. But that's all I can really say here is good job. You have really everything you need but a wish passer. And a wish passer is not even like required. It's just like something I grade on because I feel like it makes every team better.
I agree. I there is a little bit of type overlap. They don't really like share the same weakness though, so it's not the
I
end of the
was gonna
world.
say you have two steels and two dragons, but steel and dragons are good typings.
I think
They
Mew
don't
kind
really.
of fake.
Mew losing all healing is not right. I really don't love that. don't love no healing Mew.
I definitely don't think this is like the best team by any means. I just think it's a solid team. It just feels like there's no like real glaring flaws. There's just not a lot of like. It's not impressive, but it's not bad. It's just a solid team. I think it's the way I
I
would
think
put it.
it's one of the more consistent teams we've seen in a bit, though.
Agreed.
We've looked at a lot of volatile teams recently. Not, I don't mean volatile in a bad way. I mean very make or break. And I think that's because we have such a high skill ceiling of
Agreed.
players in Mudkip this season. So we're seeing riskier, more high skill teams and a lot less balanced bulk, which is something I a crutch on myself.
Hmm.
And that's kind of what Pyro's using here.
I agree. I totally agree.
So it's a lot less flashy than something like
Hmm.
bulky screens hyper offense. But I think takes it takes stress off the pilot as well.
Agreed. I do like the this team actually has breakers on both sides. It's miracle. And I do also like that, like for the most part, your defensive pieces like they're not locked like one set or one thing they can. Outside of like Scarm, Scarm's a little bit one note this gen. Like if you really wanted to, you could do like the funny weak armor like sweeping set, but why?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think there's a whole lot to say. There's good hazard options. I think there's only one remover, which isn't ideal, but it's also Tusk, so like it's probably fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like if Corv's doing the hazard removal. It's like, man, I had to been Corv every week.
Yeah,
Damn.
exactly. Terra Primy's awesome. Primy in general is awesome, but Terra Primy's.
Yeah. Take good care of Cass. Um,
I guess the speed could be a little bit better, but it's not like egregiously bad. I think we have a lot of slower teams with like a really high like speed ceiling and then just off a cliff. Which at least this one doesn't. You have like Weavile into Iron Maw. And then it gets a little bit on the slower side, but it's really not the end of the world.
um, using Weavile and Gouging Fire together has made me really appreciate like Iron Moth and Weavile together
Uh-huh.
in concept. So I'm excited to see it.
Agree. Excuse me. Yeah, I like this one a lot. Any closing thoughts? Additional comments?
It can still be screens bulky offense with Appleton.
True.
If you close your eyes, it's almost like nothing changed at all.
Screens bulky offense in disguise the whole time. Hey, there's the cool thing.
Yo, it's Jose.
There's my bear. I wanted that bear.
It's Dia.
Yeah. I don't even. Am I reading? I'm so.
You are
I
reading.
will read. There's a there's G string man. I still don't like this guy. And I don't know what it is. I don't like this one. There's
I
Latios.
hate that mon, but it's really good in draft.
Yeah. There's a Latios. There, I think the worst of the two Latios in draft, but he's here. He's cool. There's my bear, my guy. I love that thing. Give him back. You're fine. Don't actually. There's Terra Terrakion, which is actually pretty cool. What are the Terra types? I remember wondering if he was going to do Terra normal for quick attack because it's funny. I don't think he
On
did
who?
on Terrakion.
No, it's fighting fire fairy.
I kind of
Like
figured.
dark fire electric.
Yeah, that's about what I figured, but it would have been funny. We have Urshifu Rapid. I don't have a joke for. I don't know the worst Shifu. I don't think it's actually worse.
I like rapid more.
I actually like Single Strike, but we've established that I'm crazy, so it's fine. We have
I just
Pheasantipity, who I love.
I like the typing more. Oh, Fez
That's
is
real.
awesome.
I love Fez. I feel like Fez went from one that everyone said was like super mid to like just a reliable, like just consistent little friend. I love Fez. We have Cyclozar.
Just how desperate we are for good fairies this gym.
Yeah, it was two of them,
Yeah, straight up, it's two of them.
literally. I also I don't have a joke for Cyclozar. He sure is here.
Psych Lizard?
Like Lizard. We have Dancy, little diamond friend, little trick room friend. We have Brute Bonnet, who I really want to
little.
use.
Man, this is non-tailored Dia. That sucks.
I want to try out Brute Bonnet. It seems like it'd be fun.
You know, I'm not surprised. It feels like a human.
Yeah. We have Quagsire, we have little friend. We have a Cacturn.
Swag
I'm just I find it really funny that he just has the grass dark friends down there in the last three. I think that's kind of adorable.
$6.
Yeah, exactly. What do you make of this?
What do I make of this team?
I'm curious.
I think it has decent speed lateral. I think it has a cool trick room mode.
Agreed.
I think Terrakian's terrible. I like Golden Go Latios. I've used Golden Go Latios before, so obviously I like that.
Hmm.
I I think it's distinctly pretty good.
That's fair. I think my only real issues with it is like I don't really have anything that's taking advantage of Goldango's like best trait, which is beyond broken ability.
So, what do you mean by that?
Like
Because you do to an extent.
there's not really much in the way of like hazards here, and it's like it's or like screen setup. I don't know. I feel like if you're gonna use Goldango, you might as well grab those things just because it
But
it
but
facilitates them so well.
yes and no. I like Joe a lot, and you know I don't play Hazard Stack or Hyper Offense.
Mhm.
I like Joe a lot in draft. I think he's a bastard on lateral. He
You're
and
not wrong.
and that can be put on record. But you have the Will-O-Wisp switching of all time. And then you have also Luna, but going into also Luna every single time as a status move isn't ideal. You can take double team with Thunder Waves and Will-O-Wisps and Toxics. It can't be phased. There's so much Joe could do other than just rapid spin block. And he can still spin. You
That's
still
fair.
have Dia.
I don't know. It always feels like a waste to me to not take advantage of that, I suppose.
It's still a steel fairy, still ghost type. It's still one of the
Yeah.
best types in the game.
Oh, for sure. That's fair. No, I just don't like Joe. I just see him as one.
That's valid.
I don't love your fastest mon being Cyclozar just because like it's not exactly the most threatening thing. So like really your most like your fastest threat is Latios. Which 110 is like solid, it's just not enough. If that makes sense.
It's not like when told your fastest mon.
Exactly. You have like a little like utility friend that sometimes does decent damage, but
Man, you can throw a specs on it. It's still not gonna do the thing.
you can life orb double edge and then send it all back.
That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah. Cyclozar is cool. I like Cyclozar. It's just not I don't know. It's not the
Yeah,
greatest thing to be like your only.
I can never not think of a thing as just as Toland's nephew.
It's so true though. I like Rebond a lot. I want to see it do something because that's a mon I'm interested to try out.
Who?
Group on it.
Ah, yeah.
I do feel like the team lacks much longevity outside of like specifically Goldango Pheasantipity.
The cycles on, but yeah,
Yeah, cycles are like, you know, it's got regenerator, but it also just dies to a light breeze. Not careful with it.
yeah.
I guess there's Quag as well. I kind of forgot he was down there. Hi Quag, how are you? I think this team's definitively fine. I think it's like it's nothing crazy, but it's fine.
Yeah, I can agree to that. I don't dislike it. I don't hate it. I don't love it.
It definitely has a lot
Um,
of like strong offensive presence.
yeah, and I feel like it's pivotable.
Yeah, Ladio's
Um,
Ladio's getting flipped around helps with that a lot.
I'm gonna use this team and the last team as an example, and it's not a dig on either player or either team. King will have to play significantly better than Pyro will for similar results.
Yeah, that's very, very true.
And that's not me saying that Pyro needs a crutch or King is. And that's me saying that this team takes more skill.
Agreed.
Just due to it being less longevity. Most of your healing takes time. There's no wishes. There's not a lot of passive damage. It, I don't dislike it,
Yeah.
but you almost need momentum for it.
Mm. It's definitely gonna take good positioning. And the good thing is you do have solid pivots. You have Urshifu, you have Latios, you have Fezandipity, you have Cyclozar, all of which can pivot pretty effectively. They're both kind of slow and fast. Slower, but I definitely think it takes a good pilot. But I don't know. I can see it doing well. I just don't think it's like the best team by any means.
Yeah, I can agree to that. We'll have to see if it's worth the work.
Exactly. It
Um,
is
speaking,
funny. It is like fairly grasp. Like there are good resists with like Goldango, Latios, and like Fez, but like Ursaluna, Terrakion, Urshifu, Diancie, Quagsire, like a strong
it's almost
grass
a
attack
coin
route is
flip. Yeah, one of the Ogopons.
yeah, but you're not wrong. Also, Wellspring kind of just bullies a lot of
Yeah.
this team.
Speaking of worth the work, how many candies does it take to involve Mudkip in Pokemon Go?
Oh, I have to think back to my go. This is just Mudkip into Marshtomp, not all the way right.
Yeah,
I feel like most first evolutions were like 50 to 100. It is a starter. It feels like a coin flip, or I'm just total. I don't want to go with 50.
50.
I might. I swear it's either 50 or 100. I'm just trying to remember. Again, I could just be totally wrong, but I'll go 50 just so we're not sitting here.
It's 25.
Well, never mind. I swear I remember first forms being slightly more than that.
I'm not sure.
I swear I remember getting a Cyndaquil and being annoyed that I couldn't find enough to evolve it.
Okay. This will be the last question for this segment. Who was the first trainer in the anime to have a Mudkip?
Oh no. Watched I definitely watched all of the Gen anime, but I was so young. Um I know the first one out of like the main characters is Brock, but not the first one to just have one. I don't think I know the. It's gonna be some like obscure character that
Maybe.
I have no idea. It's not right. I'm just gonna say Brock anyway because I don't.
Stop second guessing yourself. It was Brock.
Is it really just Brock?
Yeah.
Is the first one in the whole anime to have a Mudkip?
It's the first major appearance.
That's wild. Okay, cool.
Okay, I guess in Gonna Rule the School, an unnamed trainer sent out a Mudkip, but I'm not counting that.
That's
That was
fair.
beneath the Brock's Mudkip page.
It's so real. Oh boy. The more I look at this, the more I like. I don't know why that's like. So, I don't like that combo. That is my final thoughts on this team.
That's fucked up. Yeah, it's sorry. It's a Bulbapedia Mudkip fact.
That's so
No,
real.
no, what you said. Yeah, this team's cool. It's very pivoty. I want to see this team used. This is one of the teams I want to see
Agreed.
used before I can like pass judgment. My divine fucking doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
I bet I'll see Acto install at least 1 week.
True. I agree. Does Kyturn still get spikes?
Oh god, it's battle. Look at him.
I know. That's our final thoughts. Oh, it me. It me.
You want to read it off?
Sure. I have the Mon I kept telling everyone I was going to draft and then didn't until I decided to round one it for some reason. I have Terra Kingdra. Uh,
Potential. Potential man.
Yes, I love him. He's cool. I have I have the Therian brothers. I've Torn and Lando. I only have Lando under protest, but he's here. Uh, I have a
Brains about using the one of the best mods of all time.
correct. I have a Scizor, which is another thing I've been wanting to try out. Same with the next one with Volcanion. It's kind of just like Heatran's weird like weird brother, and I love him. He's cool. I have Screamtail because yeah, of course I have Screamtail. How many times have I drafted this thing? I should find out. I've had it so much. I have Umbreon because one Wish Passer wasn't enough. I wanted two. I have a Serena, the quintessential I forgot a spinner again on. I have a Raikou, which I hope does well because I believe in this mod. I feel like no one else does this gen.
I don't.
I know. That's why I brought it up. I have a Politoed because Politoed has sauce and it's not Pelipper. And I have Swalot. I have the best purple blob. Obviously, this is my team, so I'm not gonna like say a lot because it feels weird. Other than I still hate my speed gap from Lando to Screamtail, but I just couldn't
That's
fix
just
it.
what you do. That's just if you don't have a screen, a speed gap. What's the point?
True.
Um, I don't know. I also hoped you drafted this team, so I don't know if
Yeah.
I can have like because I don't have a team in Mudkip this season. So I had to pass upon my will. I don't I like your semi rain. I wish there was a Toxicroak.
Me too. 8 if my mons can pivot. That's cool.
Like I said, I had to pass my will.
If we could just pretend this Swalot was a Toxicroak, that's what the team used to look like.
10 out of 10.
And then I realized I couldn't count and I couldn't afford Toxicroak.
Why'd you change it? Your mod. I wasn't gonna say anything. I wanted that Toxicroak.
Because someone DM'd me about it, and I was like, well, I can't just say no now.
Uh why not?
I should have said Maki said it's okay. They would have believed it. They like you.
She's cheating. Yeah, I know. It was my idea.
I know. I really wanted her to have the Toxicroak.
Yeah, there was a hyper-specific Gen 5 mon with a niche
That's
on a rain
that's
team
Gen 4.
that yep, this was usually used in Gen 4. It's practically a Gen 5 mon.
That's fair.
And yeah, I don't, you know what? I wouldn't have wanted her to. Okay, I should stop this bit. I do not want Crap to cheat. As soon as we saw the Toxicroak, we took it off.
Yeah,
But if you didn't want Crep to cheat, then you guys should have drafted it instead of all grain every single time. So truly, you're cheating yourself by not using Toxicroak Rain in Gen 9.
that's so real.
Uh, I mean, this team is. We made this team together. It's so hard.
Yeah,
Tog, what do you think? We need Tog. We need.
we need to summon Tog.
Yeah, we need to summon Tog. Hold up.
Are you actually summoning Tog? I heard the ping. I know. I'll cut this bit out for the silence, but
Okay, okay. I'm gonna give him like 2 minutes to see if he
yeah,
responds, and then just cut this out.
summon Tog for 5 minutes to look at my team. This might be one of the dumbest bits I've ever done, and I love it. Almost 11 p.m. Just realized.
Wait, I was gonna say after we finish this, we can probably end and then do the other two teams in the fucking chill a different day. But I want the Tog. I need the Tog
I know.
get. I need the Tog bit.
You know, if he doesn't respond, we could always call it here and just kidnap him.
That's very valid. Let's give him a few minutes. We'll call it here, and then be like, Tog, I fucking need you right now.
Tog, you're being summoned. You kidnapped.
Talk about this fucking team. Okay, now fuck off.
Talk about my weird, like, rain but not rain team. game is so weird.
It's definitely interesting.
It's weird. I'll be the first to admit it is the game I've ever drafted, and I kind of love it for it.
It's so goofy.
I know. I do have a Terra Swallow against with factor goes 50%.
Yeah, but like
I don't know what
those,
I was on. It certainly turned out some kind of way. How did Kingdra Torn turn into this?
I don't know.
Me neither.
I'm not entirely sure, but I'm not saying I hate it. We're not getting a tog, are we?
I don't think we are tonight, and that's okay.
It's okay. We can call it here then.
My eyes.
That's valid. I'm exhausted.
I'm just gonna cut it here. I'm just gonna.
Can't talk about it. And I said, I need a third party. Where's Tog? Um, so we pinged you to talk about Krebs' team.
It is
That
the
was freaking.
it is the dumbest bit we've ever had in a PRs. I'm aware. But I just went along with
All
it.
right.
Why is my mouse cursor gone?
It doesn't matter. Put the stream back up. We need Tog to look at the team.
I'm trying to. My mouse cursor is missing. I'm trying to find the button.
Muffin said we had faux rain on the PL's video, and that was the biggest mistakes he could have
Oh,
ever
boy.
made.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Where is my mouse? What is
This so we've come to this ended session 2 of the Mudkip PLs. We're gonna do it in 3 sessions. That's how much horseshit it is. I have a game show sidebar.
Oh my god.
We've gotten so delusional because like this might be the worst video we ever made in the best way possible. There it is. There we go.
Alright, is the recording here?
Let's find out. Yes, it is.
Yeah, God, if there was only a handsome man with a good opinions that was here.
Are did you say good opinions? That is not me, unfortunately. I'm sorry, guys.
It's an opinion that's not ours. We literally kidnapped Tog at like, what is it for you, Tog? Like 1 a.m., 2 a.m.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, 1 a.m.
You
Just,
saw the text and you were like, well, shit, I know what I gotta go check on.
I feel needed.
We love you for that, Tog.
Cryptocito, you're streaming the wrong thing,
Am
so
I?
it's just pixels.
What am I streaming?
You're streaming the windowed
Wait.
view tab from OBS. There it is.
I thought
There we
I
go.
I thought I did the projector. I guess.
No.
Oh, the projector was small. That's why. Okay. Oh, this is so scuffed. Help.
All right. We got round 1 Terra Kingdra. According to Syrian, Landers Tyrion, Scizor, Volcanion, Screamtail, Umbreon, Serena, Raikou, Terra Polytoad, and Terra Swallow.
Back.
He has returned.
God,
Speed
if there was only a Toxicroak on this team that could save us.
The speed tiers are there. I mean, you're missing 100, but other than that,
It,
like, yeah,
it
you cook at the speed.
as Maki said, it wouldn't be a me team without a weird speed gap.
That is true. But, like, I like it. Certainly.
Do you like the turn 1 Kingdra?
I have to respect it, yes.
Someone else turned 1 Terra Hoopa unmounted. Someone else did turn 1 Terra Iron Crown. So I was like, all right, we ball.
Yeah. Hell yeah. I love the Volcanion pick, though. I used it once, like a year ago. I've been meaning to since, because he's done great for me then.
Yeah,
So I hope you do well with him.
I was excited to try him out because I ended up grabbing him in PGP when I like kind of redid my team over there, and
Uh-huh.
I realized how cool he was. And I was like, I'm doing kind of pseudo rain. I bet he's going to be cool here too. So he's here.
Yeah. There you go. I'm trying to figure out what to say here. You just call me on a whim.
Yes, we
It was
did.
unprepared.
It was all for a bit. It was all a bit the whole time, and then you responded to us because you're awesome.
Uh, you got rockers. You got Lando and Screamtail.
Yeah, I can't wait to
That's
never click rocks with either of them.
oh yeah. I have to respect Terra Swallow though after freaking that season of GWA.
I love him. I had to give him another go.
Oh,
But
definitely. Yeah, I get that.
we can ignore that he was only the backup because I realized I couldn't afford Toxicroak.
Sucks.
Yeah. Oxcroak's like the biggest almost shit mod, but not quite a shit mod ever.
Yo, what the fuck? Why are you attacking the beautiful Gen 5
I'm sorry.
boy?
I'm sorry. Look, I used him once. He he's not him. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Do not
Did
pass
you
go.
use
Do
him in
not collect
Rain though?
200.
You know, this is the issue, because all of you Rain users are too obsessed with Alcaladon and Basculegion. You guys don't understand the privilege, nay so what's the word I'm looking for? Uh in intoxication of double leftovers.
No one. It's so true though. I also I did not use him in rain. I used him in a low tier environment, so
gotcha.
Yeah. Yes, where was your double leftovers? Where was your toxic heal Gliscor? But cheap.
Calling Toxicroak Gliscor is so funny.
Ooh, if you're still here, if when you inevitably win this division, please make the Gliscor emoji. It's not for you, it's for me.
that it is.
So crap, what when you win, are you gonna give us the scream tail emoji that we all need?
That's tempting at this point. I've drafted this thing so many times. This is my ball of love. You have your Quillfish. I have Screamtail.
Yeah. We love balls of love. And Muffin has fortress, but we'll get to that.
Yeah.
Spherical!
He's miracle.
Wait, you weren't here for it, Todd, but we have established that Maki only uses spherical poison types.
Oh, of course, yeah. That's so fair.
They're cheap, what can I say?
Can't breathe. I'm just laughing at this. What have we become?
Hey Tog,
Yep.
question for you.
What's up?
Uh, in what Pokemon manga is Mudkip the main supporting character?
Ah, fuck, man. I couldn't tell you, unfortunately. I'm not.
It,
I'm not
it's
that
the it's
base.
it's the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Rescue Team manga.
I see. That makes sense, actually.
I would have
That
got
was, that would
why did
that
why
would
did,
have been my guess, but I wasn't sure if that existed.
why did Maki ask the one question I would have got to Tog?
Cause Tog showed up.
True.
Cause Tog
Oh,
showed up. So I wanted to ask the absolute horseshit question that I wouldn't have even gotten to Tog. I mean, this is to both of you. What's Mudkip's highest base stat?
is this the number or
Was
just the stat? Like which stat it is?
I want the number
Oh, then
I
I
want
have
to
no
and the
guess.
idea.
stat.
I want to guess defense.
Defense,
I
okay.
I would guess attack. I want to say it's like 60.
60 attack. Tog, how much defense we saying?
Say I want to say like 60 defense.
Okay, it's 70 attack.
Dude, I was
Ah,
You were close.
how much defense though?
Uh, 50.
Damn, he's frail.
It's got
It's a
weight
Mudkip.
10 PST. Oh shit! How much does Mudkip weigh?
Say like 24 pounds.
I'll say 11 pounds. I don't know why.
16 pounds.
Like right
Okay,
between the two of us
right
almost.
between, yeah.
Oh shit!
Ah,
So do you like the team talk? Where would you rate it? I don't like on like a scale of 1 to 10. Out of how many
Honestly,
Mudkips out of 10?
I'll give it 7.5 Mudkips out of 10, I think. It's actually pretty solid,
thank you, Tog.
for sure.
Thank
I
you
shut down off
for
'cause yeah,
indulging in our whatever this was.
yeah, absolutely. I gotta help. I'm going to help back to help Tyler now. Great being here. Thanks for having me answer.
Thank you, Tog. We love you.
Yeah,
I love you.
yeah.
Bye.
Have a good night, guys.
Night.
Yeah.
I'm heading to recording.
Please do.
Gosh darn it.
Are you serious?
I forgot I had a BBR video earlier, so I had to mute the speakers so it wouldn't pick up all the people in
Mm.
call.
Wait,
Hey,
it would never pick up the people in call because you're deafened.
it does. I found that it does sometimes anyway. It's really funky.
What do you want to do?
That is up to you. Whatever works. I'm stupid.
Like, I can't shit on Muffin Steve for like 15, 20 minutes.
No, that's real. That's totally real.
Are you recording the audio now?
Yeah.
Crep lost the audio to that entire segment. I'm going to save myself sanity. She can clip that if she wants. More of the story, Muffin. I think your team's a chainsaw. If you can get the third rev, I think you win. But I think you could also burn out very easily.
Numel's just gonna win a game. That's all I have to add. I feel stupid.
We're sad. We're sad now. We fucked up the audio. This is like 20 minutes
There is no
of
we
actual
here. That
real
was all
analysis.
me.
I'm trying to make you feel better. We
No,
messed up. I should have
it's
asked
fine.
you. I always ask you.
I should also just know to check
Uh,
my own audio settings. This is definitely my fault.
are you gonna just cut out that Are you just gonna have Crep talking to the void again, or do I need to give Muffin
that's a good
fake
question.
analysis? Not fake analysis, but speedrun analysis.
It's fine. I'll figure something out.
Uh, Muffin, I want to see you do well. I'm not convincing the team.
Yeah.
Um,
So I believe we had one team on a different.
yeah, Josh had to get banished. What dock did you put him on?
I think you did because I was finishing this.
I
It's-
didn't put him on one.
I thought you said you were.
No.
Okay, hang on. Or to cut out. Woo! Where's Ironly? Oh wait, is Ironly on my other account?
Do you want me to ramble about Muffin's team while you find this and just put something on the screen?
I mean, that's an option.
So why she fixes this? Mr. Muffin Man, Manaphy is a fraud
Restricted.
and a scam and not a good Pokemon. It's probably the worst Pixie. Is a failure of a bulky waddle and a failure of a Setos Weevil. And drafting it without webs is very bold because unless you're going for a double dance set, you're really, really kind of, for lack of a better term, underwhelming. And that's why I kind of called your team a chainsaw. If something like Manaphy gets set up, you should win without question. Um, Latias also requires setup. Okidoki needs bulk ups. Electivire requires bulk ups. If you're going to be an offensive Florist, you require CMs. So that really only leaves you Chiyu and Hisoro as breakers, and those can be predicted. I do like the idea because you can't hide Zoroark as Chi-Yu because of Beads of Ruin, so you can't get the dog immunity, ghost immunity for your fighting type moves and hiding it with a flamethrower. I think you're really relying on Florges to keep Florges alive because Florges is so important to this team. I have drafted Talonflame so many times as hazard removal, and you must feel knock. And I don't see a great knock absorber on your team unless you're like baiting with the weakness policy. And switching an ant on the knockoff for the weakness policy isn't ideal. Florges does one of those its boots. Okidoki does one of those leftovers. I think Tails are cool. Okidoki is the hero of my story. I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced you have the defensive presence to play the setup game, and I don't know if Chi-Yu can do it alone.
Real.
Are we fixed?
We are. I did it.
I think they deserve a Mudkip fun fact doing listening to me rant.
I agree.
Um, I gotta find one. Gotta find a cool Mudkip fact.
There will in fact be full Mudkip at some point in time.
I don't know if they're cool. I've kind of exhausted the Bulbapedia article on Mudkip.
The Bulbapedia article on what? I love how totally prepared we were. Yars. Probably hasn't taken us
We
a week.
clearly weren't. Hey, but we have them. Okay, you're never gonna get this one.
Oh no.
In the sadly discontinued mobile game Magikarp Jump, what is the friendship item of Mudkip? I will give you a hint. It is a held item in traditional competitive Pokemon.
Oh. I want to say something dumb like soft sand or mystic water. That's all I got.
I need you to tell me one item.
Soft sand.
It is actually soft sand.
Oh wow. All right, cool. The one that I get right is from some game I forgot existed, never played.
All right, well, there we go. We can move on.
I love this team.
Side note. The Pokemon Pidquip Mudkip might be the best thing ever. The Pokemon Pinball Mudkip. I'm gonna send you it. You can start talking about Gregory.
Fair. Yeah, this is Josh's team. Josh has Mr. Gregory Fire himself in all his 4 pixels. He has the good Steelbird. Scarm's cool, but this is the good one. He has a very dapper.
Great refuses to give us more pixels.
Real. He's a very dapper gentleman, Weezinggaller. He has
Weezinggaller's a menace.
It is. He has average tusk.
Was it Eric?
Little Eric.
Is that the original Eric was Donphan?
Oh, that's true. That's true.
It's my boy Eric right there.
That is in fact Eric.
It's my boy Eric with a C. My boy Eric with a K. My boy Eric. My little ray of sunshine in my Pokemon Emerald Nuzlocke Soul Link days.
That's so cool.
Have you seen Donphan's 3rd generation level up moveset?
I have not.
It's terrible. It's the most miserable thing of all time. It doesn't let a ground type move by level up. And oh boy, did the randomizer like to keep giving me a Phanpy. Oh my god, Eric, you little beautiful ball of joy with no ability in Generation 3 and no moves.
So
Thank God you have an electric community. Sorry, I think I ended up with I think every single Soul Link run I did with my friend, I ended up with a Dawn fan at some point, if or at least the ones that went far. And there was enough Dawn fans for me to end up naming every single Dawn fan in Great Tusk Eric. That has to show you how many Dawn fans there were.
let's love that.
I think half of them didn't make it out of Famby.
Real. I had come up with a joke for Keldeo. Now it's gone because of the Eric ramp. There's a Keldeo. It's the CDC crossover because Muffin owns LDO. There you go. We did it. Muffin. There's the less cool Thunderous.
Look, Thunder Eye is miserable.
Yeah, he's like fine. He's not useless, but he's fine. There's
I'm gonna read every single move. Fampi loans by level up. At level 0, it loans Auto Sleuth, Tackle, and Growl. This is Generation 3, by the way.
I figured.
At level 9, it gets Defense Core. At level 17, it gets Flail. At level 25, it gets Takedown. At level 33, it gets Rollout. At level 41, it gets Endure. At level 49, its capstone move, it gets Double Edge. Oh, but maybe Dawnfan gets something. Here, let's go check what Dawnfan gets. Oh, so its only ability in Generation 3 is Pickup, which turns into Study, which makes it so KO moves does not work. I lied. Dawnfan does load one ground type move by level up. It does get Earthquake at level 50.
Oh. That's peak.
It does get Rapid Spin in Generation 3. This is a Rapid Spinner. Why did nobody draft it in my ADV draft? Where's the Eric love? Why didn't I draft it? Why did I end up with, like, I think I had Kabutops as my spinner.
Hey, he's cool.
I gotta run ADV again. Yeah, I think I've tried to run the Swift Swim set, like, twice.
Anyways, just to finish the team that's on screen real quick, we have two of like my favorite Terra captains ever. We have Lycanroc Dusk and our Balava. That's those are my friends right there. Those are my guys. Love them.
I've been digging Lycanroc Dusk. I have it in like 2 leagues right now. That's a good little dude.
I have it in SCA. I think I've brought it 1 week, but in that 1 week it did everything.
I've had it. We went to CMM. It's like my little sunshine.
Yeah.
And I had it in BBL too. I've not eliminated yet. We're not using past tense. We can still win the bracket match.
We have the good
BBR bracketio pointing emoji.
Real. We have the good muck. I like them both. I think they're both good, but we have the better muck.
You keep telling me that base muck isn't bad, and I'm waiting to see it. But Muckalola is him. That muck is awesome.
We're gonna keep waiting because I don't think I've brought my muck in Rosine literally once. We have him on. It looks like he's trying to be muck. I
picked up Muckalola in like week 6. And that thing has come to every match since I've drafted it. Alolan muck.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Josh, I have opinions about like your entire team. And that's good.
Not gonna lie, this is a very B team. Like if you replace that Thunderous with like anything else, like if you replace like Thunderous,
I'm gonna go through my thought process. If I was drafting this team, it's like, damn, what am I gonna do? All of the cool high tier mons are gone. I guess Gregory's there. I'll grab Gregory, and I need an Earthquake immunity. I'll grab Corv. So I draft those, and then I'm like, I need puzzle removal because I don't want Corv to make it. I need my fairy type, so I get Weezing, and then I get Eric because it's round 4 and you need a ground type. And then I think to myself, man, I need a special attack. So I draft Keldeo, and I'm like, damn, this thing is kind of terrible, but I need one. And then I really wanted Zapdos, but I wasn't allowed. So I ended up with Thundy Eye, and I'm like, this mod's trash, but it's here.
It's
It's ground
almost
type now. Weak to
Zapdos.
electricity. It's like I think I just want Kilowatt rather than Thundy Eye.
I'll take Thundy
And
T.
I've really taken the belly bullet. Affinity rocks. I've really been taking the belly bullet pillow recently, and I think if you're not drafting like Zapdos, Raging Bolt, or like Rotom Wash or Rotom Heat, just get belly bullet. It's better than every other mid-tier electric type. Ball maybe Kilowattrel. Because I'm a Kilo believer. I know a lot of people aren't Kilo believers. I'm a Kilo believer.
Mhm.
Did my internet cut out?
I think I cut out for like a whole 3 seconds because you just disappeared. But now you're here.
Am I here? Okay. I'm a Kilo believer. It's cheap baby Zapdos. You know what? I'm an Emolga believer too.
Real. If only she existed
Uh,
this gen.
I've only shit of this gen, but we have Belly Bolt. We have the savior of electric types. Endless. This is another shout out. I know we just it's out now. We can spoil. I know we just got a Belly Bolt emoji, but if you want to give me a second Belly Bolt emoji when you inevitably win, I'd be okay with that. I forget who I
Real.
was wanting to win for an emoji last time. Which emoji did I want? Do you remember?
I have no idea, I'll be honest.
Did anybody draft my Effervescent Sunshine?
I don't think
Did
so.
anybody draft little Trappy? Is Trappy undrafted? No, wait, Trappy's undrafted. Oh no, someone drafted it. Who has my little sunshine? Who am I rooting for? Glass. Glass, when you
Oh,
win,
that's right.
I need a little Terrapagos. I need a little Terrapagos. Preferably like crying, because I think that's
Right.
just perfect. A little crying Terrapagos. You know what? I win Mall Stomp and I get us a Terrapagos emoji, and then when you win Mudkip, can have two Terrapagos emojis for the total apocalypse, the total onslaught, the total takeover.
Real.
I love Terrapagos.
He is very cool. I like that little guy.
I just want to have a giant plushie. It's like pillow sized. I need him now.
That's
I like your team, Josh. Your speed's a little iffy, but
I, I,
oh,
I
your team's a
was
lot of iffy.
I was gonna say this is the most like I said, barring 2 months, this is the most crep team ever, down to the absolutely unhinged speed.
Yeah. This is a U team. I think that's why I kind of like it. I think you conditioned me to like see teams that are like scruggly as fuck, and I'm like, it's a crap team. I'm legally obligated to like them.
Real.
And then you put like my little bud there, and then my we've turned on storage sense to optimize storage usage. We've turned on thanks, I guess. Why? This is why Epic Games is bloatware.
Real.
But it's what I bought the game on when it came out, because we're not putting it on Steam. I want to launch it, and then I didn't play it on launch. So why didn't you buy it on Steam then? Well, because I'm stupid. Because I'm stupid.
Me
I
too.
thought it was free from the Epic Games launcher when Hoyo Play came out, because my bi-monthly wanting to play Honkai Star Rail. But no, I had to forget what I downloaded this game on. So that's my rant. We're very ranty tonight.
We are.
I like the team. I think it's a little goofy, little goofball.
Yeah. Your fastest mod being 111 and it also being a Thundy Eye isn't the greatest thing. At least,
NDI is the greatest thing.
yeah. At least 2 of your speedier mods have
I
ways
even
to
got
boost their speed.
weather for the weather wall.
I
Are
don't.
you really bringing up Trailblaze? And
Of course I am. Who do
I
you
don't think
think you're talking?
I don't think Keldeo can boost
I
its
was talking
speed.
about Gregory.
Oh, we're talking about the base 91.
Yeah. I mean, it says for a fastest. I wasn't
Okay.
wrong.
Okay. No, that's fine. We can talk about Gregory. Just put Dragon Dance.
Is it real? I do like the bulk on this team. This looks like a very like
No,
annoying
this
team
team's
to
a.
break.
I wish it had a wish. Excuse me, a wish passel.
Yeah. I mean, it has grassy terrain leech seed, which is like
Uh,
almost as good. It's not as good, but it's almost as good.
oh yeah, Ob's great.
Arb is Arb is
Thunderous, do you get okay, we have agility torn. I'm seeing it. We got screens up. We click agility or weakness policies proc. We're double dancing. And Torn Eye is now officially reached a Pokemon.
and he still wishes he was just Torrentee.
It has 111 speed and 125 attack. Why is this mon so bad? Like, but he's so sad.
I don't see. I don't think he's as terrible as we're memeing on him for. Like he's fine. He's definitively fine.
Also, I got Keldeo in GWA, and I think I bought it twice.
That's understandable.
I
The 108 speed just
I'm not.
really fails it nowadays, unfortunately.
uh, So does the 129 special attack somehow. It's like Vacuum Wave is cool. Flip Tone's cool. Its best coverage move is Icy Wind.
Yeah. Yeah. I definitely would have liked to see different water type. Like I don't know. I think Keldeo can kind of work here. I think the team has the bulk to get it in, like the bulk and the slow pivot to actually get it in when it wants to be in. Actually, it doesn't even have that much pivot. It's got like four. It's got the bulk.
Yeah. When we do that Volt Switch the DI,
Yeah. It
Keldeo's the pivot.
yeah, honestly. It at least has the bulk to get Keldeo in though and like keep it safe so it can keep clicking buttons. So, I mean, at the end of the day, like a Specs Hydro Pump is still gonna hurt. It's still gonna do a lot, assuming you hit.
If it lands, no, I don't know. I don't. Josh is him. Josh. You know, I'm salt. I'm not gonna lie to you. My seed flails. I'm. You just click Hydro Pump because clearly the 80% work for you, but the 85s don't work for me. I am salt. You know the game. I am bread. I am salt. Yes, that game happened this morning. I'm still miserable about it.
I have been reminded that I Am Bread existed. That's just what today is apparently.
I've been making that reference since I am bread came out. The I am
Cool.
salt. Um. That being said, when you win, can we get a Lycanroc Dusk emoji? I'd also take a Donphan. I should be rating teams based on what emojis I want.
You totally just a separate Maki tier list.
Yeah.
How
So
emo
Glass,
friendly is
obviously, I
your
want my
team?
yeah. So let me go through this again. Cali, dude. Um, out of your mons, I want a Slowking. I want Paul. Glass, obviously, it's Terapagos. That's what we want to see. Common. Oh, we got a Treadhead in the chat. There's a Hisuian Zora. Never mind. We have a Hisuian Zora. That's who I want the emoji from. But you already have a Hisuian Zora set. We can always have more Snowflake. Um, Dashing. You have Cornerstone. Uh, Come on, a little Cornerstone, maybe a little wink with moving the mask. Be cute. The good general has Cosmo. So let's see as Amaranta, please. Um, J-Bob, I like Porygon 2 or Clodsire on your team. I think both of those are solid picks. Um, Hunter has Tyranitar, so that's my pick. But I'm gonna do an honorable mention to Metagross for Crab.
Woo!
Um, Indomitable Will has Kilowattrel. I think that's what I'm gonna vote for. I don't have like a deep attachment to any of these mons on your team, but Kilowattrel's pretty cool. Um, Endless, more Belly Bolt, more Belly Bolt. Who you got Gliscor? I want to see that little bat. Yeah. Chef Ramsey. Probably Bundle. I think Bundle's a good little boy. I like penguins.
Fair.
On the zoo animal tier list, they're probably like number 2 because raccoons don't count. On the overall tier list, they're third place because it goes raccoons, koalas, raccoons, koalas, penguins. But because I think raccoons are disqualified from the zoo tier list, penguins get to move up in the second slot. Um,
Disqualified from wild.
have you ever seen a raccoon at a zoo?
Yes.
You have?
Yes, it was in Louisiana.
Maybe. Oh, love raccoons. Do you know that they have raccoon cake pops at Starbucks right now?
I don't actually go to Starbucks that much. Good to know.
So I go to Starbucks a lot, and I really feel like they're pandering to me by the raccoon cake pops.
Understandable.
No other rodent, no other animal, raccoons. Oh, okay. I didn't know that we all liked the little trash pandas that much.
Apparently.
Um, but Pyro, my Pumarina emoji, please and thank you. Um, King, I'd be happy with either uh Golden Go, Diancie, or Fez. I like all of those mons.
Hmm.
Um, you're giving a Scream Terror, right? I feel like you have to.
Yeah.
Unless I'm Umbreon. Are we okay with an Umbreon too? Which of your Wish mons are we getting?
That's a great question. I feel like I
Uh,
feel like I'd
I
have to do because I've drafted it so many
Muffin's gonna do Numel, but I want the Talon Flame.
times.
And Josh, like I said, give me Lycanroc, give me Corv. I'd even take Eric.
Eric, little friend.
Um, but yeah, we'll total gaming.
We are.
That was a whole tangent. You don't get a Mudkip fact. You got a emoji fact.
Got a Maki team, which is
So
just
many.
half of this whole thing anyway.
Yeah. Uh, if we were editing this, uh, you should just put like that entire rant, just a little like thought bubble, and just Terapagos above me, because that's all that was.
Real. If I have the time, I am gonna. I mean, obviously, I'm going to edit this to some extent. I'm just unsure of to what extent that is.
Uh, Dashing, you awoken something in me with this total. I didn't know it was my friend. I didn't know what it could do until UPA, and I didn't even want it at first. I rejected it, and then I came crawling back to it, and it was the universe sung its name. It it became my. It might be overpassing Ogerpon as favorite Gen 9 mod. I love Ogerpon, but it's not this little disc of friendship. We need to make a tier list, don't we?
Yeah, yeah.
Let's talk about the teams.
We probably should. I'm just gonna go in order of images placed down here.
Okay, so what? Whose team is that?
That's endless.
Endless.
Yes.
Ooh, okay. This is the Belly Bowl team.
One sec. I need to. Okay. No one saw this. Ignore everything you're seeing, people. I just need to have this open in a
Belly Bowl.
second tab so I can see the
Bowl.
teams.
Belly Bowl. Belly
There we go. Okay. Nothing happened. Anyway. Analysis. There it is.
I forgot this was the Sneasel team without
It's
terrain.
the Terra Iron Crown its peak.
A Terra Belly Bolt team.
They literally have like our two favorite like just guys with Belly Bolt and Iron Crown.
This got a Wellspring, like Cinderace. This team's cool. I
It
remember
is.
like past, present, future monkey. This is your job to like have good analysis. But that's a Belly Bolt.
That's a Belly Bolt.
I mean, I like the team. I think it's kind of, Sneasel without terrain's a little intriguing, but there's ways to set it up. I probably said this last time. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. That was genuinely a week ago.
Yeah. I like the team.
uh,
I think I probably said this last time as well. It lacks a little bit of longevity outside of like Belly Bolt Mandibuzz, but the slow pivot into the massive threats of Sneasler, Ogerpon, Crook, Cinderace, alongside like your screens Klefki and stuff. I like it. I think it's cool.
yeah. Uh, No, yeah, your removals shaky at best. It's just Mandy, and you have a pretty good spike
Oh,
on,
Kamala's
so
right
I wish you
there.
would have had it. You're right. I'm so sorry for my MS Sunshine. You
They
do
do also
win
have
the
court
zoo
change.
tier list. That's true. It's got funky hazard move, but I like it.
Yeah.
Um, I would give this team a pretty good rating. I wish it had a Thwacky on it.
Yeah, I feel like I'd put this in like a high B. I don't think I'd put this in
Yeah.
A, but definitely a high B.
Uh,
Are we cool with that?
Thwacky. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, wait, me. I'm not rating my team.
Uh, we can't do the same joke as last time.
No, we
I'll just
can't.
actually rate it. I'll just actually rate your team.
It's so
It's
weird.
it sure is a rain team that you can draft.
It's
Uh,
just,
I think we just put it in B, and then
I think this is fine.
I think we just put it in B, and we just remember the Fallen. And if this had a Toxicoke, it'd be A.
That's so real though. Okay. I forget whose team this is. I should know everyone's list, but I don't. Um isn't no, I just commented this is Kings because I was commenting haha funny, why is the logo sideways? That's right. It's King.
Yo, this team's got Psych Lizard.
Hmm. It
It's
does
got
indeed.
it's got Torn T's little nephew.
You know, I
Uh,
remember talking about this one, but I don't remember what I said about
Tornadus Theron, can you please come to the front of the store? Your nephew is looking for you. Tornadus Theron, can you please come to the front of the store? Your nephew is looking for you.
he can't. He lost his textures.
They're back now.
I hope they're back. I still haven't actually tried it to see if I fixed it.
This team has two fairies. Pretty cool. I like both these fairies.
Indeed.
Am I too goofy to do this tonight?
I feel that.
We have a lot of type overlap.
Yeah.
We got the grass dogs. We got the fairies. We got the dragons.
I remember saying I liked Brute Bonnet last time.
That wanted one more speed. It could boost its speed, but it can't.
True. This is a fun. I probably said this last time as well. This is a funky one because like two of your defensive mons share the same weakness in ground with Pheasantipity and D. Like both of your fairies are ground weak, which isn't great.
Oh my goodness.
Also, a lot of your team is ground outside of like Brute Bonnet lot. Cacturn, I guess too,
I
but
was gonna
Cacturn's
say
not
you
taking
put
a
some
hit.
respect on Cat. That's $1 right there.
I don't think
That's a
Cacturn's living 2 earthquakes from
that's a
actual
value menu ground resist.
your Hats removal is like you only have one, but at least it's a good one with Cyclozar, so it's not the worst thing. I love Ursaluna. I wish there were like webs or something to help Ursaluna.
We've got slow pivot.
There is Trick Room DNC to help the Ursaluna. Very much like. I do like the Trick Room side of this team a lot with like Bonnet Ursaluna.
I wish we had a bulky water. I think Rapid's great,
Bag's
but I
right
think
there.
never mind. I take it all back.
He's literally right there.
I was about to
He's
say,
waving at you. Look at him.
oh, what's up, little guy? I don't know where to put this team. This team's quirky and weird.
I feel like it's another B.
There's
To
a
be
second
honest.
fight. No, there's a second fighting type. We might have to put this in C due to pure type overlap.
That's fair.
I
I'm
don't
fine
like.
putting it in C for now, and if we have other C teams,
Agreed.
I don't think it's bad, but there is a lot of type overlap. And like full disclosure, we've said it probably multiple times in this way too long recording. All of these teams are good, so like even a C here isn't like, oh, this
Yeah,
seems
can you
kind of
guys-
bad.
Can one of you guys draft like something terrible for me to be able to make fun of for the entire video, the entire episode? Because at this point, I'm just gushing about Terravagos. So that's what you want. If you keep drafting good teams, I'm just gonna keep total posting.
My team's
But if
pretty
you,
weird.
if one of you draft like some funny shit, then I can talk about like Fundy Eye for like 4 hours.
Just, well,
Hallie Dude has the Ion Valiant King Gambit team with webs
I had
now
to
featuring
bring it
now
up.
featuring Dante from Devil May Cry 5.
Real. Actually, I like this team. I don't remember what I said about it the first time. I think I remember liking this team a little bit more than you did. I think.
Yeah, I'm not in love with the bulky waddles. Themothies.
Yeah, I think that
Uh,
was the one critique we both agreed on. Is they're kind of both doing, but
Also, eh, like you can have Landis be your main ground type if he's a lion, but I don't love two bulky waddles and Landorus being your ground type, as he's not very bulky. He's pretty frail, and he needs every bit of HP he needs to be able to live a hit because he's going to be scuffed.
yeah,
You do have a pretty good ground type, grass type, and Sinistra, but it's also a sweeper and not so much an electric type to switch in. That being said, King Gambit and Iron Valiant is very, very cool. There is no dragon though.
yeah. I do really like the breaking potential on this team though. Like the mixed breaking of Valiant and Lando plus just the pure strength. You
All
could
gonna be
even
cool.
include like Arcanine in there as well. I I think from like purely like the roles you want to draft, this does it really, really well. Like you have your versatile breakers, you have your setup sweepers, you have your bulky pivots, you have your defensive piece. Like I like the team. I it does feel like it's missing a little bit of something, but I actually do like.
I think you like it more than I do.
I do.
Okay, because I'm
I I'm
not.
I'm one of the
Cool.
biggest like Lando is a fake mon thing for people ever, but I think I just like the versatility it brings us along alongside Iron Valiant because they can
It
both
does.
break
And
from like anywhere.
Landorus does bring along versatility if he's has a little quirky little meal that can change some things around. But when he's in his base form, yeah, man, man, it's just a really expensive skull for. Isn't that right, Plushy Lando T?
I, I
Sneaky, my Plushy Lando T agrees.
I feel like if Scyther and Slowking were swapped out for like a good dragon type and maybe like another
You
hazard
would get rid of
option,
you'd go to Slowking over Vaporeon?
I like Vaporeon a lot. Like that might just be my bias, but I really like Vaporeon.
No, because I appreciate the Slowking with Lando Eye because you can then Chili Reception Weather Ball.
That's fair.
I just have to think about Lando Eye. Oh my goodness gracious.
I just like the slow
Um,
wish pivots in the game.
Slow wish pivots all great, but I don't know. I like me some slow kings.
Let me rephrase. If also Vaporeon's a Terra captain, which is why I kind of said like probably staying. But I guess realistically, if either Water plus Scyther was swapped out for like a good dragon and like a hazard removal option, I would rate this team pretty highly. I think as is, it's still quite good. I I feel like I like it better than most of the ones we've looked at so far.
You can put it where you want and then just move it down one thing.
That's so real. Do I like it? I just if I feel like I do like it better than Endless's team, just because like it has. Do I? Maybe I like them about the same actually.
Yeah, then put it right below illnesses. I think illness is more.
Yeah, I think it can go like either.
If I was being forced to use one of them, I prefer to use endlesses.
That's fair. I'm fine with this. I like them both pretty equally, so I'm fine just kind of. Is this just going to be B tier of the list again? This is common. Right? Question mark?
Is it the Catboy Chozo?
What? Wait. I, I was not prepared for that question. I'm sorry. What? Oh,
Go look,
you made his
go look at his.
Discord picture?
Yeah, yeah. The
Oh,
little
I
flowers of headphones look like cat ears.
I was looking at the Garganackle logo. I was like, what are
No,
you
no,
on
no,
about?
no. I had to ask him if it was Catboy
Yeah,
Chozo.
I do remember that conversation now. That just caught me really off guard. Okay. Okay, I need to like breathe. There we go. Oh, it's the other rain team with a Excalibur for some reason. I don't know how I feel about this one. I don't dislike it. Like
Uh,
Urshifu,
can
Iron Tread, Zapdos is awesome.
can we pause for a second?
Yeah,
Okay. I mean, like genuinely pause.
yeah, yeah.
I just got a text message. Yeah, okay, cool.
I will continue trying to get Torn to have textures. Ah, no, back. Torn, you must have your textures.
We can continue.
Okay.
Uh, Rain, spooky.
Rain 2.0. I'm so proud of this division because neither of the Rain teams have Archaludon.
Yep.
I know one of those is mine, so that's like slightly biased, but I
I like Zapdos.
honestly, I really like the Shifu Iron Tread Zapdos little combo. I think it's very cool. That's just similar to what I have over in SEA. That's probably why I like it. I like Terra Azoth a lot. I think Terra Azoth is super cool. I'm a little confused what Bax is doing here still. Like, there's nothing wrong with it being here, I guess, but I don't know if I love it here either.
I mean, that is a 17-point Will-O-Wisp absorb for single strike.
Yeah, and like I guess that does have some value to an extent because you do have a lot of physical attackers on this team. I mean, like all of them but Zapdos and Azelf. Amoonguss doesn't count. I don't know, this one's weird. I don't dislike it by any means. There's a lot to like. I just it feels all these teams feel so funky.
It's kind of scrungly. There's a lot of snipes.
Yeah.
This team wasn't originally supposed to be Rain, and I think as an oopsie daisy, let's pick up Rain. I've used single strike and Rain before too. It's pretty fun.
That's fair.
I think I like it more than Cali Dudes, but less than Endlesses. And I think if it stays like this, I'm gonna move Endlesses up to A. I think Endlesses has been the most comprehensive team so far.
See, I still kind of disagree because I feel like Endless is missing a few like kind of I don't know. I feel like Ace's team is still missing like certain things that kind of like get, if that makes sense. Like we said, it doesn't have much longevity. It has a lot of physical breakers and it's got like a special breaker. Which granted it's Crown, it's great. I don't know. I almost I don't know. It feels weird putting Endless into A because I feel like his team is still missing.
Okay, we can keep Endless in B, but I think this team should be in B below Endless.
That yeah, I do agree with that. I think. I've got to remember whose logo this is. Oh, this is who. Sorry, I see so many Necrozma logos. I don't remember whose are half the time. That wasn't even meant to be a who joke. Dang it.
He keeps asking if I'm putting him on the bottom of the tier list. So can you just put him on the D tier for the screenshot?
Okay, bet.
Okay.
Well, once we take like the funny screenshot at the end, I'll move it just for funnies.
Okay, cool. This team is very good. I have nothing bad to say about it.
He drafted Stall
Looking
again.
at it. The only bad mons are being fixed with Terra. This is probably an S tier team.
I don't want to put it in S2 just because it's all, but you're probably right.
Name some, if we can move it down if you name it, you can find a flaw with it.
Dang it.
It's a little ice weak. That's the flaw, but all my teams are ice weak. So of course the team that's really aggressive, that's ice weak, I'm gonna put an S and that's what I do.
Yeah, it kind of has everything. It's got like 2 really good wish passers. It has
This is a team I would draft. Am I wrong?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a really good team.
It's got 2 wish passes, it's got Gliscor, it's got Sylveon.
Like, it's got all the hazards, it's got 2 removers, it's got 2 really good
it's
like
got
defensive wish passers.
Oh, Talia! That thing is awesome.
It's got Blood Moon plus Meowscarada, which is like one of my favorite combinations after BBR.
Yeah, like
yeah, this team is sick.
This team's awesome.
I don't even remember what I said about it before. I feel like
I don't know.
I feel like I didn't like it as much the first time. And now I'm looking at it again in the future. It yeah, it's kind of good. I hate it because it's stall again, and who's gonna kill us all? But it's good.
I took the season off. Have fun. Bye.
It's
So
okay. I'll
who?
suffer enough for both of us.
I'll be waiting very patiently for my Gliscor emoji.
That's Josh, the one we just talked about.
Hey, yo, is that the doggy team?
It is.
Puppy.
It-
Um,
I
Just
definitely
being
like this one
funky.
better than I like Endless's for the most part. The only weird thing being this kind of holds it back.
So much good removal. Of course, you like the team with the weird spirit gap.
Yeah, but it's like gouging, Corv, wheezing, Dawn fan.
This team has so many good removals. It's got decent hazard setting. It's got Alolan Mug.
It
It's
has two
got
amazing
Sableye.
Terra Captains.
Yes. Yeah, put an A. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I definitely think it's like yeah.
Your speed's funky, but like yeah, it's pretty good.
The
It's fine.
speed is funky, but I
It's
think you
fine.
have a team that like can handle that okay. Because you have so much bulk that like even if Hamon is super fast, it kind of needs to be set up to have, and even then that might not be enough. And then you have mons that can boost their speed pretty easily, like Lycan Rock or gouging, or things that don't mind having a scarf like Keldeo. So I like this team. I think it's cool. On to the Maestro Meloetas. I have no idea who's that. Chef Ramsay. I see.
Snow with no backs.
Because someone else has it.
Ace Clutch for $2 is kind of a steal. I'm not gonna lie to you.
He has my bird.
Both of them.
He's both of my birds.
I'd like to say this, Chef Ramsay. I've also been there twice now, drafting Escadrille because Treads has been taken, and it's it's my heart goes out to you.
So real.
It sure is a mon you can draft when Treads is taken, and it does.
I forgot that like almost every team in this division has weird speed. I'm that's just now coming back to me, looking at the 136
Everybody
to
was sniping
100.
each other.
Yeah,
Everybody was sniping each other. Isn't that 100 Entei? Isn't it
yep.
Shitei? Yeah.
It's Entei and Gyapdos.
Oh man, this Gyapdos is better than Entei. Sorry, and GWA low tiers really proved to me that Entei is not him. Even in the Taylor normal in the Shitmon div, he was still underwhelming. That's crazy.
I do like the Gloking into Terra Sandslash / Iron Bundle though.
Yeah, the snow core is pretty cool. Uh, I don't know how I feel about this
I
team.
wish it had more hazard options / screen options to play around with Gardecuno and Gyapdos. Because like
You mean Rotom and Exegol?
no, like more like putting up hazard on. It's kind
That's
of
what I meant. I
just
meant Rotom and Excadrill. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Which you're right isn't ideal.
Yeah.
Trevor doesn't get spikes, which is kind of sad.
I mean, at least Hydreigon gets rocks. You have a couple of rockers, but I don't know.
It's
I feel like if this
just
team,
justify Hydreigon as a stealth rocker.
I tried, but I don't know. It is definitely missing something, and I feel like that's like having a good, reliable screen setter plus like better hazards. Which, if I'm telling you to get hazards, there's something wrong here. But I feel like you have such like potential to break with either Gyapdos or Gardecuno on either side, and
I
you're
feel like
kind
you're
of
just
not
biased.
taking full advantage of it. I mean, I definitely am,
I mean, I'm
but just
I
looking
don't
at
lo- I don't love it. I'm not.
like I
This is not a team Makima draft, so that doesn't help.
this is almost a team draft, except I would never have Bundle because Bundle is no.
Just find wide lens bundle every week.
I would say it's like a lower B. I like it. If a few things were swapped out, I would definitely put it in A. But as it is, I'd say it's like a low B, maybe high C. But that feels weird.
We can put it in one of those spots.
Real.
What do you want? Let's put it in high C.
Okay, I think that's fine.
just because I want variety.
Yeah, and I guess like outside of the snow core, the team doesn't have a ton of synergy either.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think C is fine. I think that's fine.
We have doggy team.
Oh yeah, we have Playmore right here. Here we go. I don't have the Terras on. This seems cool. I remember liking this one, I think.
This team is either ARS and his tail gets up, Gyarados. Just on that, this team works. There's
Right. It
my
was
dog. Yeah, just those things nice. This thing's awesome.
yeah, this team is super cool. I don't know if it's quite S tier.
And this is battle here, right? But it's above Josh's.
Yeah, definitely. I've definitely put it in
Not
A.
endless. Not endless is battle. Whose is battle?
I knew what you meant. Don't worry.
Sorry, endless is the gatekeeper right now
It
into
really
the
is.
upper half of the draft.
Like unlike half of the teams, it actually has like a pretty decent speed ladder. I don't love Breloom. Breloom feels a little washed this gen, but if they
Okay.
make it work, I'm happy to see it.
Now, I took that as a personal offense. I agree with you. Like, I agree that Breloom is kind of aged, but that's a status. He has two status resolvables.
And that is definitely good for Zama and Gyarados. Don't get me wrong,
Mm-hmm.
but Breloom's still a little washed. I do
Yo,
remember
the
saying
watch.
that Zama C plus Gyarados is super cool, and I stand by that.
I actually kind of I don't even hate Zama and Dogger. I know it's a really fighting week, but you have Clef, you have Gyarados, you have Moltres. Moltres is a
Yeah, exactly.
bastard.
I actually this
I
is
said,
actually super cool.
yeah.
Yeah,
Put
I can't put this any lower.
put this little frog on top of it for now.
Agreed.
If possible, I'd only like to keep one S.
Yeah, agreed.
I okay.
I'm convinced nothing's gonna pass Who's. He, as much as I hate the fact that it's like pseudo stall slash almost basically just stall, it's he built a very good team.
Yeah.
This is Will, right? Domino Will?
Yeah,
Indomitable?
yeah, it is. I think it's pretty good. I don't like a lot of the mons. Like this, like I rate Igo's teams on the Maki friend scale, and if I was rating Endless's team on the Maki friend scale, it would not be very high. It would be very, very low. But if
If
I'm rating it on the pretty good mons list, yeah, I think it's like an A.
if it were on the Crep friend scale, it'd be slightly higher because I love Spectrier, Tinglu, Tinkaton, Tentacruel.
I'd rather have Joe. I'd rather have Gliscor, and I'd rather have Klefki.
I like Tinglu. I used to like Gliscor a lot more. But after using them both, though, I am very Tinglu. I like that thing a lot.
So why'd you take my Gliscor in
That was
season 2 of
that was
CMM?
before I'd used Tinglu.
I'm actually using Tinglu again because I took Tinglu in that division because you took Gliscor and I didn't love it, but I have it in a new draft right now and I'm actually really excited for it. I
Yeah,
I was being mean to Tinglu because he wasn't Gliscor and I need to think of him differently.
that's yeah, very very true. But I think this team is very cool. It's very very threatening on paper. I think something I mentioned last time is the team really lacks much longevity. There is a pretty solid amount of like pivot slash like kind of um I don't know. I feel like this team will have to double a lot to get
I don't.
in what it wants to do, but like I remember saying that
y-
it's gonna do what it does well, depending on how well Will can play it. So like you have your Tinglu to get up your hazard, stop a threat. You have your Tinkaton to be a menace. You have your Gothitelle to stop whatever stops your sweeper, and then you have like insane sweeper. So
What I
I
don't
think it's neat.
love is something you know is I don't like my fairy and Stu to be the same Pokemon.
Yeah, I do agree. I don't love that.
I like Tink, and I mean okay in air quotes I like Tink, but I'd also would have liked a Wish Passel or Bronzong even just something.
Sorry, my mother walked in looking very displeased.
Is she okay?
Yes, I forgot we were gonna watch a show, but we'll finish this first. Don't worry
Oh
about
no.
it. But no, I like this team. I think it's neat. I wish it had a little bit more longevity, but I don't know. I think it works for what it is, which is very clearly meant to be kind of like hyper offense, kick off like the threat on your opponent's team that's stopping you, and then just sweep.
Yeah.
I think it did I think I said last time. If I didn't, then I'm going to say it now. I feel like Ursaring and Volcarona could have been swapped out for like something else that helps the game plan a little bit more. But I do
Well,
like
he
it.
drafted Ozzering, so nobody else could have it because it's a really good spec check. Probably one of the best in the game.
Yeah, I think I still stand by the fact the only one better is like.
It's not $6 though.
True. I like the team. I don't know. I don't.
I'd put it.
Good.
I'd put it after Froggy before starters.
Yeah, I agree. I actually agree. I think it's well crafted. I don't know if it's a team I would ever use personally. I don't think it's my style, but I think if it is like Will style, it's going to do very very well.
It's definitely my style.
Yeah, it takes a certain player to make it work, but if you can make it work, it's super good. Very snowbally.
Mm-hmm.
San Diego Lumbres. That is J Bob. I could not remember. I should really know these. I don't. All right, this is the Dio Speed Roaring Moon team, right?
With Indeedee, I can't in good faith put this probably entered any lower than A. I can't in good faith probably put this any lower than above Will.
Yeah, I definitely still like Playmore's team better, but I mean this
Mhm.
team is super cool. I think
Webs, it's got
my only
psychic
complaint
terrain.
is that like all of their defensive pieces are weak to Earthquake, but you do have good mons to switch into it with like an Amorous and even kind of Porygon too, depending on what you do.
My biggest gripe with this team, other than the earthquake weakness, is that Porygon's Venture Tail Cat.
That's fair. That's very very fair.
I mean, it might have been tail banned, but like I'm still gonna complain about it.
Understandable, but no, I do like this team. I think this is probably another.
I'm gonna make pasta after we finish this.
Excellent. I know this one. This is Glass Shadows, and I know this one. I did it.
Toro detected. STO placed. When we take the fake screenshot, will you put his in S?
Sure. I just realized I forgot that it's Baby Terapagos.
It's baby.
Another team that has absolutely zero defensive profile that's not named Rotom Wash.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this one. That's because I like having my like good defensive pieces to back up everything else.
No, it's okay. You can use the W word. We don't like this one.
Okay. Like it's definitively
the
fine.
the clique has decided that we don't like your team, Glass Shadows. We're going to have to ask you to change. So you can come back and sit with us once you've made some changes.
I do remember talking about this one now because I was like, it's another screens hyper offense, like the fourth one we've seen.
Yeah, it really is. You have my total. I can't put the total team low, can I?
See, I feel like that's kind of what's saving the team is like Morgrim screen with Terapagos / Pult / Ogerpon. Like it's not that in particular is scary.
I'm gonna say the thing. It's just good things go.
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
no real synergy here,
Agreed.
and that's really disappointing.
Yeah, I completely agree. I do like that he drafted his mascot though. I will give him points for that.
That's why I need to make my mascot not Iron Leaves.
I'm gonna draft Iron Leaves again, but it can actually take. Hey, I did great with it last season. I came
I'm
around.
glad to see you. I'm glad to see you use my mascot well. I just like the alliteration with Las Vegas.
That's fair. Where do we put this?
I'm not in love with it.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan either.
Where were you thinking?
Honestly, it kind of feels like C. Looking at the other ones we've put in
Yeah,
C.
I was gonna say the same, but I didn't want to be the bad one. So since you brought it up, I can agree with you because it was your idea.
Do I like it more or less?
I'm sorry.
Fine.
I'm the issue, not you.
I think I like that.
I could go either way, personally.
I think that's fine.
Who's the Sigalith team?
That is Dashing, I believe.
Oh. This team has a big conch.
It does.
This team's
I
funky.
believe I remember liking this one as well. It's neat.
This is a much more crap team than a monkey team.
See, if that just wasn't Jirachi and it was a different steel.
You love
No,
Jirachi. You love Jirachi. It's your favorite Pokemon.
this is literally
It
no.
goes like Jirachi, Landorus T, and I know all the ones you hate. Hurricane.
Not even another Pokemon, just Hurricane. You're not
Oh my God.
wrong, but
I'm thinking, why can't I think of the mons you dislike?
there aren't that many, to be fair.
Florges? You don't like Florges, right? I keep telling you to draft Florges, and you keep telling me no.
No, my opinion of Florges is I like Florges. Florges is fine, but it's not Screamtail or Sylveon.
But yeah, that's fair. But I'm taking the other one. So, which if one of those you don't take, I tend to snatch with my grubby little hands.
Real. No, I like this team. It's got like good defensive options, except
You love Greninja!
except Empress T, which is still a little bit fake, but I like the bulk. I like its bulky like defensive profile with Petra and Jirachi.
That mod's trash.
It has crazy breaking potential with like Hoopa Garchomp, Honk, and it's got your very very scary late game mons like Greninja Ogerpon. It's got webs to support them all. The hazard removal is a little iffy. You have like Conk Defog and a War Turtle, but
Oh, the world total count with an Eviolite living like a gouging fire outrage or something. I don't know.
it definitely lives like things it shouldn't. Fair. And to be fair, Conk does force switches, so like clicking defog with it really isn't that bad. I like this one. I feel like this is an A, honestly. I like this team a lot.
I was gonna put it in B, but above Endless. Endless has fallen as the B gatekeeper in my eyes.
I wouldn't mind going like absolute top of B. I think
That's what I was gonna do. Yeah, I think it's solid. You bring up. I wish there was a more reliable Wishmon for Enamorous than Jirachi. Not that Jirachi is bad.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like you're really overloading Jirachi.
That's fair. I can see that.
And this team feels like it needs webs because unless your best scoffer, in air quotes, is kind of Hoopa, kind of Chomp, and Scarf Greninja isn't bad, but then he's really lacking breaking power.
Yeah. And to be fair, if you're going for like a battle bond Gren, then that's fine. You don't have power. That's kind of what Chomp and like Chomp, Ogerpon, and Hoopa are there to do, is to open the way for Gren. I don't hate. I like it. I'm totally fine with top of B. I think that fits. Just have one left. Have another one that I actually know because I've been in so many leagues. You have Pyro. Oh yeah, this team. I vaguely remember this one. Do I remember what I said about it? No.
Do you remember having issues?
I remember having issues. So real.
I remember talking about like things and stuff, but I can't remember it now. So if past, present, future Maki had an issue, current Maki thinks that it's okay.
Yeah, I feel like this is like almost the definition. It's like it's not doing anything egregiously wrong. It's not doing anything like crazy interesting. It's fine. It's solid. It'll work.
Yeah, I don't want to say I feel nothing towards it because I like a lot of the mons in it,
Yeah, Premi's
but
cool.
I don't. It doesn't spark joy. It doesn't spark anger. It doesn't spark. It's a Pokemon team.
I wish I had a Wishmon for the Goodra and stuff.
Yeah,
I do like
me
its
too.
bulk though. It has solid bulk, like with Tusk,
I wish
Appleton,
I had a
Premi's
Wishmon.
Scar. If Mew was a Wishmon, I think I'd like this team more.
I wish I had a Wishmon. Because I don't know. Do you need Scalm and Gudra?
And the good thing is they're not weak to the same thing. Actually, not that bad to have both of them.
Yeah, that's fair.
Especially because they defend on opposite sides of like the defensive spectrum, so it's not too bad.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I like it. I think it's just it's like I said, it's like the most middle of the road. Like this is definitely a solid team. It will work. It's just not trying anything crazy.
Yeah, I can agree.
Now the question is, where do we put it?
I don't think it's better than Endless's. Do you like it more than the Rock?
Let me look.
The Rock. Wish it was better at rolling my
I think I do like it better than rock action. I think I'm fine with that.
Wow, you really just put in the definition of mid.
It really is. Like, what can I say?
So if you have any issue with our tier list, you can. We didn't talk about Hunter's team, did we?
Wait, did we?
I don't remember talking about Raging Bolt or Annihilate or
Wait,
Titan Entatar.
did I just miss a logo?
I think you missed a logo. There's no
Wait,
Titan Entatar on my screen,
did
and I
he
want to talk
did he
about
put
Titan
his
Entatar.
logo?
Just go steal it from CDC.
I'm looking through to see if I'm dumb or if he just did. He just didn't put it. That explains a lot. Hunter, you're being called out.
If you guys are still here, can you guys talk about your favorite Terrapagos thing in the comments? Just your favorite Terrapagos fun fact, or why Terrapagos is awesome, or why they need to fix it being a terrestrialization form and have like it be like a move, so then we can also bring back Ultra Necrozma, because I'm not gonna be mentally prepared for Ultra Necrozma and Big Turtle to be gone.
So,
But we are getting Megas back, so when the Mega Terrapagos comes out, yippee!
so if I add Hunter's logo, I will have to re-add all of the other ones. So I'll just put it in post and decide where we want to put it.
Just slap it somewhere.
Elephant, Raging Bolt, Rillaboom, Annihilate, Tyranitar.
I don't know how I feel about Tyranitar on this team.
I think that's what we said last time as well. Tyranitar just kind of feels like he's there.
He's awesome. We love him.
I really like the Palafin Raging Bolt Rillaboom a lot.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think that's sick.
Metagross, Delphox.
Why is Avalugg here and not Terra? That's something I said last time. I know that for a fact.
Money. That's the hazard removal.
This is only removal, and it's pure ice type.
Put him in C.
Still a mono boots.
Mono boots. Oh, mono boots. If we lived in the good timeline and Weezing got defog.
I love Terra, Houndstone, and Metagross. They're cool.
This team has to be mono boots.
I feel like after the first 4, they kind of lost the sauce, and then grabbed 2 really cool Terra Cap. Like, I don't know what else to say.
I'd like mono boots, please.
Real.
Wait, more boots, please.
Where are we putting this one?
I am not I think you can put it at end of B.
Yeah, I think that
you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, well that's been our quick analysis. Thanks for stopping by for our feature-length film. Muffin's going to not let us do this again. Unless he does.
That's okay. I'll just put it on my own channel next time and like it anyway.
Boom. And if you want more of this will be the last CDC plug. There was more of this fun in CDC as well, and there may be a Wi-Fi division run by the same people.
We get even more unhinged over there, if you can believe it.
Because who's gonna yell at us? Me? No. We'll at least have to be well behaved in the Muffin Kingdom. CDC is my queendom, so there's no stopping us.
Real. So well behaved that we made a 4-hour pick'ems video.
So well behaved. So well behaved. Could you imagine what the shining stars of the mod team?
We're not gonna be after this.
Hey, Muffin loves us.
He does. I don't think he'll love the 4-hour video has to render on his channel. I don't think
he's gonna love that on the 4-hour video that's on his channel, the one section we lost was his.
You're so right!
You didn't put Muffin's team on this list.
Wait! What if his logo's not in there? I just took all the logos from the chat and didn't realize Muffin never put it.
You didn't put Muffin's.
You didn't put Muffin's. I have to find Muffin's logo now.
You didn't put Muffin's. Muffin's logo on the tier list. There's no Muffin. There's no Muffin on the tier
In
list.
my defense, I'm never in the same division as him. Forgot.
There's same. There's no Muffin on this tier
Why,
list.
why can't I find his logo anywhere?
Um.
It's all right. He's not playing in Keldios,
um,
is he? Wait, I thought
Hi. He picked up a team. So we're very intelligent.
I can't find Muffin's logo.
We are absolutely do not need a babysitter. We can handle things.
Wait. I can steal it from UPA. Wait, hang on. Wait, there it
Uh,
is.
the Terrapagos plushie on the Pokemon World website is pillow-sized. So keep that in mind to all of my Terrapagos gamers
I,
who need a friend to keep them warm at night because they're on a losing streak in Pokemon Monsters.
I,
It's
I will
it
also
would tear
have to put Muffin's logo in. But
it would tear Starstorm all of the negative dreams away. And Rapid Spin actually it's gonna Rapid Spin all the negative dreams away and tear Starstorm all of your daydreams. Like a falling star amongst the ashes, your turtle is always there for you. Pokemon, please sponsor me for the Terrapagos plushie.
did it spin away my stupidity?
It can spin away your stupidity, but you have to make sure you run boots, otherwise you could get a pretty good secondary removal like Corv. So then you can be like awesome. So then you can run the Meteor Beam set, the Double Dance set, the Resto Chesto set, the Combine set, the Spec set. I'm sure you could sculpt it. Why not? Bandit, yo. Um,
Should we talk about Muffin's team real quick so we can?
Terrapagos. Yeah. I'm still not in love with Muffin's team.
Yeah, it's funky.
I'm. I think it's top of C for me.
Yeah,
That's where I'd put it.
yeah, that's fair. I can agree to that.
Um, I'm
It's
sorry
totally there.
that she forgot two logos, including the bosses.
Look, if they didn't put them in team info, then my brain was not smart enough to remember they existed.
Benson's gonna be so pissed. Um, but yeah, if you guys make another 4-hour pure video, you're fired. The regular show brain rot is bad. Um, but shout out to regular show. That show's great. I grew up on that shit. I watched with my dad. Um, anyways, this has been the Mudkip Wi-Fi Division PRs with your lovely moderators, Maki and
Crap. I
don't
that came out way more in. I sounded like I'm in pain. I am in pain. I have to edit this.
I'm in immense pain. But you know what we finished? It only took 3 sessions, one kidnapped Tog, and a lot of rambling.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with the talk session because at least half of it is us just laughing.
Um, don't let Muffin silence us. Let us come back. If you guys like us enough, he can't get rid of us. Um, I'm starving and want pasta. This has been. I haven't been able to leave my house in a week due to this. I've been kidnapped. But so I'm gonna eat for the first time in days. Um, there's no cotton to peel back. There's no veil to end. I'm just hungry.
Thanks for watching, everybody. We're sorry.
Bye, Ladles.
Bye.